Blackstone Audio presents Juggler of Worlds by Larry Niven and Edward M. Lerner. Dedication to the readers who work on a book long after it's closed and really get their money's worth. Thanks for the help. They. Earth date 2637. Chapter 1. Sigmund Ausfaller woke up shivering, prone on a cold floor. His head pounded. Tape bound his wrists and ankles to plasteel chains. He had always known it would end horribly. Only the when, where, how, why, and by whom of it all had eluded him. That fog was beginning to lift. How had he gotten here, wherever here was? As though from a great distance, Sigmund watched himself quest for recent memories. Why was it such a struggle? He remembered the pedestrian concourse of an open-air mall, shoppers streaming. They wore every color of the rainbow, clothing and hair and skin in every conceivable combination and pattern. Overhead, fluffy clouds scudded across a clear blue sky. The sun was warm on his face. Work, for once, had been laid aside. He'd been content. Happiness is the sworn enemy of vigilance. How could he have been so careless? Sigmund forced open his eyes. He was in a nearly featureless room. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were resilient plastic. Light came from one wall. I could be anywhere, Sigmund thought. And then 2 details grabbed his attention. The room wasn't quite a box. The glowing wall had a bit of a curve to it. There were recessed handholds in walls, floor, and ceiling. Panic struck. He was on a spaceship. Was gravity a hair higher than usual? Lower? He couldn't tell. Plasteel chains clattered dully as Sigmund sat up. He had watched enough old movies to expect chains to clink. Even as the room spun around him and everything faded to black, he found the energy to feel cheated. Cold plastic pressed against Sigmund's cheek. He opened his eyes a crack to see the same Spartan room. Cell. This time he noticed that one link of his chains had been fused to a handhold in the deck. Had he passed out from a panic attack? Where was he? Sigmund forced himself to breathe slowly and deeply until the new episode receded. Fear could only muddy his thoughts. More deep breaths. He had never before blacked out from panic. He could not believe that this blackout stemmed from panic. Yes, his faint had closely followed the thought he might be aboard a spaceship. It also had occurred just after he had sat up. Sigmund remembered his thoughts having been fuzzy. They seemed sharper now. He'd been drugged. Doped up and barely awake, he'd sat up too fast. That was why he had passed out. More cautiously this time, Sigmund got into a sitting position. His head throbbed. He considered the pain dispassionately. Less disabling than the last time, he decided. Perhaps the drugs were wearing off. Some odd corner of his mind felt shamed by his panic attacks. Most Earthborn had flatland phobia worse than he, and so what? True, he'd been born on Earth, but his parents had been all over known space. Somehow they took pleasure in strange scents, unfamiliar night skies, and wrong gravity. On principle, Sigmund had been to the moon twice. He had had to know. Could he leave Earth should the need ever arise? The second time, it was to make sure the success of that first trip wasn't a fluke. He listened carefully. The soft whir of a ventilation fan. Hints of conversation, unintelligible. His own heartbeat. None of the background power plant hum that permeated the spaceships he'd been on. Gravity felt as normal as his senses could judge. Recognizing facts, spotting patterns, drawing inferences. He managed, but slowly, as though his thoughts swam through syrup. Traces of drugs remained in his system. He forced himself to concentrate. If this was a ship, it was still on Earth. Someone meant to panic him, Sigmund decided. Someone wanted something from him. Until they got it, he'd probably remain alive. They. For as long as Sigmund could remember, there had always been some they to worry about. But even as Sigmund formed that thought, he knew always wasn't quite correct. In the beginning, they were unambiguous enough. The Kzinti. The Third Man-Kzin War broke out in 2490, the year Sigmund was born. He was 5 before he knew what a Kzin was, something like an upright orange cat, taller and much bulkier than a man, with a naked rat-like tail. By then, the aliens had been defeated. The Kzinti Patriarchy ceded 2 colony worlds to the humans as reparations. In Sigmund's lifetime, they had attacked human worlds 3 more times. They'd lost those wars, too. Fafnir was one of the worlds that changed hands after the Third War. His parents had wanderlust and not a trace of flatland phobia. They left him in the care of an aunt and went to Fafnir in 2500 for an adventure. And found one. Conflict erupted that year between humans on Fafnir and the Kzinti settlers who had remained behind. His parents vanished, in hostilities that failed to rise to the level of a numeral in the official reckoning of Man-Kzin wars. It was a mere border incident. Everyone knew the Kzinti ate their prey. So they, for a long time, were Kzinti. Sigmund hated the rat-cats, and everyone understood, and he hated his parents for abandoning him. The grief counselors told his aunt that that was normal, and he hated his aunt as much as she reminded him of Mom, or perhaps because she did, for allowing Mom and Dad to leave him with her. The same year his parents disappeared, the puppeteers emerged from behind the rim of human space. A species more unlike the Kzinti could not be imagined. Puppeteers looked like two-headed, three-legged wingless ostriches. The heads on their sinuous necks reminded him of sock puppets. The brain, Aunt Susan told him, hid under the thick mop of mane between the massive shoulders. So they came to include these other aliens, these harmless-seeming newcomers, because Sigmund didn't believe in coincidence. And then they came to include all aliens, because, really, how could anyone truly know otherwise? That was when Aunt Susan took him to a psychotherapist. Sigmund remembered the stunned look on her face after his first session. After, she spoke alone with the therapist. Sigmund remembered her sobbing all that night in her bedroom. He had a sickness, or sicknesses, he couldn't spell, much less understand. A paranoid personality disorder. Monothematic delusion with delusional misidentification syndrome. He didn't know if he believed the supposed silver lining, that it was treatable. What Sigmund did believe was the other consolation Dr. Swenson offered Aunt Susan, that paranoia is an affliction of the brightest. In time, Sigmund understood. Trauma can cause stress, can cause biochemical imbalances, can cause mental illness. A day and a night asleep in an autodock corrected the biochemical imbalance in his brain. But a single chemical tweak wasn't enough. Knowing the world is out to get you is its own stress. 3 months of therapy with Dr. Swenson addressed the paranoid behaviors Sigmund had already learned. Dr. Swenson was right. Sigmund was very smart. Smart enough to figure out what the therapist wanted to hear. Smart enough to learn what thoughts to keep to himself. Trembling, Sigmund tried again to shake off the drugs. Reliving old horrors served no useful purpose, especially now. He needed to focus. Start with them. They weren't Kzinti. The room was too small. Kzinti would have gone crazy. They wanted something from him. How he responded might be the only control he had in this situation. Who might they be? Others might see in him only a middle-aged, mid-level financial analyst, a United Nations bureaucrat, a misanthrope dressed always in black, in a world where everyone else wore vibrant colors. Sigmund saw more. All those years ago, Dr. Swenson had been far more correct than he knew. Sigmund was more than bright. He was brilliant, in the mind, where it counted, not in gaudy display. Who were they? Probably somebody Sigmund was investigating. That narrowed it down. The bribe-taking customs officials at Quito Spaceport? The sysadmin at the UNID data center who moonlighted in identity laundering? Sigmund's gut said otherwise. It was his other ongoing investigation, the Trojan Mafia. The gang, known by its reputed base in the Trojan asteroids, engaged in every kind of smuggling, from artworks to weapons to experimental medicines. They killed for hire, and, more often, just to keep the authorities at bay. They were into extortion, money laundering, everything. Every other analyst in investigations refused to touch them. Surely that was who. How was more speculative. A chance encounter in the pedestrian mall near his home, he guessed, by someone with a fast-acting hyposedative. He stumbles. His assailant, to all appearances a good Samaritan, helps him to the nearest transfer booth. Where? Other than somewhere on Earth, Sigmund wasn't prepared to guess. On a world bristling with transfer booths, he could have been teleported instantaneously almost anywhere. And when? Blinking to de-blur his vision, Sigmund raised his hands. His left wrist hurt. Not much, but it hurt. The time display had frozen. Ironic that, since the subcutaneous control pips felt melted, tiny beads beneath his thumb. Clock, weather, compass, calculator, maps, all the utility functions he normally summoned by fingernail pressure, all gone. He guessed his implant had been fried with a magnetic pulse. It fit the program of disorientation. They weren't as smart as they thought. The room had no sanitary facilities, not so much as a chamber pot, and so far he felt no need to pee. His black suit was clean, if rumpled. It wasn't an ironclad case, but Sigmund guessed he had been snatched from that pedestrian mall no more than a few hours ago. Footsteps. They approached along the unseen corridor beyond the out-of-reach door. The door flew open. A tall figure, easily 2 meters tall, stood in the doorway. A tall fringe of hair bobbed on an otherwise bald head, a belter crest. And did not Hector, mightiest of the Trojans, famously wear a helmet with a plume of horsehair? It all fit with the Trojan mafia. Sigmund blinked in the suddenly bright light, unable to make out details. "Good," the belter said. "I see you're awake. There's someone who wants to speak with you." "You seem unsurprised, Mr. Ausfaller." An eerie calm came over Sigmund. "Someone had to put through all the requests for reassignment. Someone had to tolerate one unproductive investigation after another. Your boss," his captor said. "Someone had to authorize those transfers. Someone had to accept the department's persistent failures." Sigmund mustered all the irony he could. "Sir." "Meaning me." Then Grimaldi, Undersecretary General for Inspections, leaned casually against the wall. Body language somehow added, "Your suspicions make this easier." That was self-justifying nonsense, of course. Grimaldi would not have shown himself. Had there been any chance, Sigmund would be let free. Grimaldi broke a lengthening silence. "I need to learn what you know. More importantly, I need to know how." Once I reveal that, Sigmund thought, I'm dead. He shifted position, his chains clicking dully. Changed the subject. "Why the Trojans?" Grimaldi smiled humorlessly. "We prefer Achilles. The Trojans were losers." The Trojan asteroids fell into 2 groups, those orbiting the L4 Lagrange point, 60 degrees ahead of Jupiter in its orbit, and those orbiting the L5 point, 60 degrees behind. The Greek camp and the Trojan camp, as they were sometimes called. Achilles was among the largest asteroids in the Greek camp. Of course, Hector also orbited there, so named before the labeling convention began. Sigmund pinched his leg, desperate to unmuddle his thoughts. "How much dope did you give me?" he demanded. "Enough." Grimaldi looked pointedly at his wrist implant. "I must be going soon. Your stay here will be much more pleasant if you answer our questions voluntarily." More pleasant, perhaps. Also shorter? Did buying time matter? "Why the Trojans?" "Why would you think, Ausfaller? They made a generous offer for my assistance. Official scrutiny is bad for their business." "You're not one, Sigmund, but I admit you are capable, persistent. I truly wish I thought we could buy you. Sadly, you inherited piles of money. You still chose to work for a pittance at the UN." Grimaldi shook his head. "You live like a monk. You dress like a monk. Why offer you money when you ignore the wealth you already have? It seems too likely you have principles." And there it was, the memory Sigmund had struggled for. Money. He tried and failed to blink away the fuzziness. "Perhaps I can pay you." A reflexive flash of contempt, and then, more slowly, an expression of low cunning. Grimaldi said, "You'd still have to tell everything you've learned about me and my associates, and every detail about how you learned. It won't do for someone else to discover what you did." "Understood." "You wouldn't try to trick me now, would you?" Grimaldi asked. "Of course not," Sigmund answered. Grimaldi smacked his hands together. Strangely, that assurance had sufficed. "State, there will be no negotiation. 1,000,000 stars, transferred into the numbered Belter account I will give you. Don't bother to protest. I know you're good for it. When your weekly reports began to show progress, I made it a point to learn about you. Here's the deal, Mr. Ausfaller. You pay, you tell all. Then we let you go." He'd never be let go, but Sigmund acted as though he believed. Anyway, the million and change he thought Grimaldi could trace was merely the fraction of Sigmund's wealth he intended to be visible, and it wasn't as though there were anyone to leave his money to. At worst, the charade might make his final hours less unpleasant. Sigmund raised his arms, clanking on purpose. "For 1,000,000 stars, I want these off. I want a nicer room. A suite with plumbing would be good." "We'll see about that after the funds are clear. Until then, maybe a pot." Grimaldi took a sonic stunner and a handheld computer from pockets of his bodysuit. He whispered inaudibly into the handheld, set it on the deck, and then slid it with his shoe tip toward Sigmund. Handheld and foot never came within Sigmund's reach. The sonic stunner was fixed on him. I'm logged into an anonymous account. All other comm functions are locked out. Moments after my funds are received, they'll be shifted elsewhere. Grimaldi laughed. My colleagues, as I'm sure you know, are skilled in anonymous transfers. My funds. Sigmund held in his anger. Funds transfer from Bank of North America. He paused for the voice print check. Account 541. He articulated slowly and distinctly, leaving no chance for misinterpretation. Account number, subaccount, access codes. The good news was the response time. He was still on Earth. The stunner never wavered. He'd be lucky to utter a suspicious syllable without being zapped. 429er. The bank AI spoke a challenge code. Grimaldi snorted in disgust. He wiggled the stunner just a bit in warning. Sigmund shrugged. Clank. With the challenge response feature set, a bank would accept transfer authorizations only in real time. Challenge response defeated coerced recordings. What rational person didn't configure his account this way? Sigmund could authorize the transfer with a duress code. That would alert his bank, but so what? Money laundering was big business for the Trojans. Within minutes of the money's release, it would be laundered through a dozen shell companies, off-world tax havens, and other anonymous venues. The duress code would accomplish nothing. If he purposely aborted the transfer, Grimaldi would know instantly, and the coming questioning could become a lot less pleasant. Or Dr. Swenson had been right. Sigmund was paranoid. And now, he thought, we'll see if I've been paranoid enough. Sigmund remained in chains, but he'd been offered a chair, an improvised chamber pot, and a greasy drinking bulb with tepid water. For 1,000,000 stars, there should have been at least a leaded glass tumbler and ice. Grimaldi was long gone. He had delegated the detailed questioning to the lanky belter Sigmund had met earlier. His interrogator disdained to offer a name. Sigmund chose to think of him as Astyanax, Hector's little boy, hurled from the ramparts of Troy. Like Achilles' son, Sigmund wanted no more kings of Troy. Slow, pensive sips didn't buy much time. All crimes led to tax evasion. Sigmund had concentrated his quest for the Trojans there. He discoursed methodically on forensic techniques in spotting hidden income, waxing ever more pedantic. Whenever Astyanax began looking impatient, Sigmund offered a tidbit about which banking investigations had suggested what line of further investigation. A few such admissions evoked surprisingly astute questions. The belter was something of an expert himself on income tax evasion. A hand held in Astyanax's pocket squawked an alarm. There was sudden pandemonium in the corridor, thudding footsteps, thudding bodies, the unmistakable zap of sonic stunners. Astyanax dropped his own stunner and took a utility knife from his belt, low-tech but lethal. "Don't," Sigmund said. "You'll only make it worse." He gasped in shock at the sudden agony in his stomach. His shirt and Astyanax's hand were bright red, lifeblood red. "Nothing personal," Astyanax said. As Sigmund slumped, a squad of battle-armored ARMs burst through the door. To the frying bacon sound of stunners, as everything went dark, Sigmund thought, "Too late." Chapter 2. Sigmund awoke. The incredible pain in his gut was gone. His wrists and ankles no longer throbbed from tight restraints. He was clear-headed and full of energy, rested, content. It scared the hell out of him. He opened his eyes. A transparent dome hung centimeters from his face. Reflected LEDs shone steadily, all in green. He was in an autodock. Readouts told Sigmund that the dock had replaced his heart and part of his liver, and 2 liters of blood, and... He stopped reading. He raised the massive lid and sat up, to echoes of pain in his chest and belly. Logically, those pangs were in his head, since the doc had declared him healed. They hurt regardless. The room seemed chilly, but that might only be because he wasn't wearing anything. You never did in an autodock. "Welcome back." His head swiveled. A stranger in a drab bodysuit occupied the room's only chair. She was lean, almost gaunt, but also massively muscled. He guessed she worked out obsessively. She would have been striking, if not exactly pretty, if she didn't scare the bejesus out of him. The stranger stood and handed Sigmund the robe that hung from a hook on the door. She did not turn her back. "You'll want this, I expect. Then we should talk." "Where are we?" Sigmund asked. Instead of answering, she waved a blue disk at him. A hollow shimmered, Earth, and a bit of text, Special Agent Fiona Philippe. It appeared to be an ARM ident. Perhaps she had answered him. The Amalgamated Regional Militia was the unassuming name for the UN military forces. Understatement sufficed when merely to see an ARM made most people quail. Everyone knew the militia was how the United Nations maintained control, not just civil order. Sigmund slipped on his robe and climbed out of the autodock. Everyone knew what someone meant everyone to know. Grimaldi? The people for whom Grimaldi worked? Maybe the rescue had been staged, Sigmund stabbing a bit of theater for credibility, to hear what he'd tell those he thought were the authorities, to see whom he'd contact next.
Sigmund, this will be hard for you. I understand better than you can know.
The stranger sighed.
Let's start over. I'm Fiona Philippe. My friends call me Feather. I'm an ARM, but not the kind that extracted you. I prefer to avoid guns and knives. People can get hurt with those things, as you recently learned.
When had they become friends? Where am I, Agent Philippe? Her smile looked wrong somehow, unpracticed rather than insincere.
A SWAT team extracted you from an interplanetary freighter on the tarmac at Mojave Spaceport. You were dying of a stab wound. You were also, by the way, pumped full of truth serum. They always bring autodocs on raids. The squad leader popped you into a field dock and delivered you to the nearest ARM district office. That's Los Angeles. Hollywood, more precisely, if you know the area.
Sigmund remembered saying he wasn't trying to trick Grimaldi, and the bastard had taken his word for it. Truth serum explained it. He had told the literal truth. He hadn't been trying to trick Grimaldi. He was tricking him. If any of this was real, of course.
I want you to trust me, and that doesn't come easily to you, does it?
Philippe turned the chair and sat, legs straddling the back.
I don't expect an answer, by the way. As I said, I understand you. I'll answer the questions you don't dare to ask. For starters, you're not a suspect, not for anything.
Sigmund's mind raced. Except for the usual, fresh-from-the-autodock burst of energy, he felt normal. Normal for him, that was. How could that be? Then I'm free to go? She flashed an I-know-something-you-don't-know grin. This smile looked natural.
Yes, but you won't, because you need to know more.
If Philippe was who she said she must know how he had signaled for help. If she wasn't, to even reveal that he had signaled could bring on retribution. It would, at a minimum, make the Trojan Mafia hide him better.
You're dying to know how you were rescued. No, let's be honest. Sigmund, you're wondering if you were rescued.
She laughed at his twitch of surprise, but it wasn't a cruel laugh.
You're kind of cute, in an intense way. Just hear me out. You came into a fair amount of money when your parents died. Part inheritance, part insurance. You took control of that money once you reached 21. The interesting thing, Sigmund, is what you've done with that money.
Nothing. Sigmund willed his voice to stay level. In fact, he divvied the money into several accounts, 2 directly in his name, the rest far more subtly registered. He hadn't broken any laws in doing it. They certainly watched for that. But he had arguably bent a few. It's my rainy day fund. Philippe shook her head.
Hardly. You sloshed your wealth around in very unusual ways. You triggered tripwires and more money laundering audits than I care to admit.
She cut off his objection before he could do more than open his mouth.
Relax. You did nothing illegal. Not quite. You kept the individual funds transfers just below the bank's required filing threshold. And once my colleagues determined the ownership of all the blind trusts, they saw none of the money had even changed hands. Given what you do, you're very good at it, by the way. You knew exactly what would happen. You knew the pattern of activities would flag those accounts. Sigmund, you went to a lot of trouble to create bank accounts the authorities would forever watch.
Sigmund shrugged. He could feign nonchalance all he wanted, but were censors even now picking up the pounding of his brand-new heart?
Rainy day fund. It apparently poured yesterday in the Mojave, Philippe said. From an account long idle, suddenly there's a $1 million transfer into a numbered account in a Belter bank haven. It set off all kinds of alarms. I wondered, if you wanted attention, why not just make the transfer using a duress code?
Because a duress alarm wouldn't say enough. If a duress code caught your eye, you might not look any further. Wasn't that obvious?
I dug a bit deeper, Philippe said. You could have used any of those red flag accounts. Did your choice matter? Banks assign account numbers, but account owners choose their own access codes. So I ran your access codes through crypto software. Each of your funny accounts has its PIN derived from the name of a high official in the UN Inspections Directorate. The PINs changed, but not the pattern.
She patted Sigmund's arm, and he flinched.
The PIN that released those funds decrypted as Grimaldi. He was at Mojave Spaceport when you authorized the payoff.
Sigmund couldn't help shivering. He pulled his thin robe more tightly closed, but he doubted it fooled her. Then it was true. ARMs traced people through the transfer booth system. He'd always worried about that. Transfers had to tie back somehow to people for billing purposes. Or the Trojans were even cleverer than he'd feared. Grimaldi might have recorded his PIN as he authorized the transfer. If Trojans had decrypted his code, they might be testing him now.
"Sigmund, come back!"
She laughed, somehow kindly this time.
"Who but a paranoid sets traps with the ARMs to implicate their co-workers? You came out of the autodock as paranoid as you went in. I see it in your eyes. Surely you noticed. Have you asked yourself why?"
He sat still, afraid to speak. Why hadn't the autodoc reset his brain chemistry? Philippe said,
"Here's where we become friends, Sigmund. You've heard the rumors. Senior ARM agents are paranoids. It helps us with the job. We get that way chemically. We're pumped up for the work week and pumped out when we go off duty. Most ARMs, that is. Like you, I'm a natural skitz. I'm drugged before they send me home for the weekend. The thing is, today is Wednesday, a work day. After your little mishap, you went into an autodoc. Ours see nothing unusual with a bit of schizo brain chemistry. It's no accident you're as messed up as ever. Sigmund, that's the reason I understand you. We're the same."
He wanted to believe. Of course, he'd heard the stories. Who hadn't? The thing was,
"Sigmund," she snapped, "stay with me. You're thinking, ARMS put out the rumor that they're paranoid to trick you into revealing that you're paranoid. I did too."
For the first time since Sigmund had climbed out of the autodoc, she peered directly into his eyes.
"Bright and paranoid is a license to be miserable and alone. Miserable maybe I can't help, but alone? That's something else."
He accepted the new ident chip she offered him. When he held it just right, a blue globe and his name shivered above it. It was supposedly key to his DNA and would get him into the ARM Academy in London. He struggled into the plain black suit she whisked from a cabinet. It didn't surprise him that it had been synthed to his size and preferred style. He admitted nothing, promised nothing. He was, finally, apparently free. Free to go, free to be followed, festooned with tiny cameras. Beyond the clinic door, an office buzzed with activity. No one paid Sigmund any attention. Ignoring the transfer booths, he found his way outside. Large five-pointed stars shone in the pedestrian walkway. Grauman's Chinese Theater stood across and just down the street. He turned. Above the double doors through which he had just exited, stone-carved letters read, "Amalgamated Regional Militia, Los Angeles District." A faux ARM office could hardly be fabricated in such a public place. Sigmund fingered the ident chip Agent Philippe, Feather, had given him. It suddenly seemed possible, after more than a century alone, that he had finally discovered a place where he could fit in. A Mission of Gravity. Earth date 2641. Chapter 3.
"Eerie, don't you think?"
Without waiting for an answer, Tricia Schwartz cranked the bridge's telescope hollow to max magnification. Her voice brimmed with curiosity and impatience. Nessus marveled. Their ship was not even a minute out of hyperspace. Curiosity explained why she and her colleague were here. There was much to be learned in this place. Their impatience explained why he was. Someone had to show judgment. She should be eager. This was theoretically a rescue mission. Nessus kept his pessimism to himself. Distorted and curdled starlight rushed at him and vanished, replaced by nothing. Vertigo washed over him. Nessus braced himself against the nearest bulkhead and sought meaning in the amplified hologram display.
Tricia said, "It shows in the mass pointer. Its magnetic field is enormous. It's unmistakable on deep radar. And here," she poked a hand into the center of the projection, "nothing."
Beside her, a crash couch creaked as Raoul Miller shifted his considerable bulk. "Just wait," he said. A tiny circle of light flashed and disappeared. Seconds later, a second halo flickered. Tricia was delighted.
"See? Gravity lensing as stars pass directly behind it. We're still not seeing it. It's eerie, I tell you. Don't you agree, Nessus?"
Nessus was a label of convenience. His real name was only reproducible by paired throats or a wind ensemble. Unaware he was in listening range, why reveal how acute his hearing truly was? Tricia had once described his name as an industrial accident set to waltz time. That was no worse, Nessus supposed, than what humans called all his race, puppeteers.
"I sense nothing supernatural here.
Nessus said, choosing his words with caution. He did everything with caution.
Scary, I'll grant you.
That got the chuckle Nessus knew it would. Puppeteers were widely seen as cowards, which, essentially, was why this ship flew with a human crew. Alas, Nessus thought, I'm just crazy enough to be assigned to lead them. Knowledge is power. On that, all intelligent species concurred. Species differed on how best to acquire knowledge. Among Nessus's kind, it was agreed that exploration was madness. It could not be otherwise, when to leave home-world and herd was insanity. Hence, these humans. Trial and error had shown humans made excellent explorers. Humans didn't know about the experiments, of course. Nessus had no intention of revealing them. He didn't dare. No puppeteer would. The invisible it they distantly orbited was a recently discovered neutron star, designated BVS-1. Like every neutron star, BVS-1 was the extremely compressed remains of a supernova. Implosion had crushed the stellar slag, more massive than many a normal star, into a sphere just 17 kilometers in diameter. Its own gravity kept it that small. A film of ordinary matter coated a slightly thicker layer of free-ranging subatomic particles, which covered no one knew what exactly. That inner orb approached the density of an atomic nucleus. Physicists called the core material neutronium, or neutron-degenerate matter. Engineers called it unobtainium. Both argued heatedly about its properties. Most neutron stars shouted their presence across light years, transforming cosmic dust and gas into cataclysmic X-ray blasts or gamma bursts. But it wasn't radiation that kept explorers away from neutron stars, and a close look at the mysterious neutronium. It was those inspiraling clouds of dust and gas themselves, accelerated to relativistic speeds as they were sucked in. No matter how impervious the hull, the pummeling would be fatal to instruments or crew. And then there was BVS-1, cold and dark, its presence recently revealed by a gravitational anomaly. BVS-1 had long ago devoured its accretion disk and ceased to pulse. Its surface temperature, scarcely warmer than empty space itself, implied it had been a neutron star for at least 1 billion years. That made it approachable. Or so the theory went. They circled BVS-1 at the presumed safe distance of 2 million kilometers. Nessus tried not to dwell on that presumption. Peter and Sonia Laskin had monitored BVS-1 for days from a closer orbit, reporting regularly by hyperwave radio, before swooping in for a close look. The Hal Clement had not been heard from since.
Any signs of them?
Nessus asked. His calm tone was a lie. Every instinct demanded that he flee, if not from the astronomical enigma, then at least from the unpredictable humans. He wanted to lock himself into his cabin, to curl into a ball, his head tucked tightly inside, and hide from the universe. Tricia shook her head.
No response to our broadcasts. Nothing on radar.
Could be interference, Raoul said hopefully, or simple equipment breakdown. True, the Laskin's comm gear might have failed. That didn't explain the lack of a radar sighting.
Keep trying,
Nessus ordered. He fought the urge to pluck at his already disheveled mane. Something had gone badly wrong here. This was why his people didn't explore. Raoul broke through the lengthening silence, his manner apologetic. Still nothing. Nessus settled astraddle the Y-shaped padded bench that was his post on the bridge. With his lip nodes, far nimbler than human fingers, he operated a human computer console. The Laskin's planned course was as he remembered. Their hyperbolic plunge would have them skim within 2 kilometers of BVS-1's mysterious surface. If their autopilot had erred only slightly and they had somehow impacted. If he could contemplate that malfunction, why not others? Nessus contemplated the planned hairpin turn, the ship hurled back into space. It had been days since the Laskins went missing.
What if the autopilot didn't resume orbit after the dive? How far would they coast?
Tricia plopped onto an empty crash couch. Her body blocked whatever she did with her console.
I'll expand our radar search.
She found the ship adrift, millions of kilometers from where they had searched. It did not answer hails. Raoul brought them alongside. Through his viewport, Nessus studied the Hal Clement. It had a ferocious spin. Why had the Laskins spun up their ship like that?
We can't board for a look while it's spinning,
Nessus said.
Any ideas?
Raoul rubbed his chin. Nessus, are the landing struts on the other ship steel? Ours are. Nessus retrieved the specs.
Steel, yes.
Then we use our magnetic docking couplers for drag. Like all our equipment, the couplers are way over-engineered. We slow the Hal Clement spin while our attitude thrusters keep us at a safe distance. There were several bursts of keyboarding, and then Raoul slapped the console in frustration. Tange! It's going to take a while. Of course their systems were over-engineered. Nessus would not otherwise have set hoof aboard. Proceed, he said. And so Raoul managed the braking pulses, adjusting the pulse rate as spin bled away. Tricia and the nav computer muttered to each other. Nessus fretted. Until Tricia whistled. That's why they're spinning in so far off course. The rotation of a massive object, tiny though it is, BVS-1 outmasses Sol, warps nearby space. I ran the numbers and it comes down to this. The spin the Hal Clement picked up and the kink from its planned trajectory show BVS-1 rotates about every 2.5 minutes. Interesting, Nessus said atonally. In truth, he couldn't imagine how knowing the spin of the neutron star could possibly matter. If his kind had any curiosity, though, they'd probably be as foolishly brave as these humans. All that interested Nessus at that moment was the still silent ship. It had finally slowed down enough for meaningful observation and cautious boarding. Its landing struts looked odd somehow. That had to be in his imagination. Peter and Sonia could not possibly have landed. If they had, they could not have launched. Trish and Nessus checked Raoul's suit gauges twice before allowing him into the airlock. Their comlink checked out, so did his helmet cam. Holding a gas pistol, Raoul jetted the few meters to the derelict. A dimple of curdled sky, where gravity bent even starlight, showed the general location of BVS-1. Something was terribly wrong. Nessus could tell Tricia felt it too. She leaned forward anxiously as Raoul disappeared into the airlock of the Laskin's ship. Nessus, Trish, are you there? Raoul's camera relayed the inner hatch of the airlock. They watched his gloved finger stretch toward the controls. Status lamps flashed. The hatch began to cycle. Life support systems all register nominal.
We're here, Nessus said. I suggest you keep your suit sealed anyway.
Will do, Raoul said. Nessus watched the inner hatch open. Raoul and camera moved inward, panned along a corridor, turned a corner. The next thing Nessus saw, as his heads whipped uncontrollably to a point of safety between his front legs, was the underside of his belly. Chapter 4. Sigmund sat alone at a small table in the packed ship's lounge. Beyond his left elbow lay a coat of blue paint, a supposedly impregnable hull, and an unknowable amount of... he didn't know what. No one did. A good thing about hyperspace was hyperdrive. Hyperdrive travel corresponded, in normal space, to a light year every 3 days. The bad thing about hyperspace was no one knew what it was. Every so often, a hyperdrive ship disappeared. Scientists declaimed learnedly that the pilot must have flown too close to a mathematical singularity, the warping of space near a stellar mass. What happened in such cases was unclear. Perhaps the errant ship fell down a wormhole, only to emerge unreachably, incommunicably far, far away. Perhaps the ship became trapped forever in hyperspace. Or, just maybe, the ship ceased to exist. The math was ambiguous. Compared to the less-than-nothingness centimeters away, odd scents and strange constellations were inconsequential. Sigmund yearned for a world. Any world. He took more comfort from the beer in his drink bulb than in General Products Corporation's assurances about indestructible hull technology. Invulnerability hardly sufficed when his whole ship could disappear. General Products being a puppeteer company, the puppeteers being puppeteers, little was known about the hull material beyond its truly impressive warranty. Die because of a GP hull failure, and your heirs would become very rich. Well, not his heirs. Sigmund had none. He expected none. He didn't take it personally. The Fertility Board felt that way about all natural paranoids. Truth be told, 18 billion people on Earth were several billion too many. He couldn't fault the board for preferring sane progeny. That didn't mean he liked it. He sucked on his beer bulb, hunting for happier thoughts. The sudden collapse of Nakamura lines meant ships everywhere were filled to capacity. Every stateroom aboard was taken. Passengers stood 3 deep at the small bar. Only Sigmund and a battle-scarred Kazin had tables to themselves. Even the Jinxians shared their tiny tables. Jinxians. That wasn't a happy thought, but Sigmund tried to keep his expression neutral. Jinx was the human-colonized moon, marginally habitable, of a gas giant planet orbiting Sirius A. The surface gravity on Jinx was 1.78 standard. Living there shaped a person. Jinxians were built like boulders, short and squat, with arms as thick as Sigmund's legs, and legs like old tree trunks. Why would anyone live there, raise families there? Flatlanders and spacers alike chalked it up to Jinxian craziness. Not Sigmund. Jinx was the kind of world on which to raise an army of supermen. A waiter came by, insinuating himself with admirable grace through milling crowds and between full tables. Sigmund accepted a fresh beer bulb while the opportunity presented itself, but his dark thoughts remained fixed on Jinx. Not even supermen could threaten Earth. Not without first defeating Earth's vastly larger fleets. Hence the unsubstantiated certainty that had set Sigmund onto this trip. Where better for the Jinxians to seek technological superiority than in that world's immodestly named Institute of Knowledge? The Institute's sprawling museum and vast public databanks suggested openness, but much of its research remained proprietary to its scientists. That secrecy seemed not to bother people. Why would it? What with the Institute being a public, not-for-profit organization? A myriad of endowments, corporate sponsorships, academic alliances, and government grants funded its operations. Sigmund took a long sip of beer and resisted the urge to smile. He'd once been one hell of a forensic financial analyst, and so, on Jinx, he'd mined the public record. He had not braved hyperspace and alien worlds for nothing. Most of the Institute's academic alliances were with government-run Jinxian universities. Much of the corporate sponsorship came from businesses holding Jinxian government contracts. The endowments came from the Jinxian elites, with countless ties to current and retired officials. Money laundering was money laundering. With a mind of its own, Sigmund's left hand crept to his stomach. Autodocs only removed physical scars. Passengers kept wandering in and out of the lounge. The rat-cat bared his teeth when anyone approached him. Sigmund's scowl was a pale substitute. He wasn't surprised when a shadow fell across his table.
Mind if I join you?
Sigmund looked up to a willowy blonde with twinkling green eyes. Earth willowy, not Belter skeletal. Her voice had a throaty quality. She eyed him frankly. He pointed to an empty seat. "Help yourself." She sat.
I'm Pamela, she said. I've never met a Wunderlander.
Sigmund. He stroked the beard he'd grown for the trip. More than a homeworld, the beard implied a station in life. The beard's most prominent feature was a waxed spike sprouting from the right side of his jaw. Close-cropped stubble covered the rest of his chin. He had dyed his whiskers snow-white to contrast with his black suit. "Ah, the beard. Funny story, that." A funny style, as well. Its singular virtue was the absurd amount of time required for its maintenance. On Wunderland, the human-settled planet orbiting Alpha Centauri A, asymmetric beards were all the rage among the idle rich. Pamela probably thought he was from one of the 19 families of original settlers. Parasites all.
I'd love to hear it.
Pamela smiled at the returning waiter.
Vergoose.
Vergoose was a Wunderland concoction. Sigmund had tried it, once, years ago. He remembered a fist to the solar plexus and a minty sweet aftertaste. So Pamela wanted to impress him. "An interesting choice," he said. "It makes my story even droller." He said no more until her order arrived and she took a squeeze. Her eyes grew round. Sigmund handed her his spare beer. She sucked the bulb dry in one convulsive swig. "I'm from Earth," Sigmund said. "I just like the exotic look. Wunderland is the final stop on my grand tour. When in Rome and all that." Jinx was neither the first nor the last stop on his itinerary, neither the shortest nor the longest stopover, the better to disguise his interest. He signaled for 2 more beers.
That is funny,
Pamela coughed, her eyes tearing.
2 Flatlanders. Still, I like the beard.
The best disguises are simple, Sigmund thought. Across human space, most people disdained the Wunderlander aristos. At home, revolutionaries fought to overthrow them. Only an oblivious buffoon would travel aping one. Who'd ever suspect him of being an ARM on a covert mission? The brazen twinkle had returned to Pamela's eyes. She laid a warm hand on Sigmund's arm.
Sigmund, tell me about your grand tour.
Starships offered few diversions. Drinking shipboard was expensive. The obvious alternative for consenting adults was free. Sigmund couldn't imagine perky little Pamela matching the athletic send-off Feather had given him, nor that Feather would expect him to abstain. He patted Pamela's hand. "It's so crowded here. Perhaps we could adjourn." Pamela was looking past him. The whole lounge had fallen silent. Glancing over his shoulder, Sigmund saw the ship's captain approaching. Sigmund had taken his turn at the captain's dinner table. It was hard to see the genial host chatting up his first-class customers and the grim-faced man now approaching. "Ausfaller?" the captain said. "Yes." Sigmund's reflexive thought was of the Kazin passenger. There had been 6 man-Kazin wars. Why not a 7th? ARM HQ might expect him to take custody of the alien. "Come with me, sir." Sigmund followed the captain to the liner's bridge, and once Sigmund had decoded the priority hyperwave radio message from ARM HQ, he felt like he'd had the Fergoos. Chapter 5. Arching one neck, the puppeteer accepted the proffered ID. It set the disc on its desk and began a thorough examination. Apart from the few padded, backless benches and the oval desk, the office suited "we made it" norms. The wall hollows all showed scenes of human worlds. The mundane decor didn't surprise Sigmund. Puppeteers didn't give clues about their worlds, never a name or description, much less a location or representation. He trusted the aliens as little as they trusted him. Sigmund had never met a puppeteer in person until today. The flunkies and functionaries had passed him along, one to the next, and now to this latest one, almost too fast to form impressions. What had struck him was how everyone in the outer offices appeared to have assumed a humanized name. Satyrs and centaurs, fates and furies, heroes and muses. When time permitted, he intended to ponder the alien's evident fascination with human myths. This one, Sigmund decided, was a decision-maker. Standing, it matched Sigmund's height. That was the only similarity. The puppeteer stood on 2 forelegs set far apart, and one complexly jointed hind leg. 2 long and flexible necks emerged from between its muscular shoulders. Each flat triangular head had an ear and eye, and a mouth whose tongue and knobbed lips also served as a hand. Its leathery skin was off-white with patches of tan. Its elaborately coiffed and ornamented brown mane covered the bony brain case between those sinuous necks. Apparently, Sigmund's ID passed inspection.
"You are quite far from home, Mr. Ausfaller. I do not understand the United Nations' interest."
Like the puppeteers in the outer office, it spoke perfect interworld in a startling contralto. It? Puppeteer genders were as mysterious as their origins. Despite their feminine voices, all were addressed as he. "Might I ask your name?" Sigmund asked. Heads turned. For a moment the puppeteer looked himself in the eyes. The mannerism meant nothing to Sigmund, nor did its oral accompaniment, like a large glass window shattering in slow motion.
"More relevant is my responsibility within General Products Corporation. In human terms, I am the regional president here on We Made It."
If the puppeteer chose not to offer a name, Sigmund did not mind assigning one. Broken Glass seemed the obvious choice, but for the many demigods in the outer office. Sigmund's work and personality alike demanded attention to detail, and he'd noted many subtle distinctions among the aliens. Black, brown, and green eyes, variations in height and build, dissimilar skin patterns in patches of brown, tan, and white. The big disparity was in names. Passing from worker to worker up the corporate ladder, main styles became ever more elaborate. Like the Aristo Wunderlander beards, an elaborate main style denoted social status. This boss puppeteer, Sigmund decided, his mane resplendent, will be Adonis.
"Again, Mr. Ausfaller, I do not understand UN interest."
You conniving weasel, Sigmund thought. Perhaps one new human spaceship in 20 isn't built in an exorbitantly priced General Products hull, reliant on claims of invulnerability. Adonis stepped out from behind his melted-looking desk. He gave a wide berth to the row of human chairs, and the dangerous edges on their legs. To show Sigmund the exit? Sigmund said, "It has come to our attention that a Sol System citizen died recently in a GP-supported experiment." Not that there were Sol System citizenships, but it sounded plausible, and Peter Laskin had been a belter.
"Ah, the Laskins."
The puppeteer lightly pawed the floor with one forehoof.
"I'm now doubly surprised. Their ship was only very recently recovered. A tragedy, to be sure."
Other ARMs had studied puppeteers. Pawing the floor was believed to be a flight reflex. Hyperwave radio was a wonderful thing. It was instantaneous where it worked, everywhere except deep within gravity wells. Comm buoys in the comet belts of all settled solar systems converted between radio waves and laser beams for intrasystem messaging and hyperwaves for interstellar messaging. The ARM placed a very high priority on infiltrating General Products. Did Adonis suspect? How surprised would he be to know Raoul Miller secretly worked for the ARM? that while piloting the salvaged Hal Clement home from BVS-1, Miller reported back to Earth. Thereafter, it made perfect sense that ARM HQ had notified Sigmund, already en route from Jinx to We Made It. Both Laskins held research grants from the Institute of Knowledge. Very tragic, Sigmund agreed. He ignored Adonis's implied question. But their deaths are only a part of our concern. What most interests me is how they died inside one of General Products' supposedly impregnable hulls. The puppeteer professed bafflement. His idiom and accent were flawless. Sigmund did not doubt the puppeteer's acting skills. "Show me the ship," Sigmund demanded.
"Why not?"
The puppeteer looked himself in the eyes again.
"We also want to understand what happened. If you can explain, so much the better. Come with me."
Adonis had a transfer booth in his office. They stepped through. Outside the destination booth, a spaceship rested on its side. It was about 100 meters long and pointed at both ends. General Products sold only 4 hull versions. This was the number 2 model. One end was painted, the rest left transparent, just as all GP hulls, had been delivered. Then Sigmund made the mistake of looking up. We Made It was among the most inhospitable of the human-settled worlds. Summers and winters, the surface winds approached 250 kilometers per hour. The colonists built underground. Hotels catering to the tourist trade had gravity generators. Elsewhere, there was no ignoring the paltry gravity, a mere 6/10 G, or the belter-gangly natives, but Sigmund could, and did, stay indoors. This wasn't a hangar. He stood on a ground-level roof. The ship was the only structure of any kind. Featureless desert stretched to the horizon in every direction. Although it was spring, he couldn't see even the smallest speck of greenery. Seasonal winds scoured the land clean of life. In a too-bright sky, above the blazing too-blue sun, hung the piercing red spark that was Procyon B. His heart pounded. His hands shook. Sigmund told himself that crawling on his skin was only the arid desert air. Eyes cast down, he strode toward the ship. Its hull was transparent, but massive apparatuses inside cast long shadows. He stopped for a closer look in a comforting pool of shade beneath the stern. Things appeared wrong. The landing shocks were bent. Panels and equipment looked like they had melted and been forced aft under tremendous pressure. A gust of wind flapped Sigmund's trousers. Dust and gravel spattered off the hull. The breeze smelled wrong. He hurried into the airlock. He was in the main crew quarters when Adonis joined him. Something had torn loose the acceleration couches and sent them crashing into the ship's nose. Instruments and chairs alike had crumpled. Walls, decks, ceiling, everything toward the bow, were thickly spattered in something brown. Sigmund knew the answer before he asked. "These brown splashes?"
"That," said the puppeteer, "is the Laskins."
Alien sky suddenly didn't feel like a problem. Gulping, Sigmund walked back to the airlock. He and Adonis cycled through. In the windbreak under the hull, Sigmund demanded, "What did that?" The puppeteer plucked at his mane.
"Are you familiar with BVS-1?
"No," Sigmund lied. Until recently, the statement would have been true. Since Raoul Miller's relayed message, though, Sigmund had read everything on the subject that he could find.
"An old, dead neutron star, scarcely a light-year away, recently discovered by the Institute of Knowledge. They wished to study it up close, but lacked funding. We offered them a suitable ship, with the usual guarantees, if they shared their findings."
Having died, the Laskins weren't sharing. The puppeteer was suddenly at a loss for words. Bit by bit, Sigmund coaxed out the story. Nothing contradicted the report from Miller. Prepping the Hal Clement on We Made It, because Peter Laskin and Belter refused to set foot on Jinx, the short flight to BVS-1, the initial unremarkable observations from a distance reported by hyperwave, the suspension become cessation of communications for the dive into the singularity. Whatever the Laskins learned, lost. The rescue turned salvage mission. GP hulls were supposedly indestructible. Nothing got through but visible light. Customers painted any parts they wanted opaque. And if it was learned that mysterious forces could kill right through the hulls? Sigmund understood Adonis's dilemma. General Products might be ruined. Not his problem. This was. Suppose the Institute of Knowledge suspected this vulnerability. Suppose the so-called research project was somehow a test of a Jinxian weapon. He imagined death rays that penetrated the hulls of Earth's fleet, impregnable no more. "What did this?" Sigmund hissed.
"We do not know,"
More pawing at the ground.
"As you can imagine, we very much desire an explanation. As you might also imagine, no one, for any amount of money, will repeat the Laskin's voyage."
Didn't know? Sigmund refused to accept that. To believe what little they disclosed about themselves, puppeteers were herbivores and herd animals. To those who felt kindly toward them, the puppeteers were supremely cautious. Everyone else called the aliens cowards, and puppeteers took that as a compliment. They nonetheless sold supposedly impregnable hulls to other races. Those sales might reflect unshakable confidence that their worlds would never be revealed. It seemed far more likely they had secret ways to disable any of their own hulls turned against them. Wind whipped around the hull and clutched at Sigmund's clothes. The feeble pull of this world seemed unequal to the task of holding him down. Stubbornly, Sigmund denied his fear. Whether or not Adonis truly sought answers, he must cooperate fully with an ARM investigation. Anything less would show General Products already understood the undisclosed vulnerability and sold the hulls regardless. Something about Sigmund's flight to We Made It prodded his subconscious. Pamela? Vergoose? Overcrowding. "Have you asked pilots laid off by Nakamura Lines?"
"Among others," Adonis said. "All have declined. Their reticence, however problematical, is logical. Assuring their silence thereafter has cost us a small fortune."
Once more Sigmund pictured an enemy fleet equipped with whatever slaughtered the Laskans, without harm to their ship's hull. Jinxians, Kzinti, Belters. The adversary hardly mattered. What was intolerable was Earth's sudden exposure. The ARM had resources puppeteers did not. "If I find a volunteer, I trust you'll provide us a ship on the same terms you offered the Jinxians." It wasn't a question, because Adonis had no choice. Chapter 6. Sigmund had his pilot, although to call Beowulf Schaefer a volunteer was a stretch. At Sigmund's insistence, General Products made Schaefer the same offer 11 pilots had earlier rejected. Schaefer made that an even dozen. And then Schaefer, too, discovered he had no choice. Sigmund had selected Schaefer by data mining the financial records of out-of-work pilots. On Earth, Sigmund would have completed such a search in minutes. Here on We Made It, it could have been done almost as quickly with a bit of hacking. Instead, he obtained access from the local authorities. Professional courtesy, although not total candor. Interstellar cruise lines paid their pilots well, and Schaefer chose to maintain his standard of living after the Nakamura lines folded. Now, months later, Schaefer was mired in debt. Despite the artfulness with which he fudged his loan applications, rolled old debts over into new loans, and dribbled out partial payments to his creditors, the moment of financial truth loomed. 1,000,000 stars or debtor's prison. That was the offer Sigmund had advised Adonis to extend. For 2 weeks, Sigmund had kept watch from a discreet distance. Schaefer spent his days here in the GP building, supervising the puppeteer engineers configuring a new No. 2 hull to his specifications. He'd named his ship Skydiver. Tomorrow, Schaefer left. I had no choice, Sigmund told himself. If not Schaefer, then whom? Sigmund had followed Schaefer into the GP tavern. Its clientele were mostly puppeteers. The barroom chatter sounded like dueling orchestras warming up. Schaefer grew up on We Made It. He stood well over 2 meters tall, merely average here. He massed over 70 kilos, scrawny by Earth standards, but stocky for a local. Commercial spaceships generally maintained artificial gravity at a standard G. Schaefer must have worked out to handle the gravity aboard his own ship. Like many on this planet of mole people, he was an albino. One other thing about Schaefer, he had a mind of his own. And so Sigmund kept postponing this conversation. It was better that Schaefer maintain his illusion of free will. Sigmund crossed the bar. Without asking, he sat at Schaefer's table. Schaefer's face froze, and he shoved back his chair and stood. "Sit down, Mr. Schaefer," Sigmund said. "Why?" Sigmund offered his ARM badge. Schaefer tilted the disc this way and that. From the time he devoted to the task, he was stalling. "My name is Sigmund Ausfaller. I wish to say a few words concerning your assignment on behalf of General Products." Schaefer stayed. "A record of your verbal contract was sent to us as a matter of course," Sigmund said. That sounded better than "I set you up." "I noticed some peculiar things about it. Mr. Schaefer, Will you really take such a risk for only 500,000 stars? I'm getting twice that, but you only keep half of it. The rest goes to pay debts. Then there are taxes, but never mind. What occurred to me was that a spaceship is a spaceship, and yours is very well armed and has powerful legs. The planned armaments had struck Sigmund as soon as Adonis passed along Schaefer's specs. Without knowing what had killed the Laskins, weapons made sense. But defense wasn't the only explanation. An admirable fighting ship, if you were moved to sell it. But it isn't mine. There are those who would not ask. On Canyon, for example. Or, Sigmund theatrically stroked the spike of his beard, the isolationist party of Wunderland. Schaefer said nothing, but metaphorical wheels turned behind those spooky red eyes. No doubt about it, he'd thought of running. Unacceptable. Earth was in danger. It needed a pilot. Sigmund pressed on. Or you might be planning a career of piracy. A risky business, piracy. And I don't take the notion seriously. The hell he didn't. What I would like to say is this, Mr. Schaefer. A single entrepreneur, if he were sufficiently dishonest, could do terrible damage to the reputation of all human beings everywhere. Most species find it necessary to police the ethics of their own members, and we are no exception. It occurred to me that you might not take your ship to the neutron star at all, that you would take it elsewhere and sell it. The puppeteers do not make invulnerable war vessels. They are pacifists. Your skydiver is unique. More lies, of course. Planetary governments outfitted GP hulls as warships all the time. Skydiver was unique nonetheless, a warship about to be released into the control of a single civilian. Judging by his run-up debt, Schaefer didn't mind cutting a few corners. In the cause of Earth's defense, neither did Sigmund. Hence I've asked General Products to allow me to install a remote-control bomb in Skydiver. Since it is inside the hull cannot protect you. I had it installed this afternoon. Now, notice, if you have not reported within a week, I will set off the bomb. There are several worlds within a week's hyperspace flight of here, but all recognize the dominion of Earth. If you flee, you must leave your ship within a week, so I hardly think you will land on a non-habitable world. Clear? Schaefer stiffened. After a long while, he said softly, Clear. If I am wrong, you may take a lie detector test and prove it. Then you may punch me in the nose, and I will apologize handsomely. Schaefer shook his head. Feeling only twinges of guilt, Sigmund stood and walked from the bar. Chapter 7. Through surveillance cameras, Sigmund watched Schaefer float between sleeping plates. He wasn't sleeping. Schaefer's hands and face were flaming red and blistered. Whether from sunburn, how, from a cold, dead star, eluded Sigmund, or other reasons, his newly returned pilot was obviously in pain. The man belonged in an autodock, or at least pumped full of painkiller. This once, Adonis refused Sigmund's demands.
Answers first,
the puppeteer said. Turning his back on Sigmund, Adonis cantered next door into the sick room. Schaefer looked up. What can get through a General Products hull?
I hoped you would tell me.
The room lacked puppeteer furniture. Adonis leaned back on his single hind leg, looking ill at ease. And so I will. Gravity.
Do not play with me, Beowulf Schaefer. This matter is vital.
I'm not playing, Schaefer said. Does your world have a moon?
That information is classified,
Adonis replied. Any other answer would have shocked Sigmund. Schaefer's shrug became a wince. Do you know what happens when a moon gets too close to its primary?
It falls apart.
Why?
I do not know,
Adonis said, nor for that matter did Sigmund. Tides.
What is a tide?
The puppeteer asked. Sigmund started. A very interesting piece of data had just fallen into his lap. It seemed Schaefer had gotten it too. He was quiet for a long time. I'm going to try to tell you. The Earth's moon is almost 3,500 kilometers in diameter and does not rotate with respect to Earth. I want you to pick 2 rocks on the moon, one at the point nearest the Earth, one at the point farthest away.
Very well,
Adonis said. Now, isn't it obvious that if those rocks were left to themselves, they'd fall away from each other? They're in 2 different orbits, mind you, concentric orbits, one almost 3,500 kilometers outside the other. Yet those rocks are forced to move at the same orbital speed.
The one outside is moving faster.
Good point, Schaefer acknowledged. So there is a force trying to pull the moon apart. Gravity holds it together. bring the moon close enough to Earth, and those two rocks would simply float away.
I see. Then this tide tried to pull your ship apart. It was powerful enough in the life system of the Institute ship to pull the acceleration chairs out of their mounts.
And to crush a human being. Picture it. The ship's nose was just a few kilometers from the center of BVS-1. The tail was 100 meters farther out. Left to themselves, they'd have gone in completely different orbits. My head and feet tried to do the same thing when I got close enough.
Sigmund's mind flashed to the recovered video from cameras hidden aboard Skydiver. Video hastily scanned as GP personnel settled Schaefer in next door. Water bulbs, clipboards, voice recorder, all the loose paraphernalia on the bridge, shifting and vibrating as though with minds of their own. The panicked look on Schaefer's face as understanding struck. His doomed attempts to pull out of the ship's hyperbolic plunge. His mad scramble up the main access tube to the ship's center of gravity, where tidal effects would be almost nil. Schaefer spread-eagled, his spider-like limbs a-tremble, pressing against the smooth sides of the access tube. Slipping. Starlight blazing brighter and brighter through the transparent hull as the ship plummeted toward the neutron star. Gravitational lensing. Ha! That was the cause of the sunburn. In the vacated cabin, those same water bulbs, clipboards, voice recorder, now one by one hurtling into the bow. The impregnable hull ringing like a gong with each blow. Acceleration couches ripping loose to follow. Each collision tolling like a great cathedral bell. Schaefer slipping, a muscle tremor away from plummeting half the ship's length, splat, to join them. But Schaefer had only almost been torn loose, torn apart, to be daubed like paint across the ship's bow. That's why Schaefer was in such pain. Sigmund shook his head, his thoughts churning. Guilt? Certainly. But also exultation. Tides were no weapon. Jinx could hardly threaten Earth's fleets with a neutron star, and any gravity generator must surely crush itself before attaining such field strength. Adonis had remained on his script. We have deposited the residue of your pay with the bank of We Made It. One Sigmund Ausfaller, human, has frozen the account until your taxes are computed.
Figures, Schaefer said.
If Adonis understood his pilot's disgusted look, the puppeteer kept it to himself. If you will talk to reporters now, explaining what happened to the Institute ship, we will pay you 10,000 stars. We will pay cash so that you may use it immediately. It is urgent. There have been rumors.
Bring 'em in.
As though in an afterthought, Schaefer said,
I can also tell them that your world is moonless. That should be good for a footnote somewhere.
I do not understand. But two long necks had recoiled, and the puppeteer clearly fought not to paw the sick-room floor.
You'd know what a tide was if you had a moon. You couldn't avoid it.
Would you be interested in...
Adonis began. 1,000,000 stars? I'd be fascinated.
Schaefer beamed beatifically.
I'll even sign a contract if it states what we're hiding. How do you like being blackmailed for a change?
In the seclusion of the surveillance room, Sigmund felt his guilt had been assuaged just a bit. The throngs aboard the earthbound ship rivaled the worst Sigmund had encountered. For once, the crowding didn't faze him. He rubbed his chin, smooth-shaven again, and counted the days until home. The lounge was jammed. He bellied up to the bar. All things come to he who waits. Bored beauties, cold beer, and answers. Crushing debt was the essential reason Sigmund had picked Beowulf Schaefer. All those obligations left the out-of-work pilot subject to manipulation, but debt was not the only reason. The rumors Adonis feared were rumors no longer. Velasquez's deaths were common knowledge, and one press conference was not enough. General Products needed a very public and demonstrably independent explanation. They needed people to feel safe in a GP hull. And Sigmund, he needed a full account as well. He wanted all the details, including the ones you didn't volunteer to the ARM who coerced you into a suicide mission. Hence, in the hopes his pilot would survive whatever had killed the Laskins, Sigmund had a second criterion for picking Schaefer. In person, Schaefer was slick enough. He used an easy charm Sigmund could only envy. But old-school records showed plainly, writing made Beowulf freeze. Make the message formal, and the man couldn't string two words together. The hero of the hour went straight from his press conference to the autodoc to writer's block. He'd already been paid by General Products for the article. He had to write something.
Your order, sir.
Sigmund looked up. A Jinxian bartender waited to do his bidding. Sigmund named a microbrewery beer he'd grown fond of on We Made It. If you knew to look for it, and Sigmund did, the anonymous ad revealed its desperate author.
Wouldn't Beowulf be astonished to know Sigmund was the true employer of the very detail-oriented ghostwriter, so quick to respond to Bay's ad? Into Thin Space. Earth date 2645. Chapter 8. General Products Tower loomed over greater Los Angeles. From Nessus's vantage on its park-like rooftop terrace, arcologies and office buildings stretched in every direction as far as the eye could see. City lights bleached the stars from the night sky. On the streets and walkways far below, unseen human multitudes teemed. Most of them, just as most like Nessus, could never bear to leave their home world. The superficial resemblance to home made Nessus miss Hearth all the more. He didn't actually see those alien myriads 800 stories beneath his hooves. He wasn't about to approach the terrace's edge, despite its chest-high parapet. His head swiveled inward, and Nessus looked himself in the eyes, an ironic laugh. He had once approached a neutron star. He'd come orders of magnitude closer to it than any other of his kind. There was an important difference, of course. He'd run that risk for a reason. Recovering the Hal Clement wasn't like staring into a kilometers-deep abyss for fun. And though the BVS-1 mission had failed to rise to Nike's personal attention, someone in clandestine directorate had taken notice. It had earned Nessus reassignment to Earth. Perhaps here, with his expanded responsibilities, he'd have the opportunity to reap Nike's trust. A two-throated warble ended Nessus's reverie. He pivoted. He had company. "Beyond this point be monsters." Puck theatrically craned a neck as though to peer over the distant parapet. He'd entered human space more than a century ago, among the first. He knew the idioms. "Also, in the main lobby." The breeze riffled Nessus's aide's yellow and brown mane and tangled his decorative ribbons. Nessus said, "Then my callers have arrived?" "Right," Puck said. He untwisted a few ribbons with a mouth. "Shall I tell them you're briefly delayed?" "Escort them to the cargo floater lab. I'll join you there." Puck cantered to the nearest transfer booth. Nessus took a moment longer to absorb the droning murmur of the city. Earth in its entirety bore a population less than some cities on Hearth, and yet humans had spread across many solar systems. They were an insane and ambitious people. It was best to remember that. He stepped through the transfer booth into the lab, brushing flanks companionably with technicians, as he made his way to where Puck and two humans stood beside a grounded cargo floater. They looked up at the clicking of his hooves. Nessus read the insignia, Procurement Division, if the emblems could be trusted, and name badges on their ARM uniforms. "Colonel Kim, Major Robles, I am Nessus. How may I help you?" Kim was a tall, big-boned man with large ears and a broad forehead. He extended a hand in greeting, and then reclaimed it with an embarrassed look on his face. "Habit. You're in business development, Nessus, is that correct?" "Correct," Nessus agreed. Business development sounded so much more innocuous than threat assessment or spy. The cargo floater hovered half a meter above the lab floor. It did not as much as quiver as water sloshed back and forth in the open tank on its deck. More water arced in from the fat hose bucking in Robles' hands. Beads of spray dotted his hair, face, and shirt. "I don't believe it," Robles muttered to himself. A payload as simple as water, the clear plasteel box whose inside dimensions Robles had measured when empty. As water filled the tank, to know the growing load weight was basic math. "A recent upgrade," Nessus said modestly. He had studied human nature during his years on We Made It, and more in his short time here on Earth. Release an improved cargo floater to the commercial market, he had promised, and the ARM will beat a path to General Products' door. So it had come to pass. Not after the first product upgrade, nor the second, nor the third. And then ARM Research Labs, commonly called ARM, requested an appointment. They would very much like a demonstration of General Products' latest floater products. "Impressive," Kim said. "The load capacity, of course, but more so the real-time control. I haven't seen a bit of wobble. GP will sell a lot of those." He took out a pocket comp and called up a holo filled with text. "I'm interested in adapting it for naval use." "Naval use?" How would humans expect a confused puppeteer to act? General Products sold ship hulls. They didn't sell cabin gravity control. Nessus settled for a quizzical inflection.
Oh, I see. Cabin gravity to offset acceleration.
He read aloud in his best puzzled tones.
Dynamic response, power efficiency, form factor, field uniformity.
As Kim scrolled through his long list of specs, Nessus struggled not to wriggle his lip nodes in delight. Learn the limits of cabin gravity, and you knew the crew constraints on flight performance. ARM research labs had extrapolated capabilities from cargo floater gravity control to cabin gravity control. Nessus wasn't technical. He left it to General Products specialists to reverse engineer the process. He understood what was important. The ARM's formula, applied to the specs of the newest export model floater, implied cabin gravity improvements beyond the present, very secret naval standard. That was why these men were here. The specs of the previous model had generated no ARM interest. Between those limits, business development had just nicely bracketed a key parameter of ARM naval capability. Nessus's lips again struggled to wriggle. After some days of delay, to feign interest, he'd reluctantly tell Colonel Kim that the GP engineers couldn't build to these specific. Wall speakers trilled, pitched far above human audible range. The chords summoned everyone to the main auditorium for an announcement by the regional president. Grace notes indicated urgency rather than emergency.
I'll check,
Puck offered in the same voice register.
Excuse me,
he added for the humans' benefit. He joined the engineers and technicians suddenly queuing for the lab's transfer booths.
They're going to a departmental meeting,
Nessus dissembled.
Please continue.
Would General Products be interested in adopting its floater technology? Kim gestured at the cargo carrier, its man-tall tank nearly full. To shipboard use? The ARM would pay well for exclusivity.
I'm in marketing. Of course I'll say we're interested,
Nessus said. He paused for Kim's chuckle.
Our engineers will need to review the requirements.
Lab security cameras had captured Kim's hollow, of course, but the underlying records would add details. Water now lapped the top of the tank, ripples going over the edges and down the sides. Robles twisted the nozzle shut. He wiped spray from his face with a sleeve, still muttering his disbelief. Puck and the last of the techs had vanished. The alert tones finally stopped. What was happening?
You'll want to talk alone about the demo.
Nessus led his visitors to an empty alcove where they could consult about how best to transfer the technical specs. He withdrew to a polite distance. The illusion of privacy would let them activate discreetly whatever anti-eavesdropping devices they carried. Puck finally returned through the transfer booth. Looking relieved to find Nessus alone, he trotted over. His usually neat mane was disheveled. He managed to look himself in the eyes and paw the floor at the same time. The day must inevitably come when humans understood citizen speech. Had the ARMs carried bugs? He would have. Nessus dipped a head into a pocket of his utility belt to activate a jammer.
Puck, what's going on? I have good news and bad news,
Puck said. He tugged at one of the few ribbons left in his mane.
The good news is we're going home.
Home. That was excellent news. Images of Nike popped unbidden into Nessus's mind's eye. Still, it made no sense. Didn't General Products, didn't Clandestine Directorate, need a presence on the main human world? How bad could the bad news be? Surely not BVS-1 bad, and he'd survived that. And Puck was here, not curled into a ball in the main auditorium.
And the bad news?
Nessus prompted. With a shudder, Puck shook the remaining hints of order from his usually meticulously coiffed mane.
The bad news is the galaxy is dying.
Chapter 9. Earth had been at peace too long. Sigmund stood and stretched, thoroughly bored. When he'd signed up 4 years ago, ARMs were expected to dope down, or for naturals like him, dope up, on weekends. Paranoia at work, sanity at play. For 6 months now, the policy had extended to all time off. They waived the rule while you stayed in armed facilities. No one wanted to yo-yo daily. He shared the off-duty lounge this evening with Feather, a very foul-tempered Conan Murphy, and a pinch-faced newbie named Andrea Gerard. The newbie snored softly on the couch. Murphy and Feather watched soccer. The vid sound turned low. Murphy was always in a foul mood. Maybe it was his assignment. The cadet Alino looked scary, a bit like scaly, wingless dragons, but they loved humans. They'd been Kzinti slaves until humans freed their worlds during the Second Man-Kzin War. You watched the Kadatalino because this was the Bureau of Alien Affairs, and they were aliens. Not even the most dedicated paranoid had ever found cause for worry about them. Sleeping Beauty had been assigned to watching puppeteers. You could tell she still saw them as sock puppets selling pricey toys. For all Sigmund knew, she was right. He just didn't believe it. Puppeteers were secretive. They had tech far beyond humans and Kzinti. They didn't mind being called puppeteers for Tan's sake. And he'd never gotten over the feeling Adonis had pulled one over on him back on We Made It. He'd rather be working. Sigmund had been killing time online in a massively multiplayer quest game. His ranking tonight stank, but that might soon change. For motivation, he'd overridden the other players' avatar choices. In his HoloViews, from now on, the wizards and treasure hunters would appear as Kzinti and Jinxians. Never mind that he watched Jinxians for a living. He watched Kzinti, too, but unofficially. ARM higher-ups doubted his objectivity. Maybe someone botched a play. "What's this?" Feather announced. She caught Sigmund's eye and then glanced at the door to the small sleeping area. Sigmund and sleeping area. Sigmund and sleeping area. Feather had never mastered subtlety. She hadn't ever tried. "What about Murphy?" Sigmund mouthed. Murphy, oblivious, kept watching his vid. "You're such a prude," she said loudly. "Murphy, can I borrow your body for a while? Sigmund won't play." Sigmund sighed, embarrassed. "I've reconsidered." Murphy ignored them both. Sigmund let her tow him into the nap nook. It didn't matter that he was quiet, and he imagined Murphy and the awakened newbie exchanging grins. After floating between the sleeper plates, Sigmund said, "You and Murphy?" "Or the new girl, if you men both fail me." Feather laughed. "You're actually jealous." "No, I'm actually paranoid." He loved being able to say that aloud. And maybe he was jealous, too, although he knew Feather was yanking his chain. It was time to change the subject. "Things seem quiet tonight." "Every night." She raked her fingers through her hair, tonight emerald green with silver sparkles. It went with her mint green skin dye job. She favored colors as much as he avoided them. "We're all fossils. Eventually even Kzinti know when they're defeated." Feather would know. She kept an eye on the rat cats. She was trembling. Feather, who could rip a limb from a Kzin with her bare hands. Sigmund pecked her bare shoulder, just above where the contraceptive crystal was implanted. They both knew where ARMs got redirected when things got slow. "I know," he said softly. "I hate mother hunts," Feather burst out. "Those poor scared women." Desperate for a baby. Desperate enough to hide for months while their contraceptive implants dissolved. Desperate enough to forfeit their own lives if caught with an unlicensed child. "I know." What else could he say? He put an arm around her. Enforcing the fertility laws meant mother hunts, parental executions, and sterilization of the unlicensed offspring. Not enforcing the laws would mean utter chaos. You needed more than good genes to get a birthright license from the fertility board. You needed persistence. For a short while, he'd once read, Earth's population appeared to stabilize. During that period, the people without an aching need for children voluntarily thinned their ranks. After a lull, after the ambivalent, like the space-eager, had withdrawn themselves from the gene pool, Earth's population had exploded with a vengeance. Unchecked, today's 18 billion could double in a generation. "I want a child," Feather whispered. "I need a child." They were both natural paranoids. The fertility board had never, ever licensed a child to a paranoid parent. He kissed the nape of her neck. "I know." The squad room was as relaxed as Sigmund had left it after his last shift. People moseyed, or sat with their feet on their desks, or shot the breeze. Boredom is the sworn enemy of vigilance. He sifted through the latest intel, surveillance of recently arrived visiting Jinxians. He saw only business meetings and a club-wrecking night on the town. He skimmed recent publication abstracts from the Institute of Knowledge. He ordered a statistical survey of Jinxian emigration patterns. Newbie was also back on shift, lazily painting her fingernails. She hadn't spent enough time in alien affairs to earn her boredom. He strolled over. What are the puppeteers up to, Gerard? She fanned a hand, fingers spread, the wet polish gleaming.
Not a thing.
How do you know? Sigmund asked. She seemed far too relaxed. Calibrating meds was an art. The right dose for training wasn't necessarily the right dose on the job. Andrea Gerard swung her feet from her desk. Maybe she'd gotten the message.
Honest, Sigmund, I'm doing my job. Look.
She twiddled with her comp, and a graphic appeared.
Transfer booth usage by puppeteers. I watch North America, but I've asked around. The pattern's the same. Down, worldwide. The puppeteers are in their office buildings, minding their own business.
Sigmund's lips twitched at her little joke. The puppeteers did nothing but business. General Products had a presence in known space. Of the puppeteer government or governments, humans, Gazinti, and Cadatolino alike knew the same. Nothing. How long have they been doing whatever they're doing? He asked.
It's been quiet for days,
she said. Days of unexplained new behavior? Gerard's meds definitely needed to tweak. Who have you informed? He demanded. She named names, and Sigmund couldn't argue, so he turned back to her hollow. The transfer booth traffic looks about normal at the main spaceports.
Meeting incoming ships? They're importers, Sigmund.
She blew on her fingernails.
Don't you have Jinxians to watch?
Behind him, people sniggered. Was no one working today? Sigmund suddenly knew it wasn't only Newbie whose meds were too low. The docks had been dialed down. Without any threats on the horizon, why manufacture paranoia? That's just what Earth's enemies wanted the ARM to think. Maybe mother hunts weren't the worst thing. He kept studying the hollow, ignoring the squad-room laughter. Mojave Spaceport has a lull in visitors. Why is that? A hand came down heavily on his shoulder. Conan Murphy said, Give it a rest, Sigmund. Let the woman do her job. Sigmund returned to his desk. The Jinxians had done nothing suspicious in the minutes he'd been gone. Lying low, like the puppeteers? In conspiracy with the puppeteers? He leapt from his chair. To anyone in the room who might be listening, he explained, Puppeteers are cowards. Who or what are they avoiding? No one answered, and no one laughed. He perched on a corner of Newbie's desk. Andrea, you say the puppeteers are all in GP buildings. Now, tell me what they're doing. She couldn't. From what did Earth's puppeteers hide? Sigmund surfed the net, looking for inspiration. Riots after the World Cup semifinals, a teleportation system malfunction in Phoenix, some kind of a data collection problem, the ongoing corruption scandal in the Beijing City Council, starving mountain lions had attacked a hiker camped on Mount Shasta, celebrity gossip. What's the extent of the transfer booth outage? Sigmund asked. Others had silently gathered to watch. Someone reached past him to call up a map. A blotchy area ebbed and flowed, amoeba-like, the time-lapse view of the service disruption. Sporadically, a pseudopod reached out to graze Mojave Spaceport. Mojave was the only spaceport puppeteers seemed to be avoiding, because, cowards that they were, they shunned the area affected by the outage. Things aren't always what they seem. Were puppeteers gathering in GP buildings? Were they avoiding Mojave Spaceport? A sick conviction seized Sigmund. A data collection malfunction needn't mean the system couldn't work. It was a billing problem, and, by extension, a problem with tracking people's movements. Or puppeteers' movements. Any unusual flight activity at Mojave in the last few days? General Products had long stored an unsold colony ship at Mojave. Like all modern colony ships, it used GP's largest model hull. Sigmund had seen number 4s, and they were monsters, spheres a good third of a kilometer in diameter. A ship like that would carry a lot of puppeteers. Every puppeteer on Earth, perhaps? Boarded unseen through transfer booths? The colony ship had taken off yesterday. When inspectors began reporting back that GP buildings around the planet were empty, Sigmund wasn't at all surprised. Murmurs and mutters, intense whispers and heartfelt cussing, purposefully quick footsteps, all the sounds of a major investigation. Fear and dread gnawed at Sigmund's gut. He found the time to smile at Feather. They wouldn't be sent on a mother hunt any time soon. Chapter 10. The vastness commonly referred to as known space encompassed an approximate sphere of about 60 light-years in diameter. To apply that description, known took breathtaking hubris. Few solar systems in that enormous volume had ever been surveyed, much less settled. The gulfs between stars were, since the advent of hyperdrive, circumvented rather than traversed. Most of known space remained defiantly unknown, including, in a timely example, the location, presumably somewhere in the region, of the puppeteer world, or worlds. To our ignorance, Sigmund mused, we can add a new mystery. All the puppeteers who once visited the settled worlds of known space, worlds of all races, not only humans, had vanished. No one could say to where. Jinx, abruptly, was no longer Sigmund's designated worry. As the reports trickled in, sometimes unsolicited, as often triggered by Earth's frantic hyperwave queries, ARM HQ had decreed the need for a special task force to investigate the puppeteer disappearances, and they had named Sigmund to direct it. He'd reported as ordered to HQ in New York. His new office was barren, as ascetic as his black suit. He set the walls to window mode and gazed out over Manhattan. Freighters clogged the harbor. Cargo planes filled the skies over the bustling megalopolis. It seemed normal, and yet... A few clicks to the south, amid the tallest of Manhattan's office towers, the biggest stock market in Sol System was imploding. Sun glinted from the kilometers-tall spires of the financial community. People said that once you reached terminal velocity, the final seconds before impact were peaceful. No one could tell Sigmund how they knew that. That wasn't a constructive train of thought. He blanked the walls again, wondering where to start. 3Vs droned in neighboring offices. Across known space, slow-motion catastrophe unfolded. General Products had wiped out 3 races' hull production industries, and now GP was gone. Rebuilding the lost construction capacity would be the labor of years. Economic crisis began with starship builders and interstellar cruise lines. It spread to their subcontractors and investors, and to all their employees, of course. Then to clothing stores, restaurants, realtors, utilities. Soon enough, the pain would spread worlds wide. In a sudden cascade, the 3V murmurings blended into a louder and louder roar. Newsbots tuning in a breaking story. Sigmund had yet to download his preferences to the new office comp. He stuck his head into the hall. He couldn't quite place the voice on the newscast. "Come in, Ausfaller," a neighbor said. She was a petite Eurasian woman with too many facial piercings and a fondness for blue. Samantha, Selina, Sangita. Sigmund had met 24 people that morning. At this point, he couldn't remember anyone's name. He nodded. Some astronomical phenomenon occupied the hollow. A nebula, perhaps, but painfully bright and speckled with black. "Will you look at those radiation readings?" Sangita said. "It's like the inside of a solar flare, and the ship is still thousands of light-years away from it. And listen to the cabin ventilation fans whine." Away from it? Away from what? Sigmund wondered. The voice he couldn't quite place continued. "Chain reaction of supernova events long ago. Those dark motes are stars. They look black because they block the much hotter and brighter light streaming from behind." The corner logo read, in an ornate logo, JBC, the Jinx Broadcasting Company. Sigmund knew it well, long tracked by hyperwave. Was this a science show, an educational simulation? Why would something like that trigger significance filters here in ARM HQ? "We're fortunate to live a good 20,000 light years away. We wouldn't even know, except for this truly amazing vessel." A GP number 4 hull replaced the glowing patch. At this small scale, machinery filled every bit of the transparent hull. "It embodies an experimental puppeteer hyperdrive, capable of nearly a light-year every minute. I've returned the ship and made my report to General Products, my employers. Now I'm free to tell all of you." A light-year per minute? Sigmund was trying to grasp that when the crawler restarted at the bottom of the hollow. The crawler began, "Galactic core explosion revealed." The galactic core had exploded? 20,000 light-years. Had the puppeteers fled a danger at least 20,000 years into the future? And the JBC exclusive, why the connection with Jinx? The crawler inched along. "Only on JBC. Coming next, our exclusive interview with the pilot." The hollow cut to the pilot, the man whose voice was so familiar. His face was, too, a lean, pointy-chinned albino. Sigmund shook with fear. Puppeteers, Jinx, and now the pilot was Beowulf Schaefer. Chapter 11. Flee from danger. Gather for protection. Pawing the floor, Nessus struggled to defy eons of instinct. In the days since the report of the core explosion, citizens had evacuated Earth, as they had evacuated every other GP outpost. They sped as fast as the escape vessels could carry them, to Hearth, there to flee again. Here on Earth he must remain, unable to gather or flee. Nessus hid in one anonymous ship among hundreds on the tarmac at Outback Spaceport. Prying eyes could not see him through the paint that coated the interior of the impregnable hull. The airlock hatch was fake, bonded to a seamless hull. Access was possible only by transfer booth, and then only if he chose to reconnect the booth to power. His fuel tanks held tritium and deuterium to capacity. Anyone calling would reach only the liveried butler persona, to which his uncustomized human comm system defaulted. Given reserves, recycling, and synthesizers, he had air, water, and food, more or less indefinitely. Duty required him to stay. Logic called him safe. Instinct demanded that he launch immediately and rejoin the herd, and if returning was impossible, to roll himself into a tight little ball of denial. Instinct be damned. With a shudder of defiance, Nessus placed a call. The war room hummed. Sigmund got names wrong half the time, and that was progress. He'd gotten Feather assigned to him because she was good, and Andrea Gerard so she could learn something. The rest of the task force were supposedly experts in puppeteers or general products technology, or both. So far, he had only an ARM computer's word for it. Surmises lined the display walls, outnumbered by the open questions. Facts, beyond confirmations of the puppeteer's disappearance, were scarce. Hollows flashed over desks, comms trilled, chittered, and hummed. Knots of conversation formed and broke apart. Occasionally, the ventilation fans emerged from the din. They failed miserably at removing the smells of too many people. In a corner of the war room, two hulking strangers cowered before Feather's wrath. Whatever task they had failed to perform to her satisfaction, they would do better the next time. Feather was not someone you wanted angry at you. Above everything hung an aura of dread. Feather finished administering her tongue-lashing. As she headed his way, Sigmund's pocket comp buzzed with the tooth-rattling buzz that meant he really needed to take the call. His AI assistant did the filtering.
"You should take this, Sigmund,"
Medusa said. Snakes on her animated head hissed and coiled. His callers didn't face a green-skinned Gorgon, of course. They saw a primly coiffed woman named Georgia.
"It's a puppeteer."
Sigmund groaned. Since the United Nations had announced his task force, calls had streamed in by the thousands, all nutcases and cons of one sort or another, claiming to know the whereabouts of puppeteers, or to be a puppeteer. Every call had to be checked out, but not by him. At least the puppeteers with booming basso voices could be disregarded. "I'm sure it's a wonderful simulation, Medusa. Add it to the queue."
"Bear with me." Hiss. "Your caller said he met you on We Made It. The date checks out, and he has a voice Feather would kill for."
Feather reached Sigmund's side. He ushered her to his office and shut the door. Medusa transferred the call to a desktop comm, tracking him through the security cameras.
"He said his name is Nessus." Hiss. "It's a known puppeteer name. It first appears in the Hal Clement records. That file has no images of him. The name Nessus pops up regularly in our files for the past 3 years. The most recent instance is an arm procurement visit to GP days before the disappearances. There's surveillance imagery from that meeting, and the skin tone patterns match your caller."
Feather asked, "What's the call trace say?"
Hiss. "We can trace to Canaveral's spaceport. Triangulation from comm towers only tells us the area of the field. The call could come from any of dozens of vessels. That's showing caution enough that I presume the call originates elsewhere."
Sigmund knew the drill. Cascaded anonymizer relays, using accounts opened with many times laundered funds. A puppeteer in hiding would be that cautious. So would a knowledgeable impersonator. "Most or all of them GP hulls, I presume," Feather said. Medusa did not correct her. Sigmund found himself pacing. It made sense. If a puppeteer remained on Earth and chose to reveal himself, inside a GP hull was the safest place to be. But the very puppeteer who had recovered the derelict at BVS-1? Sigmund shivered. "Put Nessus through." In an instant, a puppeteer replaced Medusa, and the new image above the desk might have no more physical basis than the old. To animate an avatar was simple enough.
Mr. Ausfowler, the puppeteer said, you look different without the beard.
That Wunderlander beard. He'd forgotten all about it. He had started growing it on the trip out and had taken it off before arriving home. You say we've met, Nessus?
A slight exaggeration to get past your aide, Nessus said. We passed each other many times in the General Products Building. We were never introduced.
Sigmund floated a trial balloon. I mostly worked with GP's regional president, for we made it. Nessus made noises like glass breaking.
He was well above me in the company.
One moment. Sigmund tapped the mute and blind buttons. I did have a beard on We Made It, and the puppeteer I worked with had a name like that. This could be real.
Assume it is, Feather said. What does he want?
Let's find out. Sigmund unfroze the call. It seemed all puppeteers left rather abruptly last week. Now you called. I have to wonder why. The puppeteer took a one-head-high, one-head-low stance, the better to watch for danger.
I called, Sigmund Ausfowler, because you represent the UN's response to our exodus. I wish to arrange a private consultation with you.
Tiny spy bots covered Sigmund. Many more lined his pockets. Video, audio, global positioning, environmental. If something could be monitored and recorded in a compact manner, he carried sensors for it. He expected them to be jammed, but occasionally life dealt a pleasant surprise. Better to try and fail than to forever wonder.
You don't need to do this,
Feather said again. She smacked the transfer booth.
Step into a GP hull and you'll get out only if Nessus permits it.
Sigmund hardly needed help finding reasons to worry. Every puppeteer in known space has withdrawn or gone into hiding. It may well involve a danger to Earth. I can't imagine it's all been done so Nessus could harm me personally. The funny thing was, he meant it. ARM training had refocused his paranoia. Before he could have second thoughts, he pressed the transmit button. The glow panel on the destination booth switched off faster than he could exit. He was trapped. He stepped into what was clearly a cargo hold aboard a spaceship. He had long marveled how expressions survived the centuries. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Catch-22, My Brother's Keeper, Run Out of Steam. An overcrowded Earth had long ago eliminated cemeteries, and Sigmund had never seen one, but suddenly, his skin crawling, he knew what it must mean to whistle past the graveyard. His heart pounded. At ARM HQ, it was easy to say the puppeteers probably weren't after him personally. It was still him personally, here inside an impregnable spaceship, trapped and at the uncertain mercy of a hidden puppeteer. He remembered Astyanax's knife. A second transfer booth faced the one Sigmund had just vacated. As he watched, its interior lights activated. An opaque glob masked the address display. He couldn't budge the dried glue, or whatever it was, to read where this booth would send him. He walked in and pressed transmit. Once more, a booth went dark, dead. Behind a transparent partition, GP hull material, a puppeteer waited. His skin was cream-colored, with a few scattered tan patches. He was one of the scruffier ones Sigmund had ever seen, with little of the main ornamentation that appeared to denote status. Strikingly, one eye was red, the other yellow. Nessus, I presume.
Correct, Mr. Ausfowler. Thank you for coming.
The puppeteer pointed with a briefly straightened neck. A chair.
Please, make yourself comfortable.
The chair, the remotely deactivated transfer booth, and a standard synthesizer were the only furnishings. What if I brought a laser pistol? In truth, he'd considered it. Any wall he could see through, a laser pistol would shoot through, even hull material past visible light. Or am I talking to another hollow, with all this staging to make me believe otherwise? Nessus quivered.
I'm quite real, I assure you. No doubt you carry comm gear. Please take a moment to satisfy yourself it's been jammed. Although a scanner in the first ship revealed no weapons, you might have fooled it. If so, before you shoot anyone, consider that only I can reactivate your transfer booth. It is the single way out for you and whatever you hope to learn.
Sigmund got a drink bulb of cold water from the synthesizer and sat. I'm here to listen, no more. Why did you want to see me? Mention of a laser pistol made Nessus tremble. If he had kept any order to his mane, he'd have plucked it out now.
You have shown good faith in coming, Mr. Ausfowler.
But for the departed snowy beard, Ausfowler was much as Nessus remembered, short, middle-aged, and moon-faced, a bit thicker through the middle than 4 years earlier. He wore his hair natural, black, thick, and wavy. He still dressed in black, all the starker for his pale, undyed skin. An unimpressive specimen, until you saw those dark, dark eyes. Ausfowler's gaze was intense, piercing, unnerving.
I regret we did not get to know one another on We Made It, Nessus said. It might make this conversation easier.
Ausfowler shifted his drink bulb from hand to hand. The puppeteer I dealt with, the regional president, wanted to keep things between us. I can't begin to reproduce his name, but he had the most elaborate mane in the place. I thought of him as Adonis. Adonis? Nessus struggled to control his lips. This was no time for laughter, and if anyone on Earth studied citizen mannerisms, it would be ARMs.
My apologies, Mr. Ausfowler. Most of us at General Products take human-pronounceable names.
So did many citizens who would not dream of setting hoof off hearth. Human pseudonyms were quite the popular affectation back home, within the experimentalist party at least. Nessus's one-time boss had such a pseudonym, Achilles. All scouts were crazy, of course, but it took a particular insanity to assume the name of a legendary human warrior. At least Achilles had the wisdom not to offer that name to an ARM. But Adonis? His mane was garish, a fashion nightmare. Then again, what did citizen scouts, much less humans, know of proper mane styling? Not that fashion gaffes mattered. Nessus was increasingly of the opinion that all mane ornamentation was a pointless, time-wasting pretension. There was nothing like the coming end of everything to put things into perspective. Ausfowler squirmed in his chair. Adonis's real fake name doesn't concern me, Nessus, unless he's on Earth.
I'll get to the point, Nessus said. And no, he's not. You are doubtless aware of the recent discovery regarding the galactic core. As many have surmised, General Products personnel have returned home because of that news.
Ausfowler leaned forward. Why was the recall done in secrecy? Why so hastily? The radiation won't arrive for 20,000 years. Flee from danger, gather for protection. How could it be otherwise? Long before intelligence emerged, those without these instincts died in the mouths of predators.
What one thing does everyone on Earth know about puppeteers?
That you're cowards. Ausfowler took a long swallow from his drink bulb. No offense. Nessus said,
I'm not offended. We consider ourselves prudent. Among us, cowardice is a virtue.
He paused to scent the beverage, busying his heads when they yearned to pluck the tousled mess that was his mane. Human food lacked nutritional value for him, but warm carrot juice soothed him nonetheless.
We run from danger. We don't wait.
Sigmund considered. So everyone else went home immediately. How is home, wherever that is, any safer? A head defied Nessus's will, plunging to twist and pull at an errant tress. He brought the head back up.
You misunderstand. We must flee the galaxy.
And hang the consequences to the rest of us? Hang? Maybe Puck would have understood the metaphor. The rest of us was clear enough.
We verge on the purpose of this meeting. Unavoidably, General Products' departure impacts human worlds. It impacts Kzinti worlds, too, although that may concern you less.
Impact? Ausfowler snapped. That's quite the understatement. You were connected enough to ascertain my role and track me down. You must also have seen on the net what havoc GP's disappearance continues to cause. When I last checked, millions had lost their jobs. 100 billion stars or more have already evaporated from Sol's system's stock markets. The human was right, but so what? It changed nothing.
We can avoid danger, so we do. You have my regrets, if it matters.
It matters not at all. Ausfowler's cheek pulsed. Nor do I believe you arranged a meeting to extend futile apologies.
I didn't,
Nessus said.
My people avoid perils, however remote. ARMs worry about perils, no matter how improbable. Are we so different?
Ausfowler smiled. But paranoia isn't normal. Usually it's treated. The smile lacked humor, and hostile undertones lurked beneath treated. Nessus acknowledged a more personal similarity. Neither of us belongs. He ignored the pang of empathy.
You wonder if General Products intentionally caused this panic. Maybe you think we hope to exploit the situation. That isn't the case, Mr. Ausfaller. Having left the region, we have no use for human assets.
I'll try again. Why did you ask to see me? Ausfaller's tick throbbed.
Our reputation concerns us, Mr. Ausfaller. We want the United Nations to know we intend to honor our commitments. Various transactions remain to complete. Our many business relationships will require disentanglement.
And alone among all puppeteers, you've been picked to stay behind and handle this? Nessus, why sneak away? Why meet even now in secrecy?
Because other humans must feel as you do.
Nessus pawed at the floor, the motion blocked from Ausfaller's view by a desk.
In the interest of stability, would the UN have interfered with GP's departure if it could? You are thinking that we could have met at your office. Tell me, Sigmund, would I have been allowed thereafter to leave?
So you've been left behind to clean up GP's messes, all to protect the good name of puppeteers, Ausfaller said. That's your story. He hadn't responded to Nessus's questions. That was answer enough. Hearth's hidden location was its first and main defense. Nessus could not divulge, or be made to divulge, its coordinates. No citizen left Hearth without deep-rooted autonomic conditioning that would stop his hearts first. Now, in crisis, all citizens must move, and in flight, surely their risk of discovery swelled. How Nessus yearned to hide beneath his own belly.
Protecting our good name is my job, Mr. Ausfaller. Someday, in the distant future, your descendants and mine might meet in a safer neighborhood.
The ARM stood, frowning for reasons that eluded Nessus. Who are you really, Nessus?
I'm with the Warranty Department.
It sounded better than a human term Puck had suggested. Rear guard. And much, much better than expendable. Chapter 12. Carlos Wu was dark and slender, with straight black hair. Curiosity danced around his eyes, and a trace of whimsy. He seems normal enough, Sigmund thought. Carlos didn't look like someone the Fertility Board had awarded an unlimited parenting license. At age 18, Tangent. There ain't no fussy justice. Thank you for coming, Dr. Wu.
Just Carlos.
Then I'm Sigmund. He laced his fingers. You are probably wondering why I asked you in.
I'm not often asked to arm HQ,
Carlos answered. This doesn't happen often either. Sigmund called up a hollow of the core explosion. Assuming it has happened.
So that's why I'm here.
Carlos tipped his chair back against the wall.
Oh, it's happened, Sigmund. I've studied the data extensively.
Sigmund couldn't decide whether to be impressed or annoyed. Arm interest nonplussed most people, even astrophysicists. Until the infamous broadcast from Jinx, Sigmund had gone his entire life without meeting any. So the report holds up?
Oh, yes.
A very toothy smile.
Quite fascinating, really. In 20,000 years, we'll want to be elsewhere.
Sigmund found it difficult to care, and more difficult not to dislike Wu. How many billion descendants would this genius have by then? Nearer-term events concern me, Carlos. We're in a deep recession. The economists tell me the puppeteer exodus caused it. The staff exopsychologists accepted everything Nessus had told him. They said puppeteers would flee from the supernovae, repercussions to any other species be damned. Market crashes, recessions. So what? With a thud, Carlos righted his chair.
Ah, it would be reassuring to know why GP vanished. General Products must be very wealthy. If their purpose were nefarious, they'd have liquidated their assets before disappearing, maybe sold the market short.
Short selling was rather remote from astrophysics. Finance and accounting were Sigmund's fields, but Wu had no way to know that. Carlos mistook silence for confusion.
Shorting a stock is a bet on its decline. You borrow and sell shares, planning to return shares bought later at a lower price. If puppeteers meant to cause a market panic, they should have shorted a lot of stock.
Rather remote from astrophysics, also very perceptive. Sigmund began to like Wu. We've looked. GP left its assets here, and there's no evidence of short selling.
Then back to physics, Sigmund. The reported measurements and the instrument calibrations all check out. I assume my peers have told you the same.
Peers? Did Wu have peers? No one I spoke to was supposed to reveal their consultation.
Carlos chuckled. No one did. I assumed there were others.
Smartass. If the core explosion was real, then the Exodus was too. There'd be no reason for puppeteers to try bottom-fishing earthly stock markets. Sigmund said, I'd prefer to independently confirm the observations.
Me too, Carlos said. Not me, personally, but someone. Without the advanced hyperdrive, it's impossible.
And if we don't have it? Sigmund asked.
Carlos smiled. Until then, I'm afraid you'll have to trust me.
Diners chatted at antique iron tables, arrayed across an uneven red-brick patio. Horse-drawn carriages, cloppity-clop, made their way down the cobblestone street that fronted the Marina Bistro. Waves lapped against the shore and rocked the yachts at anchor. Seagulls wheeled overhead. Night was falling, but Sigmund had teleported in from California. Despite the aromas of peppers, curries, and ginger wafting from the kitchen, he wasn't ready for dinner. He sipped his pina colada, waiting, remembering a time before transfer booths. Since teleportation, nothing but prices stood between tourist hordes and beautiful little Caribbean islands like this. The 20-star drink in his hand didn't faze him. He could afford it. What did irk Sigmund was that his companion, now merrily devouring a fresh-caught lobster on Sigmund's tab, couldn't possibly know that. Anders Smith-Rashid was an off-the-books source. He wanted confidentiality and was entitled to it. They never met in an ARM office. Ander had picked both St. Croix and one of the most exclusive eateries on it. Ander's petty greed often correlated with the quality of his findings. Sigmund hoped today was such an occasion. Finally, Ander set down his fork and belched. He was massive, a weightlifter. Muscle rippled beneath his pink and purple bodysuit. The fabric put the sunset to shame, but it fit right in among the diners. Excellent, Sigmund. You should have joined me. Perhaps you'll reconsider for dessert. Perhaps. How was your trip? Sigmund prompted. Interesting. Iron scraping on brick. Ander pulled his chair closer. Fascinating fellow, young Schaefer. Quite the sightseer. From the beginning, please, Sigmund said. Right. I took transport to Jinx. I found Beowulf there, basking in the adulation of the public. The masses usually came to him, though. He likes the gravity control of the finer hotels. Jinxian gravity was 3 times that of We Made It. Sigmund tried to picture it. Jinxian short and stout like fire plugs, Schaefer tall and gaunt. The adoring women could have snapped him like a twig. Ander laughed. His sex life was the one thing I didn't ask about. Here's the short version. Beowulf has a weakness for the finer things. However generously the puppeteers paid him off 4 years ago, he seemed determined to burn through it. A speedboat roaring up to the pier made conversation impossible. Birds screeched their protests. Buoys clanged, softer and softer as the wake dissipated. After a while, Ander said, So, Sigmund, 4 years ago on We Made It, you heard what Bay heard. What did the puppeteers pay for your silence? Nothing. Sigmund knew Ander wouldn't believe that. It wasn't just that Sigmund hardly needed the money. If he had extorted a bribe, Adonis would have had leverage over him by threat of exposure. And somehow Sigmund always knew if anyone anywhere were ever to be caught for corruption, it would be him. None of which Sigmund had any intention of sharing. I told him General Products will have to owe me one. All right, then. Ander laughed cynically. Back to the free spending, Mr. Schaefer. He was delighted to run into me. The puppeteers probably no longer care whether Bay ever scripts a docudrama of his voyage to the galactic core. Jinx Broadcasting Company is another story. Schaefer thumbed an exclusive contract with JBC before he ever set out for the core. JBC still wants its show, and their execs were holding his feet to the fire. Having told no one I'd ghostwritten the story of his past past a neutron star, he was running out of ways to stall. Ander drained his Mai Tai and began flapping the miniature cocktail umbrella. It pays to have a distinctive writing style. Sigmund motioned for a fresh round. Slowly he coaxed out details. Schaefer with wanderlust and money burning a hole in his pocket. Winding up on Jinx. The inquiry from General Products to fly an experimental craft. Onder, did the puppeteers suspect something like the core explosion? Bay doesn't believe so. The puppeteer honcho described it as a publicity stunt, something to bring in investors. GP wanted help defraying the cost of miniaturizing the new drive. In the JBC vid, the ship had looked crammed. What's the ship like? Onder shrugged. It was long gone when I reached Jinx. Maybe a puppeteer pilot stayed behind after the exodus. Someone took off with it as soon as Bay vacated. Nessus had stayed behind on Earth, unseen. Why not another puppeteer on Jinx? The sky grew dark. Sigmund motioned for another round to keep Onder talking. Onder had been away for weeks. He had much to report. No one but human custodians in the GP building. A long talk with an astrophysicist in the Institute of Knowledge, Dr. Julian Forward. Forward repeated what Earth's scientists said. The data Schaefer brought back with him were self-consistent and without anomaly. The observations didn't, in every respect, match existing theory, but, according to Forward, reality is sometimes stubbornly like that. My man Bay doesn't much like the execs at General Products, Onder continued. Funny as hell listening to Beowulf talking about them. The regional president on Jinx was... Why Jinx? Sigmund interrupted. He could no longer hold back the question. Why did this expedition launch from Jinx? The short answer, I don't know. Schaefer doesn't know. Onder scratched his long nose, considering. Beowulf was told the GP shipyard on Jinx had idle capacity when it was needed. The puppeteers weren't eager to fly an experimental vessel, so the new drive was assembled in human space, counting on getting a human test pilot. Bay assumes GP approached him because he happened to be there and was in corporate files from the BVS-1 incident. Purely hearsay and speculation. For sure, Anders said cheerfully. You know, all this talking makes a man hungry. I'm told the creme brulee here is excellent. Churning mind, roiling stomach. Not for me, but go ahead. Sigmund waited for the waiter to take and return with Anders' order. So, perhaps the choice of Jinx has meaning. How can we know? Onder tore into his dessert, leaving Sigmund alone again with his thoughts. Truthfully, he saw no reason for puppeteers to conspire with Jinxians, or Beowulf to conspire with either. Schaefer fit in somehow, of that Sigmund was certain. But he had picked Schaefer back on We Made It. What was he missing now? Might the mission to the core have flown from Jinx simply because that's where Schaefer happened to be? Maybe. A ship that can go to the core goes across known space in no time flat. Onder blotted his lips with his napkin. With absolutely no data to back me up, I bet you're right. I know about Beowulf's blackmail scam because you told me. But there's no hint he ever told anyone. He certainly said nothing to me when I ghost wrote the BVS-1 saga. Since puppeteers consider blackmail a normal business practice, GP probably considers him reliable. They finally left the cafe, Onder a noticeably wealthier man than when he entered. Sigmund walked Onder to a transfer booth, then settled onto one of the benches at the end of an old wooden dock. He stared out to sea. The waves shattered the moon's reflection into a million pieces. An enormous jigsaw puzzle, it taunted him. Like puppeteers, Jinxians, and Beowulf Schaefer. Most Unusual. Earth date 2645. Chapter 13. A sharp tap-tap made Sigmund look up. Andrea Gerard, grinning, stood just outside his office. He wondered why she was so pleased with herself. Come in. What have you got?
Surprise,
Andrea said. She shut the door behind herself and sat.
Beowulf Schaefer is here on Earth.
Sigmund felt gut-punched. How? When? Andrea, oblivious, cracked her knuckles.
He arrived on a commercial liner from Jinx a week ago last Thursday. The passenger manifest listed Schaffner, B. Wolf. The name correlation software at Customs didn't recognize that as a person of interest. My aide just flagged it.
She held up her pocket comp, projecting a surveillance shot. A shock of snow-white hair leapt from the image, on a head that jutted high above the crowd. Red eyes glared from a tanned face.
Outback Spaceport. Feature matching says that's your buddy. at better than 99% confidence. He's apparently using tannin pills, not necessarily as a disguise. He would need those just to go outside.
That was Schaefer, all right. Barely enough of a name change not to trigger our entry protocols, Sigmund said. Also plausibly deniable as an honest mistake. It sounded too subtle for Schaefer. Jinxian connivance? Andrea shook her head.
What do Jinxians know of old English epic poems? My grandma always says, never attribute to malice what can be as easily attributed to stupidity.
Sigmund guessed her grandma wasn't an ARM. He got up from his chair, planting both hands flat on his desk, in what Feather called his "let me explain this to you in words of one syllable or less" stance. Andrea, think about it. This task force worries about puppeteers. Where they went, what it means. We don't know many things for sure. One is that the puppeteer disappearing act hurt Earth. Another is that Beowulf Schaefer is a serial accomplice of puppeteers. He's possibly the cause of their flight from known space. Third, there's but one puppeteer known to be left on Earth. Nessus claims to know me from the General Products building on We Made It. Schaefer was there at exactly the same time. Andrea, Tangent, you should have been tracking Schaefer at this task force's top priority level. This has nothing to do with, not that it's any of your business, my past interest in Jinx. He glowered at her. Are we clear? She had the good sense to stay quiet. Sigmund sat back down. He took several deep, calming breaths. That's water under the bridge. Where is Schaefer now? She looked down.
It's unclear. There's no record of him since a few hours after he arrived.
Come on, Andrea. A vein throbbed in Sigmund's temple. Follow the money. Hotel, transfer booths, this is basic.
I know, Sigmund. I tried to trace it, honest. Schaefer made an Earth friend on the ship. I traced Schaefer to the friend's home. If the friend has been picking up the tab, it'd explain Schaefer disappearing from the grid.
She's here because you wanted to train her, Sigmund reminded himself. Judging from my experience, he'd also be off the grid if he were conferring with Nessus. Schaefer's situation isn't unclear, Andrea. Tangent, you've lost him.
Aren't you curious about the friend? Andrea asked. Was that a trace of a smile? It's Gregory Pelton.
Sigmund watched aliens, human and other, not his fellow Flatlanders. Pelton was a common enough name, and it took a moment to click. The Gregory Pelton?
The very same.
Andrea reclaimed a trace of her former bravado.
One of the richest men on the planet.
Sigmund floated, exhausted, a wild-eyed feather draped across him. He'd once come across an odd saying, make love, not war. Feather tended to split the difference. Tonight was one of those nights.
How is she?
Feather said abruptly. She?
Andrea. Surely your little protégé has made it all better after her lapse.
A hand snaked up his bare thigh, lest he be obtuse.
Better.
He jerked, and not only because of her hand. Hardly.
Hardly?
Feather rolled onto her back, stretching luxuriously.
Because you don't play with your co-workers? Somehow that seems weak.
How about because Andrea was a dumb kid, a century younger than him? No, that also pointed out how much younger Andrea was than Feather. Drop it, please. Her hand remained, more personal than ever.
You know, that's too bad. There's always room for one more.
She resumed a state of intimate hostilities without waiting for an answer. Pelton's vestibule was a good 5 meters tall, with a bigger footprint than Sigmund's entire home. The personal transfer booth, which for most people who could afford one was a token of wealth, seemed lost in a corner. Sigmund admired the decor while he waited for Andrea Gerard. Massage chairs, pale plush carpet, hollow art, gourmet synthesizer, 2-story polished brass doors dominated one wall. Andrea stepped from the transfer booth. She almost managed not to gape.
I guess he believes his booth address is private.
Pelton was rich enough and connected enough that Sigmund hadn't dared pull his teleportation records without a subpoena. Half a century earlier, Pelton's great-great-etc. grandmother had invented the transfer booth system. Gregory, as far as the public record showed, was a ne'er-do-well enjoying her money. Perhaps no one was home. Sigmund had not called ahead. If Pelton were there, he could have been gone, and Schaefer with him, given any warning. And if Pelton was inside, he was now on the wrong side of the Emerald City-sized doors from his transfer booth. A flat-screen intercom was flush-mounted in the wall near the brass doors. Sigmund showed it his arm ident. "I'm here on official arm business to speak with Mr. Gregory Pelton."
"Someone will be right with you, sir."
The unctuous tone sounded like an AI butler program. The flat screen remained dark. A brass door soon opened. 2 women stood inside, wearing robes. One was short and petite, with a red dye job to her skin and improbably silver hair flowing to her waist. The other was taller, and, if only in comparison, stocky, with elaborately dyed, highlighted, and coiffed hair. Sigmund wondered inanely what Nessus would think of that hair.
"I'm Diana Guthrie,"
the shorter woman said. Her hand remained on an ornately carved door handle.
"This is Cheryl Yance. We're friends of Ella Gregory. What is this about?"
"I'm Agent Osfaller." He tipped his head at Andrea. "This is Agent Gerard. We'd like to speak with Mr. Pelton. Also Beowulf Schaefer, if he's still here." The taller one, Jans, started at the mention of Schaefer. Only Guthrie's name had popped out of the computer as a Pelton associate. Jans must be Guthrie's friend. "Are they here?" Sigmund prodded.
"Sorry, no."
Guthrie stepped forward, pulling the door closed behind her. Perhaps not coincidentally, she closed Jans inside.
"What's this about?"
Sigmund shrugged inwardly. You never knew what might be lying out in plain sight at someone's residence. "We're with the armed task force investigating the so-called puppeteer exodus." Sigmund stopped, waiting to see if Guthrie filled awkward silence with anything interesting. No such luck. She settled into a chair.
"I don't see how that involves Gregory."
Sigmund took out his pocket comp to try again. Note-taking also rattled some people. "Beowulf Schaefer, your friend's companion, knows several puppeteers. Mr. Pelton spent a great deal of time with Schaefer on their recent flight from Jinx."
"And you thought Gregory could tell you Bay's whereabouts?"
Guthrie adjusted the position of a hollow art frame on a teak side table.
"Yes, Bay was here."
"Was?" Andrea cleared her throat.
"Diana, may I call you that?"
She didn't wait for an answer.
"Why was Gregory on a commercial liner in the first place?"
Andrea was supposed to just listen, but that was an interesting question. Pelton had a lot of money. Guthrie said,
"Gregory has his own ship, as you would expect. He calls it Slower Than Infinity. He'd planned to take it to Jinx. He was having it refitted for the trip. The overhaul ran slow, I think because of a parts shortage. Yes, that's it. I remember now. A big supplier went bankrupt. Some key parts were hard to come by. It might have been a result of the puppeteer exodus, if that matters. Rather than rush the overhaul or postpone his trip, Gregory flew commercial."
Sigmund made a show of taking notes. "What was his urgent business on Jinx?" Guthrie stiffened.
"I don't see that it has anything to do with missing puppeteers, but I'll tell you. He'd made plans to go on a bandersnatchy safari. He wasn't about to miss that for anything."
She misunderstood Sigmund's reflexive shudder.
"I agree. I'm the world's biggest flatphobe."
Sigmund knew all about bandersnatchy. The white, slug-like Jinxian creatures were the ultimate big game, bigger than brontosauruses. The bandersnatchy were also intelligent, and hunting licenses were their main source of hard currency. The covenants that governed the safari trade restricted hunters' weapons to those that gave the prey a fair chance. Roughly 40% of hunters didn't make it back. Pelton must be crazy. "Let's go back a bit," Sigmund said. "You say Schaefer was here. Where is he now, with Pelton?" Guthrie shrugged.
"I assume they're still together. Where are they? That's a more difficult question. Gregory dragged Bay on to another adventure."
Andrea leaned forward confidentially.
"Diana, it's important that we speak with Mr. Schaefer. How can we get in touch with them?"
Guthrie seemed to wrestle with how much, if anything, to share.
"I'm a flatlander. I see nothing wrong with that. But I take pride in it. But Gregory, that's another story. He's been all around Sol System. He's been to a dozen other stars. He's hunted bandersnatchy and lived to talk about it. And still, to every spacer he meets, he's a flatlander. Being called that irritates the hell out of him."
She waved off Sigmund's scowl.
"I am answering you. Gregory's goal is to go somewhere so unusual, to do something so spectacular, it will demolish anyone who ever again dares to call him a Flatlander. So that's where he and Bay went, out to do something famously stupid.
Was it too late? "Medusa!" Sigmund shouted at his pocket comp. "Location of the private space yacht slower than infinity?" The familiar snarling crown of snakes' head materialized.
It left Earth 3 days ago, Sigmund. The flight plan took them out of the traffic control area and then switches to open. A maximum acceleration flight plan, Andrea guessed.
Medusa didn't correct her.
They'd already be out of the singularity.
Into hyperspace. On their way... where? Chapter 14. By the hundreds, citizens leapt, kicked, and pirouetted. Their bejeweled manes sparkled, resplendent. Hooves clicked and clattered against terrazzo, sometimes in unison, sometimes in staccato bursts, sometimes in a rolling, roaring crescendo. With a discordant trill, Achilles froze the grand ballet. He spent more and more time in the hollow show. Most days it was his only company. If he wasn't careful, some day he would fail to leave. Wind-blown grit pelted the hull of Remembrance. Visibility out the viewports was scarcely a few ship lengths. A thoroughly unpleasant world, he thought. Jinx was an enormous egg, tidally locked with its gas giant companion. By human convention, east was the direction that permanently faced Primary. East End and West End alike protruded above the atmosphere, home to vacuum-based industries. Jinx's mid-latitudes were habitable, if you could abide or compensate for the oppressively strong gravity. Most of the human populace lived in East Band. Ocean dominated the waste of Jinx, beneath a dense atmosphere. Survival anywhere in the equatorial band took high-pressure gear. Few visitors came. Bandersnatchy, the size of mountains, roamed the tropical shorelines. But Bandersnatchy couldn't climb mountains. Jinx's equatorial highlands held nothing to interest anyone, so there Achilles hid. The turbid atmosphere impeded observation from space. Geysers all about disguised Remembrance's heat signature, their thick, sulphurous fumes an additional disguise. I could go undetected here for years, he thought, too lonely for the notion to cheer him. Someone had to unwind General Product's dealings with the Jinxians, and so he did, day after day, through chains of intermediaries, radio relays, and layer upon layer of network anonymizing services. He remembered calculating that the caretakers who stayed behind on the worlds of known space would earn the gratitude of those who led from behind. He remembered the shocked silence when, volunteering, he'd grandly proclaimed, "Achilles was only vulnerable when he presented his heel." That was a moment of insane bluster his superiors would not soon forget. He restarted the dance. The human stared wide-eyed through the impregnable walls of his transparent enclosure. His hands shook. Sweat trickled down his face and neck and soaked his shirt. He panted for breath. Molecular filters in the transfer booth ceiling could as easily supply oxygen as remove it. Achilles had yet to decide whether to bother. He watched in silence. "You abused my hospitality, Ernest," Achilles finally said, his voice flat with rage. In one mouth he clutched the tiny radio beacon his visitor had thought to smuggle aboard. An earlier stage in the teleportation relay had separated man and device. "You insulted my intelligence." "It won't happen again," Ernest wheezed softly. Achilles strained to make out the words. "True," he answered, and fear blossomed on his captive's face. Someone might deserve to die, but it wasn't this pawn. Someone far above Ernest and the Jinxian syndicate had given this messenger a beacon. So much for the supposed emergency that had detained Achilles' customary visitor. She, clearly, had been wise enough not to take the risk. How much, Achilles wondered, would the government have paid for the location of the last puppeteer on Jinx? "It would not have worked anyway," Achilles continued. "Active shielding cancels any unauthorized transmissions from this place." Ernest's face was pale blue, of hypoxia, not fashion. His eyes darted about desperately. He said nothing, whether recognizing the futility or conserving what little oxygen remained. Achilles flipped the useless bug into the air and caught it. Tossed and caught. Tossed and caught. "Perhaps your masters thought to trace the path by which visitors arrive." Toss and catch. My precautionary measures, of course, extend to that route. Had they sensed any signal beyond their abilities to block, you would not have survived even this long. Were those precautions sure to forestall the smuggling of beacons or weapons? Certainty was impossible to prove. Somehow Achilles managed not to pluck at his mane. His doubts must remain secret. Dead or alive, returning Ernest made a point. Achilles tongued a control console, exchanging the stale air above Ernest's sweat-sodden head with fresh. Inside the tiny cell, a hidden fan whirred to life. The human gulped in air. "Take a message back to your superiors," Achilles said. "They have forfeited any payment from me for a year. Any future dealings will be accomplished solely by vid. Tell them." A wriggle of lip nodes sent the mobster on his way. To the solitude of his surroundings, Achilles added a raucous chord of evil music, an old curse. Achilles tried to keep busy. On good days, he lost himself in research. Once he'd considered himself a physicist. He'd been posted to Kazin itself, gleaning subtle wisdom from experiments Kazinti scientists were rash enough to perform. Some days he even found an eerie fascination in Kazinti daring. And then the BVS-1 expedition had come. He'd been promoted to We Made It, expressly to oversee the Neutron Star mission, but there was never time to plumb its findings. Another promotion, from We Made It to the larger General Products Office on Jinx, only delayed his research. Now he had all the time he could ever want to study the BVS-1 data. Every day he found it harder and harder to care. Each morning, utterly alone, he hoped his reward, in fame and privileges, would match his sacrifice. Then he would picture the other sacrificial few who had remained behind, one to a solar system. At some time or another he'd met most of them. They were all misfits, especially that social climber Nessus. In his heart, Achilles knew that was how everyone on Hearth would see him, and it could only get worse. Those willing to leave home, the scouts, had always been suspect. Then came the calamitous news, the shock that had plunged almost everyone into despair. He'd been one of the few on Jinx to remain functioning. How they'd struggled to move the catatonic, belly-hugging hundreds to the embarkation points. How he ached, imagining their unceremonious offloading from the evacuation ship. The herd would now disdain scouts more than ever. Somehow the howling wind sounded lonely. Now that he'd begun to crave even human contact, he did not dare to meet with them. Achilles synthed some grasses and grain mush. He chewed mechanically, wondering, is it too early today to resume the dance? Is it too soon to propose to those who lead from behind that he could safely return home? An alert chord, strident and vibrato, chased away his introspection. Who could possibly be using this comm ID? He answered, cautiously, 88326770. "My General Products Hall has failed," said a human stranger. Achilles had responded voice only, not so his callers. The man who spoke was unimposing by Jinxian standards, but bulky by the norms of every other human world. He looked like a bull next to his spindly companion. Beowulf Schaefer. But a hull failure? That was impossible. The coincidence of Schaefer's presence faded to insignificance. "I beg your pardon," Achilles said. "My name is Gregory Pelton. 12 years ago I bought a number 2 hull from General Products. A month and a half ago it failed. We've spent the intervening time limping home. May I speak to a puppeteer?" Achilles turned on his camera, wondering if Schaefer would recognize him. What was it about Schaefer and unsuspected vulnerabilities in GP hulls? Achilles tried to ignore the lethally dense atmosphere outside and the stampede of doubts whether remembrance would protect him. "This is quite serious. Naturally, we will pay the indemnity in full. Would you mind detailing the circumstances?" Pelton didn't mind at all. He was vehement. He went on at length about the exotic properties of the nascent solar system they just explored. "I see," Achilles said. He did. The two were fools. "Our apologies are insufficient, of course, but you will understand that it was a natural mistake. We did not think that antimatter was available anywhere in the galaxy, especially in such quantity." The humans twitched. Pelton's voice became curiously soft. "Antimatter?" "Of course. We have no excuse, of course, but you should have realized it at once.
Interstellar gas of normal matter had polished the planet's surface with minuscule explosions, had raised the temperature of the proto-sun beyond any rational estimate, and was causing a truly incredible radiation hazard. Did you not even wonder about these things? You knew that the system was from beyond the galaxy. Humans are supposed to be highly curious, are they not? The hull, Pelton said. His stunned expression appended a question mark. A general product's hull is an artificially generated molecule with interatomic bonds artificially strengthened by a small power plant. Achilles was deep into the explanation before he realized what valuable information he was imparting. How starved he was for companionship. Too late now to stop. The strengthened molecular bonds are proof against any kind of impact and heat into the hundreds of thousands of degrees. But when enough of the atoms had been obliterated by antimatter explosions, the molecule naturally fell apart. Pelton nodded, apparently struck speechless. Achilles said, "When may we expect you to collect your indemnity? I gather no human was killed. This is fortunate, since our funds are low." Rather than answer, Pelton broke the connection. Achilles assumed Pelton would call back. Until then, it was unclear whether he or the humans were more appalled. Chapter 15. Klaxon screamed. From the hollow that suddenly hovered over Sigmund's desk, a grim-faced man spoke rapidly. The name tag on his uniform said Rickman. "Attention, ARM! Repeat, attention, ARM! Jinx is under attack!" The vanished puppeteers demanded all Sigmund's time. He had had to trust others to keep watch on Jinx. Only very high-priority matters now made it past his message filter. Rickman's message was coded Cosmic. Priorities didn't come any higher. All the colony worlds were prickly about their independence, Jinx more than most. They would call for arm help only under the direst of circumstances. Sigmund killed the audible alarm. Blinking icons in a corner of the hollow indicated double encryption in ARM and Jinx Defense Force standards. He squinted at routing codes beneath the icons. The recording had passed through Southworth Station, the hyperwave relay out past Pluto, and James P. Bain Station, in a similar orbit just outside Sirius A's singularity. It looked frighteningly authentic. "We've spotted a ship-sized object plunging into Sirius system at 8/10 light speed. Repeat, 0.8 C. Preliminary observations suggested that it's altering course." Aiming? People filled the hallway outside Sigmund's office. "Kazinti?" someone whispered. Others murmured agreement. Armed naval forces must be scrambling. If Jinx was under attack, why not also Earth? And who but the Ratcats would try it? Near light speed meant a kinetic kill weapon. A ship-sized mass going that fast was a planet buster. How could you stop it? No one would survive the impact. How had the Ratcats managed this? Jinx to Bane and then Southworth to Earth. Those light-speed crawls in the gravity wells meant almost a day's delay. Was Jinx still there? "Quiet, everyone," Sigmund snapped. And then, in the streaming message, a woman in JDF uniform whispered into Rickman's ear. "A moment," Rickman said. He turned his back to the camera. Men and women huddled. "The transmission is muted," Medusa said. "I lip-read something about a radio contact, presumably with the intruder. Now I can't hear or lip-read." Sigmund wondered, who mutes an end-of-the-world message? Rickman turned back to the camera. Anger had replaced fear in his eyes. "We've just gotten a message from the object. It's owned by a futzy flatlander named Gregory Pelton. He's demanding rescue. He's decelerating, so it's probably not an attack. Have you got anything on this yachts?" Sigmund sent. Respectable citizen, no record of wrongdoing. Thinking, respectable until he began consorting with Beowulf Schaefer. The Jinxians didn't need to know about those suspicions. But from where was Pelton returning? And how, at 8/10 of C in Einstein space? The transfer booth delivered Sigmund from ARM HQ to Atlantis? Beyond a picture window, a stingray rippled languidly. Coral glistened in crystalline, sunlit waters. Carlos Wu emerged from a shadowed alcove of the vestibule. "I do apologize, Agent Ausfaller. I enjoy the reactions too much to forewarn guests." "I thought I was transferring to your home," Sigmund said. He tried to ignore the tons of water pressure striving to crush that window. The lobby decor favored shells, driftwood, fishing nets, and seascapes.
like a seafood restaurant designed by a really exclusive interior designer.
"This is home." Carlos smiled disingenuously. "It happens to nestle inside the Great Barrier Reef."
It took more than money to live somewhere so ecologically fragile. It took a UN license. One more perk for the genetically golden. Then Feather stepped through, and the confusion on her face was priceless. Sigmund excused their host. "Dr. Carlos Wu, Agent Feather Philippe."
"Just Carlos."
Carlos shook Feather's hand enthusiastically. He offered beverages and snacks, pointed out a lionfish hiding in a crevice of the reef, and generally bubbled with enthusiasm. Annoyingly charming, Sigmund thought. Or is there more to Wu's animation than that? A quick data dive had shown Wu used to hang around with Cheryl Yance. Had she contacted him since meeting Schaefer? "Thanks for seeing us on such short notice, Carlos."
"Sit."
Their host gestured at massage chairs.
"You're welcome, of course. I'm glad to help. At least I assume I am. You didn't really explain. Not another galactic explosion, I hope?"
"Nothing so dramatic," Sigmund said. "Not quite. It may still merit a few minutes' conversation with an astrophysical genius." The Jinx Defense Force had yet to admit publicly to its brief panic. If no one else revealed the intruder, Sigmund guessed the JDF meant to keep it secret. Feather shifted in her chair.
"Here's a hypothetical question. Say I wanted to accelerate a large object, ship-sized, up to, say 80% of light speed. How would I do that?" "I'd need other parameters."
Carlos fidgeted with the conch shell from his coffee table.
"But what's the point? Hyperdrive moves ships at faster than light."
"Hypothetical," Feather repeated. Carlos raised the conch to his lips and blew. A note sounded, deep, resonant, and haunting. Charm or nerves? Sigmund wondered again. From some random corner of his mind came an image, some Renaissance sketch seen long ago at the Getty Museum. Triton blowing a conch shell, he thought it was called. A Caravaggio, maybe? No, Carracci. Every puppeteer Sigmund had ever met had a name from human mythology, usually Greek. He didn't recall meeting a Triton. That proved nothing. Sigmund was terrible with names. Carlos lowered his horn.
"The obvious answer is a ram scoop. All the early unmanned interstellar probes were ram scoops. After the crew shielding problem was solved, colony ships were also ram scoops. All before we got hyperdrive, of course."
"Of course," Sigmund said.
"And an answer you obviously didn't need me for."
Carlos turned the conch over and over in his hands.
"How long do I have? To accelerate the ship, that is."
"About 3 months," Sigmund said. Pelton and Schaefer were gone from Earth for 3 months before they came barreling out of space to terrorize Jinx.
"Too little time for a ram scoop."
More tuneless, conch-amplified whistling. The stingray grew bored and left. A school of silvery fish zigzagged past.
"That's a tough one," Carlos finally decided. "It's too short for thrusters or fusion engines, even assuming a ship could carry enough fuel for the job."
Carlos set down his conch and stood abruptly.
"Forgive my manners. Can I get either of you something to drink?"
He'd offered refreshments minutes earlier. Was Wu stalling or just very polite? Maybe it was tough to be a genius, and Wu was embarrassed to be without an answer. Sigmund shook his head.
"Nothing for me,"
Feather said. She stood too, and went to peer out at the reef.
"Very relaxing."
She turned away from the window wall.
"Too relaxing. Carlos, back to business. Call me a dumb cop, but I don't get it. I've been on ships that go a light year in 3 days. Why can't a ship approach light speed in 3 months? Why not simply slow down less coming out of hyperspace?" "Hardly dumb, Feather. Those are astute questions."
Carlos joined her at the glass. He pointed into the sea.
"A fish in water and a fish in air are quite different things. Normal space and hyperspace are different too."
What was with the trite metaphor, Sigmund wondered. Was Carlos flirting? Women begged to have Wu's children. Women with birthing licenses, of course. Sigmund couldn't imagine Carlos having an interest in an ARM skits. Once a ship is out of the singularity, whatever its speed, it can jump to hyperspace, right?
"Right,"
Carlos said. And in hyperspace it moves a light year in 3 days, Sigmund went on. Carlos reached into a seascape beside the window. Frigate and Storm vanished, revealing a synthesizer. The unseen sensor restored the hollow as his hand withdrew. clasping a glass of water.
Unless it's the long shot. Then it does a light year in not much over a minute.
And when the ship exits hyperspace? Sigmund asked.
It has the same speed, neither faster nor slower, as when it entered. Velocity in Einstein space and hyperspace are independent. So it can't be done.
Feather smiled.
Hypothetically, that is. Unless it has happened. Your interest suggests that it has.
Carlos sipped slowly. Ice cubes tinkled.
Reality trumps theory every time. So I'm going to venture a guess. I say the outsiders.
Chapter 16.
I have studied your report,
Nike said. His voices and bright eyes were distinctive, his build lithe and slight. His hide was pure cream, remarkably free of markings. Plush orange ribbons, experimentalist colors, adorned his ornately braided mane.
You were correct to request an urgent consultation.
Achilles shivered with surprise. Nike himself. Clandestine directorate by its nature dealt with off-world hazards, but those who led from behind remained, naturally, on Hearth. But hyperwave radio did not work within the planetary singularity. Nike had traveled deep into space to confer personally, as had Achilles, although there were none on Jinx to whom he might have delegated. In Remembrance's main bridge viewport, Sirius burned brightly, a distant spark.
I felt it important that you be made aware.
Pelton claimed to have bought from the outsiders the coordinates of the most unusual world in known space, an antimatter world, orbiting an antimatter sun, surely qualified. Achilles managed to wonder if Nike was suitably impressed with that calm understatement. With the entire population of 6 worlds already in flight, he had uncovered a new catastrophe in the making. An entire antimatter solar system hurtled through known space, and he had deduced its existence. He had ascertained humans knew its location. The peril was immeasurable, and far closer than the blast front onrushing from the galactic core explosion.
There's no question a general products hull was destroyed,
Nike probed. The undertones encouraged any ambiguity, however small. Achilles replied with arpeggios of confident certainty.
None, I regret to say. I examined what remains of slower than infinity. Hyperdrive, life system, fusion reactor, everything. They're covered in a powdery residue. Spectral analysis proves it's remnant hull material. If you doubt the cause, you must still believe the destruction of a general products hull. Very well, Nike answered. If I must believe that much, and experts here confirm your conclusions, then I must accept these humans encountered vast amounts of antimatter. And they say the outsiders ferried them to this antimatter solar system?
Was that a tremor in Nike's voice? If so, Achilles empathized. The outsiders were the galaxy's elder race. Beings of liquid helium, they shunned the warmth favored by every other intelligent species. They traveled the galaxy, trading with everyone, mostly for knowledge. Their science and technology far exceeded that of all others. They possessed unimaginable power. And yet, outsider access to the antimatter solar system wasn't what terrified Achilles. The outsiders appeared as free of aggression as citizens themselves. The same could not be said of humans. Large predators had been exterminated on Hearth millennia ago. Citizens worried about all technically advanced races, of course, but spacefaring carnivores evoked instinctive horror. Dread and loathing of the Kzinti blinded his people to the dangers of other races. Humans were violent, curious, expansionist. Much was forgiven them as a counterweight for the Kzinti. Too much, Achilles thought. But humans with antimatter? Achilles shuddered.
The ferry service by the outsiders is good news, Excellency. It implies the antimatter solar system is passing at speeds otherwise inaccessible to the humans.
Nike bobbed heads in cautious agreement.
It would be good to believe that.
If I can convince Nike, Achilles thought, I have done Hearth and my career a great service.
Pelton's initial radio contact with me was greatly blue-shifted. That is, the wrecked ship came at Jinx at relativistic speeds.
Roughly 0.8 light speed.
Why is that significant? Nike trilled. With hyperdrive, humans lack a reason to go that fast in normal space. Can they, if they so wish? With a ram scoop, certainly, and given several months, but slower than infinity is no ram scoop.
Not with any technology humans currently use. I saw only standard gear in the remains of their ship.
Achilles plucked his mane, unable to restrain himself. Braking to rendezvous speeds had taken Pelton a long time. Again and again the crippled ship, its gravity drag glowing red-hot, had raced through Sirius system. After each passage, perceptibly slowed, the ship had dropped back into hyperspace, circling around Sirius to repeat the process. Gravity drag didn't work in reverse.
The Outsiders towed Pelton's ship, Achilles concluded. That's the only way slower than Infinity could have achieved that speed.
Nike was quiet for a long time, considering.
The reappearance of this Beowulf Schaefer troubles me.
That had been Achilles' initial reaction. He'd have the time to conclude otherwise.
Respectfully, Deputy Minister, Schaefer's presence explains much. The ship Schaefer named the Longshot was experimental and hideously expensive for general products to equip. Had something gone wrong on the way to or from the galactic core, our ship would almost certainly have been beyond our ability to recover. Before I dispatched Schaefer, I personally hyperwaved several outsider ships. I encouraged them to pass the word. Had the Longshot broken down, the Outsiders might have been able to salvage our ship.
I see,
Nike said.
Then Pelton's distress call used the net address you had left with the Outsiders for Schaefer to use.
Correct.
And the two humans intend to keep their discovery secret until Pelton can make some grand expedition there.
So Pelton claims, and he appears sincere,
Achilles agreed again.
Regardless, the antimatter system must be moving at such great speed. Their knowledge of its existence cannot long be a danger to us.
A moment, please.
Nike's side of the link froze, muted, and Achilles imagined urgent consultation.
My advisors here concur with your well-reasoned assessment, as do I.
Achilles trembled with pride and relief.
Then the matter is—
I have one reservation, Nike interrupted. Agreed, the threat appears short-term. If a human government became involved, however, they might surprise us. We must keep an eye on Pelton and Schaefer.
Chapter 17. Singly and in small groups, citizens strolled, trotted, and cantered across the display walls of Gambler. The clatter of hooves, the harmonies of fellowship, well-known faces, well-remembered mannerisms, comforting presences. All gone. The merest intimation of the looped recording penetrated Nessus's consciousness. If he could, he might never unclench from the limbless ball of flesh he had become. When the air within grew unbearably stale, he loosened just a little, and the sights and sounds briefly returned. Did they console him? Chastise him for having deserted them? Both, perhaps, in equal measure. All Nessus knew for certain was he could not bear to turn them off. The evacuation ship was long overdue at Hearth. There was no message, no emergency buoy, no hope. Everyone assumed a pilot too eager for home, or too numbed by the horror of the core explosion, had delayed a moment too long to drop from hyperspace. One more vessel, with all his friends and colleagues, presumed sacrificed to the hungry maw of a singularity. From the universe outside his belly came Puck's voices, wry and wise. With a wail of despair, Nessus pulled his flesh tight over his heads. Abandonment hurt. The first time came long before he took on the name Nessus. Did he even know so young that other worlds existed? Other intelligent species? Probably not. He was but 3 years old then, and scarcely withers high to an adult. He remembered idly peeling the bark from a fallen twig, rolling the crumbs of husk between lip nodes. "You're odd," someone warbled from the depths of the herd. He couldn't see who.
Odd,
echoed another unidentifiable voice. More joined in. Odd, odd, odd. Chanting filled the air. It echoed from the high walls that surrounded the playfield. Odd, odd, odd. In the distance, adults watched, lips curled in disdain.
I'm not odd,
he insisted, unsure of the word. He could not help but understand the herd posture. In all directions the group receded. Emptiness formed around him. He lowered his head submissively.
I'm not odd,
he gurgled softly, knowing that he must be. Still the adults did nothing. Odd must be a bad thing. His head sank lower. He noticed more things than his playmates. Was that bad? He still craved their company. He still needed to belong. He edged toward flockmates he thought were his friends.
"Let's play,"
he sang. They whistled dismay and sidled away. In despair, he fell to the ground. His necks drooped, aching to wrap themselves tightly against his belly. He had once cut himself on a broken toy. The gash had hurt, but not nearly so much as his parents' paralyzed expressions of horror. Banishment hurt far worse. Then, with a random glance, his life had changed forever. Through meadow plant tattered by 1,000 little hooves, a bit of stone poked. A vein in the rock sparkled. He shifted a head this way and that, studying it. He'd never seen anything like it.
"Why does it shine so?"
he asked aloud. He ripped at the turf, fascinated, prying the stone free of the entangling roots. When did the taunts fade to silence? He did not notice. Eventually he became aware of younglings huddled around him, necks craned to discern why he ignored their shunning. He learned that day that he would never fit in, and something else, to take solace in the wonders of the world around him. It was, although it would be years before he knew it, the first step toward becoming a scout. Nessus wasn't yet ready to deal with the world, but he knew, when the time came, salvation must again come from somewhere outside himself. Screams of terror yanked Nessus, flanks heaving in fear and shock, from the depths of catatonia. His head darted about, seeking peril. The message light flickered on his main console. His failure to acknowledge it had set off the shrieking alarm. How overdue was his response?
"Alarm off. Play the message."
A hologram appeared. Nike, he noted apathetically. Nike, the leader of clandestine directorate. Nike, the rising star of the experimentalist party. Nike, the charismatic. Nike, for whose notice Nessus had, so far without success, volunteered for one dangerous assignment after another. That he could be so indifferent shocked Nessus. He forced himself to replay the recording. The holographic Nike said,
"An urgent matter has arisen. Its resolution must be your top priority."
In growing horror, Nessus listened. Limitless quantities of antimatter, the location known only to 2 humans, now on their way to Earth. He needed, somehow, to watch the humans. The outsiders also knew the coordinates, of course. They wanted an exorbitant payment to reveal the information. There was no reason to pay them, unless...
"This is most critical, Nessus," Nike stressed. "We must know if the humans attempt to return. A repeat expedition would almost surely fail like the first, and yet my experts believe it is possible, given enough resources, for the humans to return with dangerous amounts of antimatter. We must know if that becomes a risk, at least until the antimatter system moves beyond the humans' possible reach. Everyone on Hearth is depending on you."
Damning him to stay here and keep watch, alone, for years. "Your credentials are satisfactory," the woman called Irina Gorichka told Nessus. As much of her skin as Nessus could see was dyed red and white. Her stripes reminded him of a candy cane. Her companion, the man introduced as Gerald House, had covered his cheeks in stylized yellow stars. Both had shaved their heads. So, General Products payment, circuitously routed, had cleared. Nessus studied his callers, at once fascinated and appalled. Dealings with aliens always involved stress. These were renegades among aliens. How much less trustworthy did that make them? These were avatars he viewed, not people. Those who might provide the services he sought did not reveal themselves to strangers, especially strangers who refused to reveal themselves. Nor was Nessus about to disclose himself. He presented only one face now, and it was human. Almost certainly the faces and voices presented to him were as illusory as those he offered. On the other side of the call, they might be 2 or 10, men or women. Nessus's human avatar, all the while, stared impassively.
"I assured you that I had adequate funds."
"You'll need them," House said. "These are well-connected people. Pelton himself cannot be monitored directly. He can afford every kind of protection. From our initial survey, it appears he uses them all. Sentries, alarm systems, home office and on his person, jammers, top-notch encryption, AI data sniffers on the prowl for anyone like us. We can only watch associates and associates of associates, and then try to piece together what Pelton is doing." Gorichka cleared her throat.
"Just so you know, Nessus, this isn't a one-time process. We must constantly track who becomes how close to Pelton. Some people's privacy is protected, or will get that way, by proximity to him. We'll keep adjusting who and how we monitor.
In other words, expect to keep paying. Somehow, Nessus managed to function. He found it hard to care. Only his friends' deaths mattered. Withdrawal, denial, depression, reunification with the living, those were the stages of grief. Duty had cruelly short-circuited the process. Now he was in some nether state, distant and numb, his inner self in tatters. And if his spirit somehow healed sufficiently to make the attempt, with whom could he bond? Humans? Maybe. At times he could identify more closely with them than with his own, except for his fellow scouts, and they...
I would expect a full accounting,
Nessus said. Forcing himself to interact was hard enough. He could not muster the interest to care what the surveillance cost. All he wanted to do was roll up again and hide.
And I demand utter discretion.
Chapter 18. The summons was all the more peculiar for the manner of its delivery. Max Adeo strode into Sigmund's office. Adeo was Sigmund's boss, the armed director of investigations. He was lean and perpetually tanned, with an easy manner, and Sigmund liked him, except as a superior. The man didn't worry enough for Sigmund's taste. Andrea excused herself, and Adeo shut Sigmund's office door behind her. "You're expected now, Sigmund." "That's rather vague, Max, and rather short notice." "Nonetheless." Adeo handed over a folded sheet of paper. It bore only a booth address. The prefix indicated Midtown Manhattan. "I received a message for you. This address and one word. Now." "Received from whom?" Sigmund asked. "It will be clear soon enough." Adeo managed a wan smile. "You went alone to meet the world's last puppeteer. I think you can manage Midtown in mid-afternoon." Adeo opened the door. His parting words were, "Now, Sigmund." Sigmund flicked from the ARM HQ lobby. He stepped from the destination booth and looked around. Snack stands, milling crowds, towering buildings. Directly before him was an ancient red brick structure a mere 7 stories high. The land beneath it, if used for a modern skyscraper, would be worth billions. This building's very existence made a statement. Sigmund climbed the broad granite stairs. The liveried doorman held open the brass and glass door for him. The concierge ignored the ident Sigmund offered.
"That isn't necessary, sir. You are expected. Please, follow me."
Across the 3-story-tall common room, formally suited men and women sipped brandy or coffee, read, and engaged in intimate conversation. It seemed like everyone spoke in whispers, although that might be the acoustics. Huge oriental rugs covered the age-darkened hardwood floor. Leather-bound books lined the walls to a height of about 2 meters. From the mahogany paneling above the bookcases, stern faces glowered, oil paintings in ornate gilded frames. The occasional squeak sounded as people shifted in their red leather winged chairs. An actual log fire burned in the man-tall masonry fireplace. In this most exclusive of private, moneyed establishments, Sigmund didn't see a single vidphone or pocket comp in use. No one had asked for his. The members would never tolerate being asked for their comm gear. Instead, there would be suppressors here, banning the distractions and interruptions of ubiquitous networks, and with them, all bugs and recorders.
"This way, sir,"
the concierge said. He gestured Sigmund inside a meeting room, appointed like a miniature version of the common room. Beyond the massive claw-footed oak table, a man and woman stood with their backs to Sigmund. He couldn't make out their conversation. The man was short and broad-shouldered, almost Jinxian. Gregory Pelton, Sigmund guessed. They had yet to meet, but Sigmund had seen plenty of file images. The woman was wispy, especially by comparison. Her hair spiraled in alternating braids of gold and platinum. More than eye-poppingly vivid, the turquoise of her bodysuit was a signature color. Callista Mellencamp, the Secretary-General of the United Nations. The door closed behind Sigmund with a soft whoosh. The two turned at the sound. The man was Pelton. Mellencamp fixed Sigmund with a penetrating stare, then left by another exit without speaking. She didn't need to say a word. Pelton held her confidence. That she delivered that message here, personally, and yet so deniably, said even more. Pelton glared, his forehead furrowed. Even the close cropping of his black beard seemed somehow angry.
"Agent Ausfader, your interest in my affairs has become intolerable."
Anger didn't impress Sigmund. It so often was a mask. "Welcome back to Earth, Mr. Pelton. I understand you had an interesting trip."
"True enough," a flicker of a smile. "And that's more information than you had any right to expect. Be happy for it, because it's all you'll get. You will cease spying upon and harassing me and my friends."
A silver coffee pot, curls of steam wafting from its gracefully curved spout, waited on a sideboard. A Revere piece, Sigmund guessed. He poured himself a cup. "It's my duty to investigate potential threats to the safety of Earth, Mr. Pelton."
"I'm a patriot, Agent Ausfaller. I've done nothing to endanger Earth. I never will."
In Pelton's clenched hands, the padded back of a chair creaked in protest.
"Whatever you believe, I will not tolerate groundless intrusion into my affairs. I'm well aware of arm paranoia. I refuse to be its victim. Unlike most, I have the resources to accomplish that."
Not the least of those resources being the trust of the Secretary-General. "Understood, Mr. Pelton." Sigmund pulled out a chair. Sitting was less confrontational. "That said, the fate of Slower Than Infinity concerns me. It's not every day that a general product's hull disintegrates."
"Has one ever?"
Pelton jerked out the chair he'd been squeezing and sat.
"Okay, I see what this is about. I took a trip in my yacht. On my travels, someone made me an offer I couldn't refuse for the ship. They wanted the hull, mostly. In the hinterlands, GP hulls are much in demand since the puppeteer exodus. I sold Slower Than Infinity and bought something else. That ship's hull did fail, teaching me a lesson. Stick with the best."
Had anyone ID'd the trace powders on the remains of Pelton's ship? Not according to armed sources on Jinx. The mystery traces weren't the only anomaly. Serial numbers on the wreck's hyperdrive matched Earth's shipyard records for Slower Than Infinity. Experts said that assembling a hyperdrive inside a hull took time. Disassembly would be the same. Had someone extracted the hyperdrive from the GP hull, the ship-in-a-bottle trick in reverse? Why do it, even if they could? Or was this all, as Pelton would insist, a bookkeeping mix-up? Sigmund no more believed that than that Schaefer's arrival on Earth had been innocently disguised by a spelling error. He had a head full of questions. He yearned for at least one credible answer. "Where did the profit go from selling your ship?" Pelton's face flamed.
"Listen carefully, Agent Ausfaller. I sold the ship off-world. I deposited the proceeds off-world. The transactions are none of Earth's business. I will be most irate if my finances should be examined. You have my word. I will vigorously protest any such harassment to the proper authorities."
And to an improper one, the SG herself. Sigmund sipped his coffee, letting Pelton fume. Angry people blurted out things they had no intention of saying. Pelton had deposited a huge, so far untraceable sum into the third bank of Sirius Mater. He'd hired people on Jinx, too, all working at an out-of-the-way spot in West End. That much Arm had managed to determine. It would be good to know just what Pelton had going.
"Agent Ausfaller," Pelton said, "you have yet to justify your actions. This is your one opportunity to explain why you are persecuting me and my associates. If you cannot, well, for your sake, I hope there is a reason I've overlooked."
"How's this?" Sigmund said. "I'd like to better understand your business with the outsiders." Pelton blinked.
"I purchased information from them."
How had Diana Guthrie described Pelton's quest? About the most unusual planet in known space.
"Yes."
Pelton thrust out his jaw.
"I assume that's not a crime."
"Causing a civil defense panic sort of is," Sigmund answered. Had it happened in Sol System, it would have been. Jinx hadn't jailed Pelton, and that was one more bit of alien behavior. Perhaps Pelton had bought them off.
"We went someplace with a very high normal space velocity. We bought a lift from the outsiders."
Carlos was right. Kzinti, Jinxians, puppeteers, and now the outsiders? The gathering storm was so vast, Sigmund wondered if his brain could encompass it. But the outsiders had once helped mankind. Hyperdrive was their technology. Had the outsiders not happened upon a human ship near We Made It, back during the first Man-Kzin War, and sold a hyperspace shunt, the Rat Cats would have won. Earth itself might now be a slave world to the Kzinti patriarchy. The outsiders were beyond human scale, ancient, unknowable. Maybe he failed to grasp their grand plan. Or maybe that next to Elder race, the puppeteers, did understand the outsiders. Had puppeteers manipulated the outsiders for General Product's own nefarious purposes? Sigmund suspected much, but knew very little. In one interpretation, a GP hull had dissolved. The evidence, all undercover, remained on Jinx. By Pelton's own admission, the outsiders were involved. Pelton and Schaefer might understand all of this, but Pelton was untouchable, and he'd taken Schaefer under his wing. The possibilities were so worrisome, Sigmund almost overlooked blurt number 1, a pronoun change. We. You and Beowulf Schaefer.
Yes.
Pelton walked around the table and poured himself coffee. The delicate china cup looked wrong in his massive hand.
Bay had traded before with outsiders, back when he worked for Nakamura Lines.
Did you leave him on Jinx? Pelton shook his head.
He returned to Earth with me. We're good friends, Agent Ausfarer. More than that, he saved my life on our adventure.
I'd like to hear that story.
I'm sure you would.
Pelton drained his cup and set it down.
Ausfarer, that's as much of the tale as I mean to share any time soon. It's innocent. There's no reason for arm interest. There's no reason to interrogate or spy on me. Not me, not my friends, not my associates. There will be no further interest in Diana Guthrie, or Beowulf Schaefer, or Cheryl Jans, or Don Kramer, or anyone close to me.
Don Kramer? Who was he? Sigmund made a mental note to find out. And Pelton had said, further interest. Sigmund had no one watching this Kramer. Who else might be watching? Pelton was on a roll.
Inconvenience any of us again, Ausfaller, and you'd better have proof of something wrong. Do you understand?
I completely understand, Mr. Pelton. Sigmund stood and offered his hand. It helped him to avoid rubbing the remembered wound in his gut. An Undersecretary General once sold him out to the Trojan Mafia. It wasn't the type of experience anyone forgot. What Sigmund truly understood was that no official, however lofty her rank, was beyond suspicion. Eye of the Storm. Earth date 2648. Chapter 19.
We got a runner,
Andrea hissed over the radio. She was hidden in the woods north of the isolated clearing.
Make it 2, man and a woman.
Of course, a man and a woman. That's how you made a baby. Which way? Sigmund asked.
West,
Andrea said.
Toward you.
Sigmund saw them now, fear etched on their faces. The mother waddled more than ran, unmistakably pregnant. The presumed father half supported, half dragged her. They staggered away from the tumble-down cabin, little more than a shed, really, toward the distant trees. Floaters bringing the local constabulary were 5 minutes away. Local was a relative term in the Alaskan wilderness. The runners would be long gone when the floaters arrived. The couple would be hard to spot in the woods. Sigmund saw no sign of the reported laser hunting rifles that had the 3 ARMs waiting for backup. Futz, he muttered under his breath. This wasn't why he had become an ARM, nor Feather, who almost certainly had revealed herself to the would-be parents. Feather was east of the cabin. If the Preggers had seen only her, they'd naturally run west. 18 billion were way too many. It was the law. It was his job. Without enforcement, everyone would be off making babies. Futz. Sigmund drew his handgun. It carried only mercy darts, slivers of crystallized anesthetic, which mattered not at all. These two would be spare parts in the organ bank soon enough. This was not why, a year earlier, when Maxideo disbanded the puppeteer task force, Sigmund had asked for his core team to be reassigned to the Alaska Arm District. "Walk with me," Maxideo said. He looked eerily mottled through the graphic that hung over Sigmund's desk. "What can I do for you, Max?" Sigmund asked. "Walk with me," Adeo repeated. "All right." Sigmund closed the file he had been studying. The hollow vanished. He followed his boss to a nearby transfer booth. They emerged onto the front porch of an old home surrounded by a white horse fence. The sun beat down from a cloudless sky. Rolling, grassy hills stretched as far as the eye could see. Hikers dotted the trail that led up to a nearby ridge. "Where are we, Max?" "Sky Meadows." Adeo pointed to low mountains in the distance. "That's the Blue Ridge. Shall we walk?" They walked, Sigmund thinking this was too much of a build-up for good news. "I'm being promoted," Adeo finally said. "Deputy Undersecretary General for Security Affairs. The official announcement comes out tomorrow." Congratulations. Sigmund kept his eyes on the dirt path. Why tell me first? And why tell me here? What's the bad news? I'm closing down the puppeteer task force. Sigmund grabbed his boss's sleeve. Why? When? Hikers turned and stared. It's all right, folks, Adeo said, brushing off Sigmund's hand. He waited for people to walk away. That's why, Sigmund. I imagined you'd respond like this. No, Futsit, why terminate the task force? The thing is, Sigmund, it's a puppeteer task force. Only there are no puppeteers. There haven't been in 2 years. Even Nessus is long gone. You have no reason to think so, Sigmund argued. And you don't know he's still here. When did you last see or hear from Nessus? More than a year ago, as I recall. Sigmund's mind raced. The promotion is for shutting down the investigation, isn't it? Pelton always had pull at the UN. Now he's won. You're right, in a way, Adeo snapped. A case can be made the shutdown is because of Pelton. Because you are obsessed with him. Just like you're obsessed with Beowulf Schaefer. You forgot this was a puppeteer task force. How could he forget? Sigmund said. Don't you see? They're all in it together. Schaefer gave the puppeteers their excuse to abandon and betray known space. Pelton befriended Schaefer, making it impossible to investigate Schaefer. Adeo glanced up at a passing shadow. Far above, a hawk circled, effortlessly climbing a thermal. The sight seemed to calm Adeo. Sadly, he shook his head. How is Schaefer part of a puppeteer plot, Sigmund? General Products hired Beowulf Schaefer to go to the core because they had used him before. You selected Schaefer back on We Made It. Sigmund said nothing. Finally, Adeo said, you recognize reality. Let it go, Sigmund. But Adeo could not be swayed. That was reality. The non-involvement of the puppeteers? That was a different matter entirely. Pelton was a very rich man. Much of his money was off-world, out-system, and very difficult to trace. Impossible, so far, when Sigmund dare not be caught attempting to trace it. What if Schaefer were chosen for me? Then so much made sense. Pelton's business interests on Jinx awarded grants to the Institute of Knowledge. The Institute initiated the BVS-1 mission. If Pelton then used his wealth to ruin Nakamura lines, then Pelton had guided Sigmund's choice on We Made It toward Schaefer. General Products, Pelton, Jinx. Who were the real puppeteers here? And now... Sigmund, Adeo said with an edge to his voice. Stop whatever paranoid fantasy you're concocting to rationalize my promotion. Which leaves me where? Sigmund asked. Adeo angled downhill off the packed dirt trail toward an unoccupied wooden bench. That's the second matter we're here to discuss. I can influence your next assignment, your friend's assignments too. Which begged the question, what did he want? He wanted to nail Schaefer and Pelton, and that suggested the barest possibility of a plan. Could he pull it off? It's awfully warm out here, Sigmund answered. He raised his arms dramatically, emphasizing his ubiquitous black suit. To be fair, I'm not dressed for here, wherever here is. The top of the Shenandoah Valley, Adeo answered. Northern Virginia. It's even hotter than New York, Sigmund muttered. Tell you what, how about someplace cooler? Maybe Alaska. Is there an opening in Alaska? Adeo shrugged. Hard to imagine there isn't, but it doesn't matter. I'll make room. I owe you that much. The quiet will do you good. Thanks, Sigmund said, meaning it, although he deserved any posting he wanted. Why not close to Nome, where Beowulf was now living with flatphobe Cheryl Yance? The two preggers hobbled frantically toward the trees. Sigmund heard them gasping for breath from clear across the glade. Tears streamed down the mother's cheeks.
They look unarmed, guys, Andrea radioed. I've got a clear shot. What say I take him down and we all go home?
Feather hadn't said anything. Sigmund didn't expect she would. If asked, she'd deny showing herself to the two fugitives. He said, Hold your position, Andrea. They're coming my way. Mom tripped over something unseen in the blowing grass. She fell shrieking to her hands and knees. Dad hoisted her back to her feet, and they scrambled unknowingly almost straight toward Sigmund. Of what, truly, were they guilty? heeding billions of years of evolution, commanding them to reproduce. Sigmund wondered, do I think more or less of Jans for divorcing Schaefer because the fertility board wouldn't approve an albino for a birth license? As the fertility board never, ever approved natural paranoids. I don't really even want children, Sigmund told himself, but Feather does, and I want a life with Feather. Nothing had gone according to plan. Jans now lived in the South Pacific, having reacquainted herself with Carlos Wu. Sigmund foresaw babies in their future. Schaefer had left Earth. The last Sigmund had heard, Schaefer was sightseeing on Gummidgee, in the CY Aquarii system. Pelton continued shuttling between Earth and his clandestine project on Jinx. And here, Sigmund thought, in the middle of nowhere, I remain.
Sigmund, they're almost into the trees, Andrea shouted, bursting from cover.
Stay down, newbie, he ordered. Their rifles may be stashed in the woods. Across the clearing, Feather stared. He nodded slightly. I've got the shot, Sigmund called out. Dust and shreds of grass spurted at the runner's feet. Tange! Missed! As their quarry slipped into the trees, Sigmund couldn't help thinking, perhaps, just for today, there is justice. Chapter 20. Snack in hand, Nessus's guest slouched on the armchair behind a partition of hull material. I wish you'd upgrade your synthesizer, Maxideo said. Humans like variety. Nessus considered, astraddle his padded bench.
Perhaps you're comfortable enough already.
Adeo laughed. Why am I here today, Nessus? Apart from the money, of course. Money was the one resource Nessus had in abundance, all the vast wealth accumulated over the years by General Products. The challenge was in identifying capable, yet trustworthy scoundrels to hire.
I require clarification on your latest report,
Nessus said. Adeo spoke around a mouthful of hand meal. There are more discreet ways to communicate, you know. I use up a fake ID every time I visit, so that I can't be tracked through the transfer booth system. Because I need company, even if it's a human traitor's company, even if I feel safe only with a wall between us.
Put it on your bill, Max.
Chew, swallow. What do you want to know, Nessus? Outside Gambler, whiteness swirled. What would it be like to cavort in deep drifts of snow? Nessus didn't ask. The question hinted that snow never fell on Hearth. It fell seldom enough on Earth, already in its early stages of industrial overheating.
Why does the ARM continue to look for us, Max? You assured me the task force has been disbanded.
By us, I assume you mean General Products. Adeo stood and stretched. It's only been 3 years since the puppeteer exodus cratered the economy. That's enough of a reason for some, task force or no, because by the ARM, you really mean Sigmund.
Isn't it clear we're gone?
The undertones of incredulity were wasted on Adeo, but Nessus couldn't stop himself. Except you, Adeo said. He laughed at Nessus's worried plucking at his mane. I don't think Sigmund realizes that. He's seen no trace of you for a long time.
Then why?
Nessus persisted.
Ausfahrer works beneath you. Why don't you stop him?
I have stopped him, to the extent I safely can. Let me tell you the story about how Sigmund became an ARM. Adeo fastidiously wiped his hands on a napkin. 11 years ago, Sigmund was a financial analyst, a glorified accountant. He was investigating a criminal gang. I remind you, he wasn't yet an ARM. Nonetheless, Sigmund was paranoid. He got there the old-fashioned way, without drugs. It was quite the accomplishment to keep his condition secret and untreated. Then the gang he was studying abducted him. Sigmund should have died. Now ask why he didn't.
Why didn't Sigmund die?
Nessus dutifully asked. It was better than talking to himself. Adeo smiled. Paranoia. He suspected a corrupt United Nations official must be aiding the mob. He didn't know who. Sigmund set traps, using his own money, for 8 different co-workers. It turned out Sigmund's boss's boss, a guy named Grimaldi, was dirty. When Grimaldi went to gloat, Sigmund offered to ransom himself. The bank transfer identified Grimaldi. ARMs tracked Grimaldi, rescued Sigmund, and broke up the gang. A major coup, Nessus. So, Sigmund is savvy and paranoid. Of course he was recruited. Now do you see? Such convolution. It made Nessus's brain hurt.
Truly, no.
Sigmund interprets any order to desist, and he has gotten that order, as proof of a broader conspiracy. Hopefully he thinks the command came from the Secretary-General. Neither you nor I want Sigmund looking too closely at me. Adeo frowned. But if it should occur to you that Sigmund might meet with an unfortunate accident, don't. Based on his history, it's all too likely Ausfaller has made, in case of my death, arrangements. There's nothing like an unexpected death to make paranoid ravings suddenly seem not so paranoid. Jinxians and puppeteers, UN officials and rich industrialists. Nessus couldn't begin to imagine the plot Ausfaller had constructed from shadows. Mostly from shadows. Adeo did conspire, if not in the way Ausfaller feared. It was all madness, but loneliness was a kind of madness, too. Nessus desperately needed companionship. The topic hardly mattered.
Explain how Ausfaller ties Jinx into his speculations.
Adeo exhaled loudly and tipped back his head in thought. Sigmund's job for years was to worry about Jinx. So he did. In a way, you have to admire his persistence. If there were any real danger there, I'm sure Sigmund would long ago have found it.
Go on,
Nessus said.
Explain his fixation with Beowulf Schaefer.
If I can. Until Nakamura lines folded, Schaefer shuttled between colony worlds. For excitement, he had his pick of bored woman passengers. All very remunerative and mundane. Suddenly, he's had 3 big adventures. The doomed BVS-1 mission was Jinx-funded, and it seemed to involve a weapon that could kill through a general product's hull. Next, Schaefer leaves from Jinx on a mission that discovers the core explosion. He sends puppeteers into hiding and economies across known space reeling. Then he leaves Earth in a ship built within a GP hull, only to reappear on Jinx with the same hyperdrive, but no hull. Was the GP hull sold, like Pelton claims, or somehow destroyed, as Sigmund fears? Nessus's head crept lower and lower. Ausfaller knew nothing, and yet much that he suspected was at the fringes of the truth.
And Ausfaller's fixation with Pelton?
Pretty, Adeo said, now watching the snowstorm. A projection to disguise dislocation, of course.
Of course,
Nessus lied.
What about Pelton?
Adeo turned back toward Nessus. Many reasons. Guilt by association with Schaefer, certainly. The disappearing hull trick. The off-world money that Sigmund can't watch. The secret project on Jinx. The family's pull. Thoughts it doesn't surprise me at all that my man Sigmund distrusts Pelton. Then there's the fascinating decades-old rumor. Lots of folks believe puppeteers sold Pelton's great-whatever-grandma the core technology for transfer booths. Sigmund knows the rumor.
I see,
Nessus said flatly. It suddenly took too much effort to properly inflect human speech, because it wasn't a rumor. General Products had sold that technology. Puck himself had negotiated the deal. Puck. 3 years later, that wound still throbbed. Nessus dragged his thoughts back to the present. Not even a corrupt ARM must ever suspect that citizens could compromise the transfer booth system.
Insanely creative,
Nessus said.
It's hard to believe you're an ARM.
Adeo laughed. Earth needs people like Sigmund, but they creep out the powers that be. At my level, the execs are normal. We're buffers. As I look creepy to my bosses, Nessus thought sadly. Will they ever bring me home? When Adeo finally teleported away, his report completed. Nessus was more depressed than when his lackey had arrived. Chapter 21. Nessus poked at a tangle of freshly synthed grasses. The imminence of change had him too excited to eat. Hope had been a long time coming. He'd expected to be without an appetite, but for other reasons. Dealing with Adeo made Nessus feel dirty. Nor was it only Adeo. It was all his recent contacts. Any honorable human would want to find out what secret goals kept Nessus on Earth, and so he met only with felons, and, through their connivance, venal officials, like Adeo. It had not always been thus. Once Nessus had worked with good humans, capable humans, humans to whom he had learned to entrust his safety, humans with whom he had actually approached a neutron star and lived to tell about it. What, he wondered, had become of his former crew? His thoughts fell all too easily into the familiar rut. Those like me, the few able to voyage far from hearth, had always been a scarce commodity, always, and now scarcer. The core explosion was hardly imaginable to most. Not so the scouts. Its discovery had plunged most scouts into catatonia, and all his friends into a hungry singularity. Despite everything, reluctantly but obediently, he had stayed behind on Earth, one of a very few remaining scouts. Who then would guide 1,000,000,000 citizens in their flight? Again and again his entreaties to help went unanswered. If not me, Nessus had realized, then there must be someone. Trish and Raoul, his crews so many years earlier, had exhibited great promise, under his guidance, of course. Why not use reliable humans? And so Nessus had sent home a bold recommendation. Let watching Gregory Pelton be Achilles' duty. Pelton, if he meant ever to return to the antimatter world, made his secretive preparations on Jinx. Even now, Schaefer might be making his way circuitously back to Jinx. With a will of its own, a head rose from the shallow bowl of grass. Nessus stared himself in the eyes. What Ausfowler-like reasoning? Better to be like Ausfowler than Adeo. And finally, to Nessus's surprise, new orders had arrived. The task of monitoring Pelton and Schaefer, together with responsibility for Nessus's agents and Sol system, had all been reassigned to Achilles. As for Nessus, he was recalled home to lead the training of a cadre of human scouts. Sigmund brooded in his darkened living room, eyes shut, immersed in the Mozart Requiem Mass. Half a world, and a transfer booth away, waited all the desperate would-be parents of Alaska. They would be there still for his next shift, and the next, and the next.
We're not flatphobes. We can leave Earth, leave Sol System,
Feathers shouted over the music. And start a family, she didn't bother to articulate. There was no need. Not together, Sigmund sighed. It wouldn't be allowed. We know too much. He opened his eyes. Medusa, music off. Raise lighting to 50%. Feather, you know how things work. Suppose we somehow manage to get away and meet up on another world. For the rest of our lives, we'd be looking over our shoulders for someone just like us to appear. And when, not if, the arm found us, then who would raise our children?
Tangent, Sigmund, she snarled. I can't spend my life on mother hunts. I won't. I only wish I had the guts to risk pregnancy myself.
What could he say? That their latest request for reassignment back to alien affairs had been rejected? She knew that. That joining the arm was a one-way trip? Given how he'd become an ARM, saying so would be an accusation. Anyway, she knew that, too. Let's go out onto the balcony. The fronds of his potted palms rustled in the evening breeze. He and Feather stood side by side, hands on the railing, watching the city lights far below. Everything looked normal. Perhaps that was the point. The puppeteers were long gone, apparently even Nessus. The economy, though not recovered, was finally improving. Schaefer was somewhere far away. Pelton, for all his secretive machination, had harmed no one. Possibly he had found his schemes too fraught with complications. Possibly Maxidea was right all along, and Pelton had no nefarious plans. Either explanation accounted for the absence of trouble from Pelton. How pleasant it would be to believe such fairy tales.
Oh, well,
Feather finally said.
Eventually there's bound to be a riot, or a suicidal renegade Kazin, or some other diversion from mother hunts.
Sigmund patted her hand. Ever the optimist.
You'll think of something. You're the smartest person I know.
Hardly, he said. That's got to be Carlos Wu. Wu? Lately, Sigmund couldn't get Carlos out of his thoughts. The explosion at the galactic core had been the first of so many dominoes to topple. Every physicist with whom Sigmund had consulted swore to the integrity of the instrument readings Schaefer brought back on the long shot. And every physicist also considered Carlos to be the very brightest of their fraternity. In his mind's eye, Sigmund teetered at the edge of an abyss. Feather, he whispered. What if Carlos Wu fabricated the core explosion data? Vindicated. Earth date 2650. Chapter 22. Sigmund sipped his coffee, half awake. A news digest shimmered over the breakfast table. Color-coded by topic, brightened or dimmed according to Medusa's sense of immediacy, inset windows scrolling. It would be a challenge to absorb, even after the caffeine kicked in. His glance flitted about the projection, steered by Medusa's cues. Little of the information registered. Feather sat across the table, feigning interest in soccer match highlights, no more prepared than he to speak. "Stupid Cavaliers," she finally managed, minutes later. Her complaint was directed at the Hollow, or the coach, or the universe, not him. She turned up the audio when he looked her way. Another big mother hunt was imminent. Not just regional harassment, for appearances, but a big, global push. He couldn't stop it. He couldn't excuse her. He couldn't protect her if anyone else detected her interference. He couldn't bear her misery. A green face, crowned with hissing, coiling snakes, popped up over a corner of his news digest. "Turquoise alert," Medusa said softly. Sigmund pulled his chair closer, instantly alert. "Display!" A new window opened, within it an oblique view of a transfer booth. He watched 4 men emerge and take up positions around the booth. Moments later, Callista Mellencamp appeared. The bodyguards, faces expressionless, swept the Secretary-General up the broad granite stairs into her New York club. He cleared his throat. "I've got to take care of something." Feather looked away from the game. "What?" He stood. "We'll talk later." Her eyes narrowed. "You're not doing something stupid, are you?" The jury was still out on that. "Me?" Dialing his destination, he had a moment to appreciate that Feather still cared. Manhattan was overcast and blustery. As Sigmund climbed the stairs of Mellencamp's private club, the doorman made no move to open the door. Sigmund halted 2 stairs from the top. "I have an urgent message for the Secretary-General," he said. It didn't surprise him to find he was unwelcome. Whatever unseen security system had ID'd him was as modern as everything within was antique. That, or the doorman had a very good memory for faces. Either way, Sigmund was impressed. "I am sorry, sir. Only members and escorted guests are permitted inside." "I understand." Sigmund took an envelope from his coat pocket. The day's gloom made the melodramatic blood-red drop of sealing wax all the starker. He had carried the missive for weeks, awaiting just this opportunity. Mellencamp, at Gregory Pelton's urging, had seen to it that Sigmund could only communicate with her through channels. The information in his hand must go only and directly to the SG. "It's a matter of global importance. Solar importance." The doorman palmed the sheaf of 1,000-sol bills beneath the envelope. "I'll see what I can do, sir. Please wait here." He left Sigmund on the narrow porch. 10 minutes later, 2 of Mellencamp's bodyguards appeared to escort him inside. "Leave us," Mellencamp told her guards. They hesitated just long enough to convey disapproval before backing from the room, closing the massive oaken door behind them. She gestured at a fragile-looking chair. "Sit." Sigmund sat. The pages of his letter rested side by side on the otherwise bare table before her. "I hoped you would be curious." "How could I not?" She bit off each word. "How long have you been following me, Agent Osfaller?" Sigmund had surrounded this establishment with almost invisibly small arm sensors. No good could come of admitting that. "I followed money, not people." "Evasion noted." She poured a cup of coffee from the carafe on the sideboard, then sat at the table by his letter. "Talk about the money you followed." So he did. Of the almost unimaginable fortune General Products must have earned in Sol System, much of it still untraced. Of the wealth that remained behind after the puppeteer exodus 5 years earlier. Of funds from what ought logically to be dormant accounts still seeping away. Of circuitously routed transfers, passing through conduits as anonymous and untraceable as modern financial engineers could construct. Of... She exhaled sharply. "Puppeteers were secretive when they were here en masse. So now, with their presence reduced to one lonely puppeteer in hiding, of course they're indirect. I remember the name Nessus,
and that he remained behind to settle outstanding obligations. I did read the reports from your task force, Mr. Asfara, when you had a task force.
He was losing her. He couldn't allow that. He should have begun at the end of the tortuous money trail, not the beginning, at an off-world bank haven in the belt. And if a hidden puppeteer is putting money into a numbered account controlled by one of your deputies?
Damn it, Asfara, of course I care. That's why you are here, however briefly. That's why you aren't in custody for a years-long rogue investigation. Not yet. I will confirm the substance of your accusation, if that's possible. For now, I'll assume you are neither so foolish nor so mad as to stalk me in order to lie to me.
Or Mellencamp meant to find out how much he knew about her before having him arrested. No, Sigmund lectured himself. You couldn't trace any GP money to her. You have to trust her now. You should check everything out, discreetly. A deposit happens by the 10th of every month. Your man checks his balance between the 11th and the 13th. Her cheek twitched.
Belter Banks will confirm this. In my experience, neither they nor the Goldskins are so cooperative.
Belter cops wore yellow vacuum suits. The familiar mention was no accident. Mellencamp's UN career began in the attorney's office. She had prosecuted her share of interworld money laundering cases. She had surely had her share of run-ins with the Goldskins about jurisdiction and sharing evidence. Admitting to further infractions risked nothing. Either he convinced her he acted for a higher cause, or he went soon enough into the organ banks. Some will cooperate, Sigmund said. It depends who is beholden to whom. And that, in a nutshell, was why it had taken so long to get here. 5 years of offering more information to Belter authorities than was revealed to him. 5 years of running interference for naive Belter tourists, of making behind-the-scenes interventions. Enough Goldskins owe me favors now. One folded sheet of paper remained in Sigmund's coat. He removed it now. This is a list of financial analysts in the office of the Secretariat who probably aren't getting trickle-down payoffs. I suggest you send at least 2 to the Prague branch of the Bank of Ceres.
2? To watch each other.
Sighing, she accepted the folded paper from his hand.
You live in a devious world, Osfara.
He sensed the stirrings of belief in her response. Respectfully, the matter we should be addressing is, what next? She stared.
Arrest, certainly. Confiscation of every cent of every bribe. Into the organ banks with him, as quickly as it can be arranged.
No. In Sigmund's mind, the descent continued, as happy as that would make me. I've traced some of the money, some of the downstream recipients. There's so much we don't know. I'm skeptical even Max Hideo can tell us everything, knowingly. Slowly, she smiled.
So, for now you'll watch Max.
Sigmund nodded. As you will. Puppeteers bought access to the innermost circles of the UN for some still hidden reason. I doubt they would reveal their purposes to Hideo. With your influence over what Max sees, reads, and hears in the office hallways, I hope to scare whoever controls General Product's wealth into showing himself. Feather grunted at Sigmund's approach, more an acknowledgment than a greeting. Her attention remained on her workstation. Feather, he said. She heard something in his voice and finally looked up.
Big crunch, Sigmund, especially since I was covering for your unexplained absence.
Sorry. He touched her arm lightly. 5 minutes. Come with me. The skies had opened in Fairbanks, and cold rain fell in torrents. Sigmund dialed Sky Meadow State Park in Virginia. The mid-Atlantic region was sunny and fair, and the venue seemed apt. He led her off a meandering trail into the shade of a solitary and stately pine. Rolling meadow and wooded hills stretched to the horizon.
5 minutes, huh?
Feather finally said. She ignored him for the spectacular view.
Aren't you in enough trouble already?
Sigmund bent to retrieve an old fallen pine cone. Evergreens, verdant fields, the seed in his hands. It all symbolized newfound hope. Feather, I'm going back to New York, UN headquarters. I want you there with me. Her head swiveled round.
Headquarters? Why?
Officially, a new Special Investigations Unit, reporting directly to the SG. Unofficially...
Unofficially what? She snapped. Not coordinating futzing mother hunts. I refuse to take more responsibility for those.
He kissed the top of her head. Unofficially, we're back hunting puppeteers. It turns out they're still around. At least it looks that way, because someone is spending General Products' money. That's why I've been secretive. If Mellencamp hadn't believed me, or if she were in on it, I didn't want to take you down with me." A sour look came over her, an expression that said she didn't want or need anyone's protection.
"Spending their money on what, Sigmund?"
"For starters, the Deputy Undersecretary General for Security Affairs."
"Adeo," Feather hissed. "That's why the bastard disbanded the task force."
"Adeo," Sigmund agreed. "Working at headquarters, we'll be able to watch him. We'll know who Max talks to. Behind the scenes, working through the Secretary General, I hope to control everything Adeo is assigned and everything he's told."
Suddenly it was the old Feather who stood beside him. A happy, predatory glow lit her face. "And Adeo leads us to Nessus."
"Nessus may be gone." Adeo's dirty money, all the payoffs, flowed through the underworld. None of Sigmund's informants had heard from or about Nessus in the past 2 years. Some had encountered a new name, though, a name the mere thought of which made Sigmund's gut cramp with remembered agony. Sigmund said, "The criminal mastermind my sources keep reporting is called Achilles." Chapter 23. From deep in the throat the growl emerged, rolling on and on. A hairless tail lashed from side to side. Ears lay flattened against the head. Better to fixate on tail and ears and harmless noise than the bearing of needle-like fangs. Then the razor-sharp claws that extended from hands like four-fingered black leather gloves. Achilles stood, alone and unarmed, before the enraged Kazin.
"I thank you for coming,"
he snarled. The snarl carried no aggressive intent. Hero's tongue could be spoken no other way.
"I am Achilles. How should you be called?"
The Kazin retracted his lips still further. Sunset glinted like blood on his teeth. He towered over Achilles.
"Address me as maintainer of equipment."
A title rather than a name, Achilles noted, and a lowly title at that. The Kazin had come to this remote and barren plain for one purpose, to earn a name in hand-to-hand combat. Achilles had, with extreme indirection, posed as a human adventurer, his simple boast to the underclass of this impoverished Kzinti colony world of Spearpoint, to defeat, one by one, all challengers. How wondrous and depressing it was that merely one Kazin had come. Was this warrior race so intimidated by the humans? After 6 disastrous wars, Achilles supposed he was saddened more than surprised.
"Maintainer, you are surely disappointed to discover your challenger."
The Kazin's only immediate response was a deeper growl.
"I will explain," Achilles continued. "I seek those prepared to confront our mutual adversary."
Maintainer of Equipment's tail scythed the air.
"Leafeater, I am soiled merely talking with you. Do not presume to speak of anything mutual."
Achilles' legs trembled from the effort not to flee. Not that he could possibly outrun this monster. He had come secure in the knowledge that no Kazin would demean himself by attacking an herbivore.
"Nonetheless, Maintainer, we share an interest in teaching humility to the humans."
And, for our separate reasons, we both desire to pursue our aims discreetly. Maintainer of Equipment turned away, striding for his small airship.
"I tasted human in the last great war. I would do so again. And no Leafeater will tell me how to hunt."
Maintainer of Equipment poured all his rage into his takeoff. The exhaust incinerated a cluster of low-lying, leathery shrubs and blasted dust and pebbles across the plain. His airship roared contemptuously low over Remembrance and disappeared. Achilles stood alone on the undulating plain, with only a few smoldering plants for company. So it had gone on every backwater Kzinti world he had visited. The humans had won. There were no more heroes. His legs quivered as he made his way back to his ship. If not even Kzinti, still in search of proper names, would serve, how could he deflect the unwelcome attentions of the humans? Chapter 24. Nessus was too excited to sleep. The sidelong glances he got at a communal dining hall made plain he was too nervous to show himself in public. As the least worst alternative for coping with his anxiety, he tramped in place within his tiny living unit until his legs ached and sweat dripped from his flanks. His only company was an unending holographic herd. Companionable warbles and whistles sounded all around him. Only an occasional snippet, never more than a chord or trill, rose to the level of intelligibility. The synthesized voices were quite random. None of it calmed him. The stakes were too high, for him personally, and for whole worlds. Finally, the time neared for the appointment he had requested, demanded. Nessus refreshed and dried himself with a quick ultrasonic cleansing. He gathered his mane into a token few braids. Whether for credibility with Nike, or for Nike himself, Nessus did not know himself. He teleported directly from his arcology into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, emerging into a transparent isolation booth. Still struggling for the notes to articulate his vision, Nessus was startled by the sudden blue light he should have remembered to expect. He swiveled his head toward the darting beam that sought out his retinal prints. At the same time, hidden sensors searched him for any inappropriate implements. The booth was a sealed bubble of hull material, of course. At a higher intensity, the light would vaporize him where he stood, right through the unbreakable material. Nessus had a twinge of sympathy for his erstwhile visitors on Earth. He was teleported without notice into a cozy antechamber. Nessus moved from the stepping disc inlaid on the floor to settle onto a pile of soft cushions. How those earthly visitors would have gaped at a proper stepping disc. Even their primitive, closed transfer booths would have been beyond them, but for general products. The problem was, he liked humans. Not all of them, certainly, but enough. Now he feared that humanity's fate rested in his jaws. Quivering with tension, Nessus worked himself into a manic state. Nike would not be easy to convince. Nike. A rush of recent memories almost overwhelmed Nessus. An intimate stroll, just the two of them, along a secluded shore. The ballet enjoyed from Nike's private box. The exclusive party after the dance, introduced there to the cream of experimentalist party politicians as Nike's personal guest. Citizens courted with rituals as formal as the ballet. By proper standards, Nike had made no commitment. But did not actions sing as loudly as words? In his heart, Nessus knew that one such as Nike was schooled to choose every word, those uttered and those withheld, with exquisite care. And yet, after striving for so many years to be noticed, Nessus had finally been summoned to the ministry to meet Nike, although not for the reason Nessus had expected. His idol had listened politely enough to a report on the experimental scouting program, and the first mission of many that would roam ahead of the fleet in its journey. But Nike's interests lay not in probing the path ahead, but on the danger close behind, Sigmund Ausfowler's renewed quest for puppeteers. Only after systematically wringing from Nessus countless details about Earth had Nike asked Nessus to accompany him to the ballet. I have earned Nike's respect, Nessus concluded. It was a start. And if, in this time of crisis for the Concordance, I must return to Sol System, then at least I will do it with the full confidence of the director himself. And if Nike's personal attentions were meant to soften him for a truly horrifying course of action? Nessus nervously straightened his token braids, eager for and dreading the pending session.
Come.
A tall, green-eyed citizen had materialized across the room. The green brooch on his utility belt bespoke allegiance to the ruling conservative faction.
The deputy minister will see you now.
Then he was gone as abruptly as he had arrived. Nessus cantered to the temporarily activated stepping disc. He had been to the ministry before. He understood the routine. He stepped after the one he recognized as an aide of Nike's. They made their way through the buzzing office complex that was clandestine directorate. Personal ornamentation here was mostly experimentalist orange. Conservatives ruled, but they lacked the flexibility of thought, even to imagine leaving Hearth. The taciturn aide led Nessus to the entrance of Nike's spacious office. Hollow artwork filled the room, and lush meadow plant carpeted the floor. Nike emerged from behind his work surface, his mane breathtakingly coiffed. A string of orange garnets glittered amid his braids. "Please come in," Nike said. Nessus quivered with nervous energy. The latching of the door behind him by the departing aide scarcely registered. The manic state never lasted long. He must make his proposal quickly, now. "I have an answer," he blurted. "How I envy you. What was the question?" Nike looked relieved. Had he feared Nessus would raise more personal matters? Later, Nessus thought, I must examine that impression. Larger issues now required his attention. Nessus shifted his weight between front feet. "An answer for the problem with the wild humans. I can save them. That is, I know how to preoccupy them. Can you keep the ARM from finding us?" Doubt was plain in Nike's eyes. In flight, the Concordance was more vulnerable than ever. Of all species, the wild humans must not find them.
Yes, yes!
Nessus bobbed his heads in vigorous alternation. He must be compelling, no matter that the chaos he proposed to unleash weighed on his conscience. Failure would bring far more dire consequences. A stealthed General Products hull, accelerated to a high speed, smashing undetected into a populated world. Shivering, Nessus returned to his proposal. A simple analogy would make things clear.
I was at Harem House, and...
Nike flinched. Choosing of a bride was obviously not in his mind. Nessus dare not stop. Later he would collapse into a blind lump of embarrassment. For now, the words tumbled out, unstoppable.
The point, Nike, is those on Earth also control their numbers. Unlike us, the humans have chemical means of contraception. Their use is mandatory. Would-be parents require government permission to forego their annual booster doses. Those who have children without permission are executed, and their offspring sterilized.
His left foreleg, with a mind of its own, dug into the meadow plant.
They're not like us, Nike. Earth remains a wilderness, home to a scant few billions. Our arcologies rival in number of residents the largest cities on Earth.
Because humans need room, they swarm the nearby solar systems. Nessus kept those thoughts to himself. They did not advance his argument.
They reconcile themselves to a repressive government because to them Earth already seems too crowded. That is why discrediting Earth's fertility board is the key. You propose a scandal to divert the hunt for the Concordance.
Nike's neck wobbled skeptically. Nessus fixed Nike with a two-headed stare, astonished by his own boldness. He must demonstrate his absolute conviction.
Imagine if it was suspected citizens were secretly buying brides and the right to reproduce. How would our kind react?
To Nike's expression of horror, Nessus added simply,
Exactly.
Nike brought his heads together in thought, doubtless imagining the strife such rumors would cause, even among the communal and sociable citizens.
Is it doable? I believe so, given access to sufficient resources.
Nessus answered.
I envision our agents bribing some members of the Fertility Board and compromising others by creating bank accounts in their names. The economies of the human worlds have yet to recover from the shock of General Products' disappearance. The more wealth people have lost, the quicker they will be to suspect conspiracy. Many will believe the rich are buying birthrights. A bit of innuendo here, some surreptitious funding to political opportunists there.
Nessus found himself lapsing into interworld for words otherwise absent from his vocabulary. It was unavoidable. For too long he had had none but humans for company. He could maintain this frenetic audacity for only so long. He must convince Nike soon, before he lapsed into the depressed catatonia that was sure to follow. Nike seemed not to have noticed his flagging concentration.
The retained earnings from the General Products Corporation are adequate to the task? If the approach is valid, money will not be the limiting factor.
Nessus could not help tugging at a braid. He knew he was on the edge of collapse. Nike stood in silence for a long time. Finally, he said,
I am very encouraged, but of course a great deal of detail must remain to be determined. I would like you to make this your top priority. Please get back to me soon with an update.
As Nessus shambled to the closed office door, Nike whistled softly. Stay a moment. He came right up to Nessus and leaned forward to intimately stroke Nessus's scruffy mane. Too bad his approach seemed stiff and calculated.
Come back soon. I am depending on you.
Meetings were held. Plans evolved. Resources were allocated. Contingencies were categorized and analyzed, and mitigations identified. Nessus's experimental scouting program, almost as an afterthought, was declared a success. His trainees, unsupervised, must explore the way ahead for the herd. They could hardly be assigned the mission he proposed. Nessus was not surprised, but was a bit saddened to get Nike's go-ahead for a return to Sol System in an impersonal, recorded message. Chapter 25. Crash, tinkle. Crash, crash, clink. Glass shards flew everywhere. Now the steady rain was mostly bottles, the windows of the nearby buildings having long since been shattered. Squadrons of cop's eyes floated overhead, playing hide-and-seek with the hooligans who burst out of the crowd or darted from places of concealment to lob their primitive missiles. The grapefruit-sized bots only carried stunners, But at least 2 stunned rioters had fallen from windowless offices to their deaths. One more inarticulate roar burst from the thousands who filled the square. The cheering drowned out the haranguing from across the plaza. Sigmund swung his plasteel shield to deflect yet another bottle. He'd done a lot of that. His shield arm was getting very tired. "Futz," he announced. The helmet mic in his riot control gear was set to a private channel. "Has everyone gone insane?" A thin line of ARMs in assault armor surrounded the demonstrators, awaiting orders. Sigmund couldn't imagine any orders that could make sense. "Futz," he repeated. Crash, crash, tinkle, crash.
"You don't need to be here,"
Feather snapped. She meant he wasn't supposed to be there. ARM offices worldwide had emptied to help contain the global eruption of violence, but as a unit head he was considered too senior to endanger himself. Tough. He went where his team went. That had meant 3 different cities so far today. He thought this was Chicago. "And miss all this?" His eyes maintained their steady sweep.
"But I'm glad you are,"
Feather added under her breath. A few more bottles deflected, men and women shaking their fists. Bobbing placards demanded reproductive justice and the right to bear children. Tangent, Sigmund thought. The world is already too crowded. This chaos was unacceptable, and yet... Feather seemed to read his mind.
"Of course this is wrong."
She meant the riots.
"But is their cause so wrong?"
Would it really be so wrong if he and Feather had a child? Not waiting for, or maybe not expecting, a response, she kicked a mound of the refuse from the looted offices and condos. She stomped a torn painting and snapped its gilded frame.
"Parasitic bastards! Hollow art is too good for them, and now they're buying babies, too."
"Ready!" Sigmund's earphones announced as another yell burst from the crowd. The latest rabble-rouser, standing on a cargo floater, had just shouted out something about lotteries. A new cheer broke out. "Justice! Justice! Justice! Justice!" Sigmund barely made out over the chanting, "Clear the square!" The line straightened. He locked shields with Feather to one side and Andrea Gerard on the other. The second rank raised their shields above their heads. It felt vaguely medieval, or maybe more ancient. Crash, crash, crash. Something tickled his thoughts. An old memory? Whatever it was had to wait. Distraction now would get him killed. One after another, cops' eyes thudded onto the plaza, vivid yellow amid the detritus. Sigmund counted 5. 1 or 2 cops' eyes might be brought down by beer bottles and dumb luck. This many down, this close together, meant a sniper with a serious weapon, most likely a hunting rifle. They had to act, and decisively, before those guns were turned against people. "Oxygen on!" came the radioed order. "Sleep gas in 10 seconds!" They didn't get even that long. 2 ARM squad carriers soared over a building that abutted the square, flashers pulsing, spewing thick clouds of gas. Sigmund winced. 2 floaters couldn't begin to take down a crowd this large. It was worse than doing nothing. Protesters stampeded, shrieking. Sigmund's earpiece reawakened. "On my mark! Advance!" Advance? A human sea washed over the police phalanx. Everywhere people fell, gassed, stunned by cops' eyes or ARMs, struck from above by the hail of bottles or trampled. The thin line burst, the mob scattering the vastly outnumbered ARMs. Coughing rioters fought the ARMs, and then one another for oxygen masks. A wild-eyed lunatic rushed at Feather's back. Naught remained of his placard but the sturdy scrap of lumber he now swung like a mace. Sigmund braced his shield, his stunner lost in the melee. As he charged, motion from above caught his eye. He had a brief impression of a chair hurtling down at him. And then nothing. Sigmund jerked back to awareness, unable to see. Someone twisted his helmet. His head and neck throbbed. He flailed, screaming. A boot connected, and someone screamed back.
"Sigmund, it's me!"
Feather shouted.
"Let me get your helmet off."
He clamped his jaw against the pane and tried to lie still. The helmet turned, and he could see again. Feather, still in full riot control armor, knelt at his side. She removed his helmet and held it where he could get a good look. One side was crushed. He remembered that chair, flung from who knew how many stories up. The blow that smashed his helmet must have spun it around until the visor was over his right ear. The few civilians nearby were all on the ground in unnatural poses, apparently entangled in force fields. Mostly they lay very still. It was a good decision, because the restraints got tighter the more you struggled. He almost felt bad about the protester he'd just kicked. Feather looked intact. "What's happened?" he croaked. "Where is everyone?"
"The cavalry happened."
Feather gestured at the police floaters circling the area.
"The driver saw you go down and buzzed the crowd. He's been running interference since. Ambulances are on the way. The riots moved uptown, and our guys followed. They're okay.
Sirens wailed from every direction. Feather, help me up.
No way. Wait for the ambulance.
She patted his hand. His pocket chimed. He vaguely recollected it had been going on for a while. Accept the call, he said. Medusa wouldn't forward anything unless it was urgent. A dim green glow seeped out from under his armored vest. The body armor muffled Medusa's voice so that Sigmund had to strain to hear.
I couldn't trace the delivery,
Medusa said.
Whatever that means, it's important.
Artificial herd pheromones, pungent and thick, filled the relax room of Aegis. The scent did nothing to help Nessus relax. He was light years from another of his kind, light seconds from any ship or settlement. To unwind seemed impossible. A human broadcast droned in the background, forwarded to his ship by a chain of stealthed relay buoys hidden deep in Sol System. Mostly he monitored Belter stations, since Earth's media appeared to be under heavy United Nations censorship. Belters didn't exactly revel in Earth's misfortune. They didn't sugarcoat it either. He had hundreds of deaths on his conscience.
I brought it on myself, Nessus told himself. Better this than...
He couldn't help but look at the larger-than-life image of Nike with whom he shared the cabin. He had several. He'd taken this picture at an experimentalist party rally soon after Nike first caught his eye. Before, he had volunteered for the scouting program in the hope someday of catching Nike's eye. In more innocent times. Not even Nike's image could soothe Nessus. His mood was too guilty. Better than what? He wondered again.
What would you have done to keep us safe?
He asked Nike's image. What manner of genocide? On Earth, and how many other human worlds? Perhaps he wasn't being fair. Nike had, after all, endorsed this more subtle action. A bowl of mixed grasses sat before Nessus, untouched. He had no appetite. The longer he was away, the harder it was to believe Nike ever had sincere feelings for him. The ballet, the party, their time together, it was all cajolery to maneuver him into returning to Sol System. At such great distances, all alone, orders meant nothing. Scouts had to be inspired, lest they exercise too much initiative. Strangely, Achilles had taken offense at Nessus's return. No matter that Achilles never wanted responsibility for Sol System, he took it as an affront that someone else now had it. And still Nike looked at him.
Just you wait, Nessus told the hologram. Soon enough I'll have proof that the ARM has been thoroughly diverted. Then you'll see the surprise I have planned for you.
Sigmund wobbled down a long corridor at UN headquarters. Only painkillers and a megadose of stims kept him moving. Feather walked beside him, muttering disapproval, catching him whenever he stumbled. They still wore riot gear. Trailing anxious bureaucrats and sleep gas fumes, they came finally to an office suite at the end of the hallway. The plaque next to the glass double doors read, Deputy Undersecretary for Administrative Affairs. Sigmund lurched past protesting aides and factotums in the reception area into an inner office. Feather slammed the door behind them. Sangeeta Kudrin shot from her chair.
What happened? No, never mind that. Let's get you into an autodoc.
Sigmund plopped onto her sofa. He would rather talk to the Secretary-General herself, but Mellencamp was off-world. For cover, he routed most progress reports through Sangeeta anyway. After I bring you up to date.
Agent Philip, can't you give me the report?
Sangeeta asked.
You would think.
Feather settled next to Sigmund on the couch.
Except he won't tell me what's on his mind either.
Whenever you're ready, he said impatiently.
Sorry,
Sangeeta said.
What's this about?
The riots. His side was killing him. A broken rib, he guessed. Somebody got in a good kick under the edge of the vest before his rescue. His med kit still had painkillers, but any more would render him incoherent. Puppeteers are behind them. Sangeeta's current dye job involved stylized lightning bolts on her cheeks and dramatically arched faux eyebrows. She somehow managed to look more surprised.
Surely not.
In his mind's ear, the shattering of glass rolled on and on. Far away he'd met a puppeteer whose name sounded like a window breaking in slow motion, and dubbed him Adonis. Broken Glass's name of convenience was something else, of course. Nessus had admitted as much without sharing a pronounceable pseudonym. Sigmund would offer good odds that the GP exec he'd met on We Made It went by the name Achilles. Sangeeta stared. She'd been twitchy since his return to headquarters, obviously trying to hide something from him. She needn't have bothered. Her affair with Callista Mellencamp was the worst-kept secret at headquarters. The Secretary-General's husband might be the only one not in the know. Sigmund doubted even that. It wasn't like Sigmund cared, or given his own relationship with Feather, could even criticize. True, Sangita had done well in her career since Sigmund met her back in 45, when they had neighboring offices. Jealous co-workers did whisper about her connections. He and Sangita had been friends of a sort. He chose to believe his respect still mattered to her. Futz. Why dwell now on this trivia? He'd clearly overachieved on the meds. He shifted positions again, welcoming the head-clearing stab of pain from abused ribs. Bear with me. Look at the progression in the space of a few months. I traced laundered general products funds to Max Adeo. The SG lets Max discover that my new Special Investigations Unit is, in fact, the Puppeteer Task Force reborn. Protests break out against the Fertility Board, by far the worst in centuries. The riots are meant as a distraction. To distract me. Oh, come on, Feather said. He hadn't shared this epiphany even with her. The disturbances are about corruption. The Fertility Board took bribes for licenses. It's that simple. Feather wanted to believe the worst about the board. If she couldn't have a child, at least she could feel the victim. But opportunities for corruption had always been there. Why would they be worse now? He said, Spreading rumors is easy. There have always been whispers. We're in this mess because people, surprising people, powerful people, make it possible. They don't condone the violence, but they express their sympathy. They welcome the public's input on the matter. They legitimize the dissent in hopes of change. Tell me this, Sangita. Why are so many senators, ministers, and media stars suddenly sympathetic? Sangita broke eye contact. Anyone with an ounce of decency has to feel some compassion. Beside him, Feather tensed. Evidently more than one secret had been poorly kept. I'm referring to actions, not feelings. More opinion leaders are speaking out about Fertility Board policy and about revising that policy than have for centuries. I ask you again, why? Why? Sangita echoed. I don't know why. Someone very savvy has gone into the coercion business. Sigmund waved off her objection. We'll get to who someone is. He fished his pocket comp out from under his armored vest. Medusa! The Gorgon's head appeared, her crown of snakes writhing. Access Archive AE2. AE2? Sangita asked. Alter Ego 2. It was one of 6 identities Sigmund maintained, fully realized personae who existed only in databases around Sol System. He took special pride in AE2, an ARM agent who lived beyond his means. The code name for a source, he said. Medusa, play back the recent delivery to AE2. The Gorgon vanished, replaced by a surveillance camera view into a parcel delivery transfer booth. Panel lights flickered and an envelope materialized. Projecting from the envelope, in an animated hologram, snarled a 3-headed beast. Cerberus, the eternally watchful guardian of Hades, Sigmund offered. Did Sangita remember that puppeteers took names from Greek mythology? My source got it 2 days ago. Feather frowned. What kind of source? A financially disadvantaged ARM, he answered. That's why he was approached. Sangita turned to gaze out the window. Help me, Sigmund. A scary envelope. By implication delivered to someone who can be coerced or bribed. What does this have to do with the riots? Or why you're not in an autodock where you belong? Or with puppeteers, for Tan's sake? I asked Medusa to trace the envelope. That should be easy. As you saw, it came by transfer booth. Medusa? I couldn't. Snakes thrashed and hissed. The originating coordinates were nulled. The authentication check on the sender ID appears to have been bypassed, and there's no payment record for the teleportation. But that's impossible, Feather said. Isn't it? Oh, no. Red-faced, Sangita turned toward him. I see where this is going. The transfer booth system was meddled with, and Gregory Pelton's family owns a controlling interest in the company. Sigmund, I'm not going back to Callis, the Secretary-General, with wild accusations about the Peltons. You know she won't tolerate that. He started shaking his head. It hurt, and he stopped. The general public only suspects transfers are traceable. Pelton certainly knows it. There's ARM gear integrated throughout his network, subverting the system points right back at him. He wouldn't do it. Someone hoping to implicate him might. Sangita crossed her arms across her chest.
Then who?
He shrugged. Who hadn't heard the rumors that puppeteers first sold to Pelton the underlying technology?
What was in the note?
Feather asked. The stims had started to fade. An enumeration of AE2's debt, a list of questionable deposits made into his accounts. Sigmund smiled wearily. He took a perverse pride in the traps he'd set. Each, in its own way, was a thing of beauty.
That's it? Sangita said. No demands? They'll come later, Feather guessed. In the next letter. First, someone wants AE2 to sweat.
That would be a neat trick, Sigmund thought. Words grew harder to find and even harder to get out of his mouth. Back to the puppeteers. Feather, I'm going to make a confession here, lest you start a witch hunt while I'm in the autodoc. AE2 is a computerized figment. I wrote him. But as far as personnel records are concerned, he's an ARM who reports directly to me. Who but a puppeteer would work so hard to get a secret source into the puppeteer task force?
Chapter 26. Blue and brown and white, the planet hung above the horizon like a priceless jewel. Two small continents and part of a third presented themselves. Cyclonic storms dotted the sea-girt equatorial band. Large ice caps gleamed. The narrow night-side rim glimmered by moonlight. The cratered moonscape from which Achilles stood observing could not have been more different. Under other circumstances, the pristine globe overhead would have made an excellent new farm world for the Concordance. It would prove as alluring to Kzinti and humans. By drawing human and Kzinti attention, it would shelter all citizens in their flight. The herd would never learn what happened here, of course, but he did not doubt their approval. Any citizen would opt for safety over a bit more synthesized food in his diet. Achilles busied his mouths with the apparatus before him, its controls awkward through his pressure suit. He had pre-calibrated all the units aboard Remembrance, but each required final tuning on-site. The geometric and geophysical constraints were exacting. He took every factor into account, the precise slope at each position, the exact altitude, the tiny perturbations in surface gravity due to subsurface mass concentrations. Each painstaking adjustment took time and intense concentration. The horizon loomed eerily near. The little moon's gravity seemed inadequate to hold him to this spot. Cosmic rays sleeted down. Here, outside the impregnable hull of his ship, a meteor might strike at any moment. A strident polyphony in his headsets jerked Achilles to alertness. "Attention! Danger! Respond!" bellowed the synthesized voices of the shipboard computer. "Attention! Danger! Respond!" The Terminator line had visibly shifted on the beautiful world overhead, its changing phase a crude but serviceable timepiece. He had lapsed into catatonia too quickly even to notice. The computer had recognized his immobility.
"Acknowledged,"
Achilles intoned. He made his final minuscule adjustments.
"Apparatus readout."
"Aligned within tolerance," the computer answered. He cycled through the airlock. He still wore the pressure suit, since every point on this small moon was close. 3 more units to put into position. The planet set behind the horizon as Remembrance arced to where he would emplace the next unit. Fear and worry tugged at him, but so did excitement. What he attempted had never before been done. He was at the boundaries of science. To accomplish what he hoped to achieve here, nature exploded entire stars. He had a defter touch. How odd it was that the timidity of Kzinti had brought him to this threshold. How odd to realize that maintainer of equipment was among the bravest of the current generation. 6 disastrous wars had rendered the heroes impotent as a counterweight to the humans. With a feather-light touch of thrusters, Achilles lowered the ship onto the pale regolith. Dust clouds raised by the landing slowly cleared. Most settled glacially onto the powdery surface. The weak gravity allowed some to dissipate into space. Clutching a stepping disc, Achilles stepped down gingerly from the airlock, leaving its outer door open. He positioned the disc and stepped back.
"Computer, transfer the next unit."
The equipment materialized before him. Disc and device alike embodied technology not meant for other races. It hardly mattered. All would soon be beyond recovery. He busied himself with delicate adjustments. Sun and planet were absent from the sky, and he worked by the faint light from the open airlock. Stars shone down, diamond bright and too numerous to count. They were set in blackest night, and the darkness drew his eyes like a bottomless well. Gravity's feeble hold seemed so inadequate. "Attention! Danger! Respond!" the ship wailed.
"I'm fine,"
Achilles exaggerated. He had to finish soon. The wonder was that he had not yet gone irreparably mad. Surely no other citizen could bear what he had borne. Alone, in perilous surroundings, attempting this unprecedented transformation. Who else could have conceived this experiment? Who else fully understood the implications of the BVS-1 expedition? Not that scientists on Hearth hadn't asked, but he offered them only hints. This would be his triumph. No one would try this experiment before him. Who else will protect 1 trillion lives on Hearth? Nessus? Somehow Achilles managed to complete the deployments. He flew Remembrance for safety to the opposite side of the nameless planet. If he had miscalculated, not even an indestructible hull would protect him from the forces he was about to unleash. The equipment array continued to report its status through relay buoys. In the bridge's main holotank, a dodecahedron framework enclosed the image of the moon. Each of the 20 vertices marked a precisely configured device. His limbs shook. Stress and trepidation and loneliness could not be denied for much longer. He must attempt the experiment now. Then, success or failure, he would fold into a comforting ball of self to reinvigorate himself. Or he'd be dead.
"Extra scent,"
he trilled. The ship thickened the stew of artificial herd pheromones that already permeated the ship's living space. He inhaled deeply, allowing the spiciness to calm him.
"Instrumentation status?"
"All instruments online," the ship acknowledged.
"Activate."
A gravity wave passed through the pristine world, but the single-celled life-forms that were its only occupants took no notice. The instrumentation aboard Remembrance registered a flux of gravitons. Softly crooning optimism, Achilles sent off a deep radar ping. Neutrinos scarcely interact with normal matter, and the planet behind which he took shelter appeared in the scan display as the very palest of shadows. Beyond that translucent sphere, however, hung an ebony dot, a tiny region that stopped neutrinos in their tracks. Achilles warbled in triumph. He had learned much during his long exile among Kzintian humans. He understood concepts incomprehensible to even the most sophisticated citizen on Hearth. They lived too far from nature. They were too many generations remote from a world with predators, but not he. And so, with the collapse of that moon into a compact mass of neutronium, he had baited his first trap. Chapter 27. Sigmund stirred scrambled eggs with his fork, while Under took another pass at the food-laden sideboard. Under was newly home from Jinx, and to a point Sigmund sympathized. Bulking up for that gravity built a hearty appetite. A colonial-style hunt breakfast in Old Williamsburg might fill him up. Under had dominated most settings even at his previous size. He now moved through this dining room like a force of nature. Other diners squeezed their chairs close to their tables to make way. The host and hostess, dressed in scratchy-looking woolen colonial garb, stayed out of his path. Under eventually returned and set a heaping plate onto the table. More eggs, sausage, bacon, ham, fried chicken, biscuits, and gravy. He scraped back his chair and sat.
"Maybe it's because they eat so tons much, but Jinxians have practically made food into a religion. I've had my fill of new cuisine, nouvelle cuisine, neo-cuisine, and fusion cuisine. This isn't cuisine at all. It's just good-hearted natural food."
And thus hideously expensive, Sigmund thought. Not that any food could compare in price to interstellar travel.
"So, how is Jinx?" "Booming again."
Under paused to devour a chicken leg.
"Puzzled by Flatlander stupidity."
"The riots?" Sigmund guessed.
"The riots,"
Under agreed.
"The universe is plenty big, they say, and Earth isn't its center. Go elsewhere, they say, and have all the children you want."
Under's opinion notwithstanding, this inn was hardly genuine colonial. In a bow toward authenticity, it had banished 3V. Of that, Sigmund approved. It was a relief not to hear about fertility board corruption, or lynch mobs, or rallies for reproductive emancipation, or pitched battles with protesters, or about proposals that birthrights be sold openly on the grounds it would minimize corruption, or the newest madness in the zeitgeist, gladiator fights. The winner gets a birthright, the loser gets dead, the population stays balanced. And though try as he might, he still could not prove it. Sigmund knew puppeteers had caused it all. He shoved away his plate.
"How's Feather?"
Ander asked. Distant, bitter, and driven. Gone from his life, but at his side every day at work. Obsessed with the children she was not allowed. Angered by the denial of her emigration application, none of which he would discuss. What had possessed him to ever say anything to Ander about his personal life? She's not on, Jinx. Just being sociable. Ander shifted his weight, and his chair groaned in protest. Back to work, then. For starters, a lot of Jinxians love Gregory Pelton. Well, they should. The money he's dropping on Jinx is a big part of why their economy turned around faster than Earth's. Elephant, they call him. Do you know that's his nickname? After years of surreptitious watching, Sigmund knew everything about Pelton, except what he was up to on Jinx. I do. Ander wasn't deterred. To a Jinxian, a bandersnatch is a big land animal. Elephant is a diminutive, a term of affection. I find that droll. So tell me what Pelton is doing on Jinx, Sigmund prodded. It's big, Ander answered. He employs hundreds on West End. West End was always primitive and poor. That makes Pelton one of the biggest employers. On Sigmund's long-ago visit to Jinx, West End had no resources to offer save vacuum. Paying those hundreds to do what? Ander demolished several sausages before answering. That, I'm afraid, isn't entirely clear. They're very loyal. A picture emerged through patient question and answer. Through intermediaries, Pelton owned a large dome on West End. He was stockpiling provisions for a deep space mission, destination unknown, bought from enough suppliers to obscure the quantities. The employees didn't talk, and the suppressor field in the dome rendered useless the few sensors Ander managed to smuggle in. Pelton staffed his security team with moonlighting Jinxian police. That was smart, Sigmund conceded, effective in its own right, a guarantee of harmonious relations with officialdom, and a deterrent to any extra-legal methods he might otherwise consider. Whatever Pelton planned, it was big. There were no indications, however, that it was imminent. When the time came, Sigmund guessed, ships would be brought inside Pelton's security perimeter for outfitting. Taking comfort in that conclusion, Sigmund left Ander, still eating, to address more pressing and official matters. The enormity of events sometimes made Sigmund's head spin. All the plots and possibilities, the alliances and marriages of convenience and cynical manipulations among Earth's numerous adversaries. Outsiders and Jinxians allied with Gregory Pelton. Aggrieved Flatlanders unwittingly abetting puppeteers, even as puppeteers spied on Sigmund. Pin-prick raids by Kzinti renegades on obscure backwater worlds. Beowulf Schaefer on a tour, it seemed, of every human-settled world. It all meant something, surely, and too often the truth of things taunted and eluded Sigmund. But not today. For his 8th birthday, more than anything, Sigmund had wanted a kitten. His normally indulgent parents said no. Dad claimed Sigmund was too young for the responsibility of a pet. Mom didn't want to deal with the mess. He remembered keeping his room clean and orderly to show responsibility. He promised to faithfully put out food, change the water, and empty the litter box. They still said no. And then, when the day came, the package they brought him mewed. Something inside scratched and thumped. The box had air holes. A century and a half later, a simple observation filled him with the same elation. Setting aside the wars and skirmishes with the Kzinti, all human worlds combined had lost 12 hyperdrive ships. 12 starships lost in 2.5 centuries weren't many. Most incidents happened near Sol System, just as most flights started or ended here. It made sense. The most recent 3 losses happened somewhere far to the galactic north, 2 within the last year. All 3 ships had vanished without a trace. 2 years ago, it was from galactic north that Gregory Pelton's hullish ship had hurtled at Jinx at 80% of light speed. Something very important there awaited discovery. Sigmund intended to find it. Chapter 28. "You're the head of Special Investigations," the message from Callista Mellencamp said. "This is your case." Her first subtext was that she couldn't not assign this to him and still maintain the cover for the puppeteer task force. Her second subtext was that the assignment was not open to discussion. That suited Sigmund fine. Getting his marching orders electronically also avoided any discussion about how soon he'd arrive in London. Transfer booths would get him there near to instantly. But he had avoided transfer booths since the Cerberus affair began. Redirecting a teleporting passenger en route seemed no more improbable than delivering an envelope without leaving a trace. A suborbital hop and a cab ride would have to be fast enough, Sigmund looking for all the world like another tourist admiring the sights. If anyone asked, he'd allowed the local authorities a few hours to secure and study their crime scene. No one asked. Flashing his ARM ident got Sigmund past a line of bobbies and into the British Museum. He showed the hollow badge 3 more times before he reached the burgled exhibit hall. A bobby at its entrance pointed out the man in charge. Sigmund's footsteps echoed as he walked the length of the hall to where 2 men stood in conversation. They turned at his approach. The taller man was sweating copiously, despite the exhibit-preserving cool of the museum. Sigmund guessed this was the museum's director of security. If so, he had ample reason to sweat.
"Ah, our arm expert from New York," the nervous man said. "Cecil Brathwaite with the museum. Call me Cecil."
Special Agent Ausfaller. Cecil winced but took the snub in silence.
Senior Inspector Owen Bergen, the Yard.
Offering his ident, Bergen spoke over Cecil's embarrassment. Bergen's broad forehead and wide-set blue eyes conveyed a mature and observant intelligence.
I'm pleased to meet you, Senior Inspector,
Sigmund said. He had far more confidence in Scotland Yard than a museum cop.
"We've been busy, as you might imagine, Agent Ausfaller."
Cecil prattled on about alarms, sensors, and cameras. He expended altogether too many words before concluding,
"So you see, the security system gives us nothing to go on."
Bergen shook his head.
I disagree, Cecil. We'll learn something useful from how the criminals defeated the security system.
You suspect an inside job? Sigmund asked. Bergen raised an eyebrow.
Of course. One can't just disable these things from the outside. This is a very secure facility.
Bypassed sensors account for the thieves going unseen. Sigmund glanced at the empty walls. Only yesterday, the most famous marble sculptures of the ancient world had been displayed here. Just how many tons did they weigh?
So the thieves toted everything out past the night guards?
"Well, no," Cecil admitted. "We see no evidence of tampering with the street surveillance cameras, and even if they, too, were circumvented, we had one bit of good luck. The skies over London were clear last night. We had continuous satellite imagery of the area."
Sigmund felt vaguely disappointed. This was going to be trivial, not a diversion, after all.
Then you have video of the vehicles that carried away the marbles?
"Actually, no," Cecil said.
That left but one way out of the building. Sigmund said,
Then the marbles were removed by transfer booth, direct from the museum to somewhere you couldn't surveil. Where did the thieves teleport?
Bergen steepled his fingers.
That's exactly the question. There seems to be no transfer records. Interesting, eh?
Cerberus. It took all Sigmund's willpower not to shout the word. The disappointment he'd been feeling vanished, along with the final shreds of doubt as to who was behind the Cerberus extortions. Sigmund knew exactly who had orchestrated the theft of the Elgin marbles. Who but the mythology-obsessed puppeteers would steal the sculpted frieze that once graced the Parthenon? Chapter 29. Danger lurked in simple blue lines. From heads held far apart, Nessus stared into the mass pointer, the transparent sphere that was the heart of Aegis's navigational console. Blue lines radiated from the center of the orb, one line for each detectable gravitational singularity. The longer the line segment, the closer and larger, the more perilous, the mass. Gravitational maws. He felt their hunger. One line segment, still short, pointed straight at him. When it split into 6 closely spaced lines, he would be almost home. In theory, he need check the mass pointer only once or twice every shift. Theory offered little comfort. He had lost too many friends to hyperspace. Had they trusted too much to theory? With good reason, no sane citizen would travel by hyperdrive. Closer to Earth, Nessus had dropped Aegis back to normal space a few times to rest. Sleep came grudgingly, but never rest. Too many perils tormented him. His urgent recall implied much, but explained little. The scout ship Explorer was missing. Clandestine Directorate had reported, with all heads unaccounted for. The correct term in this context was all hands. His chosen scouts, 3 more friends, though aliens. Where? Lost in a singularity, perhaps, or taken prisoner by an unknown power. In a hostile universe, so much could go wrong. Had he been aboard Explorer, would his superior caution have saved them? But numbers far larger than the 3 lost crew weighed on his conscience. For what gain had he meddled? Possibly none. His thoughts churned endlessly in a rebellious jumble. His limbs trembled from the strain of catatonia too long denied. Nessus finally bowed to reality, dropping for a time from hyperspace. He staggered past his cabin with its mound of sleep cushions to the packed cargo hold. The last things he saw, before fatigue overcame him, were the stacked crates he was bringing to Hearth. The sight cast a ray of hope into his troubled thoughts. After Nike received this gift, surely he would be the next to mention brides. Homeward ages flew, deeper into the galactic north, where Ausfowler now cast his uncanny attention. Through his minions, Nessus had learned that much about the ARM's progress. Nessus pawed the deck, agitated by all that remained hidden. As fear directed a citizen's actions, so curiosity drove humans. Someone with more arrogance than understanding of humans had drawn the gaze of the Concordant's most implacable adversary. Nike would not identify the scout responsible, but Nessus had his suspicions. Provoking Ausfowler by accident sounded like something Achilles would do. At some point, Nessus made his way to the ship's relax room. He ordered another serving of whatever he had last sensed. What to eat, at least, was a decision he could simplify. The first bites made his mouths water, and he ate voraciously. Not until the plate was empty did he look up. He had no idea what he'd just consumed. Ausfowler's shadow haunted Nessus. The ARM must be stopped. But how? Ausfowler's own superiors couldn't dissuade him. The riots that troubled Nessus's conscience hadn't deflected him. Achilles' trap had only drawn him. Nessus filled several drinking bulbs with water to carry back to the bridge. The dispenser's shiny front panel reflected a bedraggled, wild-eyed creature. It defied belief that so disreputable a character must carry such responsibility on his shoulders. Even Nessus's most senior sources in the United Nations feared the ARM. "You want me to spy on Ausfowler?" Sangita Kudrin had blurted. She had been sealed at the time within an impregnable bubble, intercepted between 2 primitive transfer booths, entirely at Nessus's mercy. But it was Ausfowler who terrified her. "The man is a raving paranoid. Maybe you don't understand what that means. It means he suspects everyone." Max Hideo had tried once to explain. Nessus thought, I should have worked harder then to comprehend. Only when Kudrin panicked had Nessus truly grasped Ausfowler's evil genius. She'd said, "I'm guessing that you chose your victims, at least some of them, by clever data mining. I don't see how else you could have found me. My creative use of UN funds." Ausfowler had constructed a persona in the personnel files, she had explained, someone with a suspect-looking past, just to entrap anyone trying to coerce ARMs. Unwittingly, Nessus had sent Ausfowler a Cerberus envelope, and Ausfowler had deduced it was puppeteer meddling. Nessus blinked, his eyes dry from staring. The mass pointer was a psionic device. It required a conscious mind in the loop. He sensed the approaching singularity. That was normal. But to sense its hunger? He knew that was madness. It was no less insane to feel Ausfowler's eyes. The ARM was too perceptive to ignore, too dedicated to be corrupted, and too persistent to deflect. Ausfowler's strength was also his greatest weakness. The paranoia that led to such profound insight evoked, in turn, distaste and distrust among his own kind. Thus, weakness became, in turn, strength. Any harm done to Ausfowler, or even an unsuccessful attempt, would only raise the paranoid's credibility. And then there were Hideo's warnings about event-of-my-death messages. I'm obsessed with Ausfowler, Nessus realized. In his hearts, alongside the fear and admiration, Nessus acknowledged pangs of empathy. We are both misfits, striving mightily to protect the societies that disdain us. Nessus's neck ached. He told himself he felt only the strain of physical exhaustion. That was a half-truth at best. Every instinct demanded he look over his shoulder for his pursuer. And yet, amid all the self-recrimination, salvation beckoned. Yes, Sigmund Ausfowler remained on the hunt, and yes, Nessus himself had been ordered away from Sol System. But I am not without my own cunning. An arrogant overconfidence in concordant science had put all citizens at risk of discovery. And so, before leaving Sol System, Nessus had enlisted a human ally as complex as Ausfowler, and as scientifically gifted as Achilles. The safety of the Concordance was now in his hands. Besieged. Earth date 2651. Chapter 30. It took the Secretary-General months to discreetly divert the funds for a long-range exploratory mission. It took Sigmund more months to covertly acquire Hobo Kelly. Much can happen in a year. Under didn't notice, or paid no heed to, Sigmund's introspection.
Trust me, the normal world women tourists are eager.
It had become Under's favored theme.
The natives scared the hell out of them. By comparison, I, and certainly you, my friend, are of unthreatening bulk.
Piloting a starship, it turned out, required surprisingly few skills. The autopilot could be relied on to get you in and out of a solar system. Between solar systems, the mass pointer made navigation entirely straightforward. You merely kept your ship pointed toward the line that pointed at you. There were too few stars to permit any confusion. Not in known space, anyway. Perhaps the galactic core had enough stars to confuse things. Dark thoughts about Beowulf Schaefer, below the radar for over a year, had one advantage. They distracted Sigmund from Under's prattling. Sigmund didn't care to discuss why feather moving out was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Not with anyone. Certainly not with Under.
And that's how, last trip, I ended up with twins from We Made It,
Under continued. Fortunately, with just the two of them to cover 3 shifts, they didn't overlap often. When they did, Sigmund tried not talking. Under didn't seem to mind, or to notice.
Yes, Sigmund, it's my mission to show you the better, by which I mean baser, fleshpots of serious matter.
Under cackled.
My mission and your pleasure.
It grew harder and harder to remember why he'd brought Under along on this shakedown cruise, when he wanted to take Under by the throat and shake him. It didn't help Sigmund's spirits to know that nothingness lurked outside the hull. He reminded himself often that Under was good at what he did. Under was just lousy company. Finally, their ship reached the outskirts of Sirius system. It was a relief on many levels, not least for the prospect of company other than Under's, to drop out of hyperspace. The coded hyperwave message beamed from James P. Bain's station quickly dispelled Sigmund's relief. Sigmund remembered Sirius Mater from 10 years earlier. It was as dreary as he remembered it. By Earth standards, Jinx's largest city scarcely qualified as a village. Its buildings, like its inhabitants, were short and squat, and for the same reason, the intolerable gravity. The major hotels offered gravity-controlled comfort, and tourists. Under was not amused when Sigmund ordered him immediately to West End, decidedly short of off-world visitors, to attempt once more to infiltrate Pelton's project. Tough. The alert from the armed station chief here had changed everything. Carlos Wu was on Jinx. Passport records said this was Wu's first trip off Earth in 10 years. 8 ships lost in the vicinity of Sol System in the last 10 months. And now Carlos decides to travel? He'd taken the last passenger ship out before the final cruise line suspended operations in and out of Sol System. And Carlos had chosen Jinx, of all places. For anyone other than Under, the main tourist attraction in Sirius Mater was the museum portion of the Institute of Knowledge. It could only be experienced at Jinx standard gravity. Sigmund rented a floating travel couch from the 1G lobby of his hotel, and let it carry him the short distance to the Institute. It was time to happen to meet Carlos. Sigmund wandered through the museum until he came upon the physicist in the art wing.
Small galaxy,
Sigmund said. Carlos was also in a travel chair. Glancing over his shoulder, he did a double-take.
Agent Ausfaller, a small galaxy indeed.
They were in a gallery of Jinxian nudes. Sigmund gestured at the nearest one.
Rubenesque suddenly seems like another word for petite, and there's no cause for formality. We're a long way from Earth.
Sigmund, then.
Carlos stroked his chin.
Yes, these are big people. They have to be, of course.
So what brings you here, Carlos? Sigmund said. To Jinx, I mean.
Carlos kept his eyes on the hollows.
Personal reasons.
Been here long?
Long enough.
Carlos shrugged. At least he tried to shrug. The casual gesture morphed into a shudder.
I'm more of a flatlander than I realized. I miss home.
And with the quarantine, you can't get home.
Sigmund edged his travel chair closer to a portrait.
I heard you got married. Do I get to meet your wife?
We recently divorced. That's kind of why I wanted to get away.
Awkward pause.
What brings you to Jinx, Sigmund?
Business, Sigmund said. I can't say much about it. That was the truth. Ships near Sol System disappearing without a trace. No wreckage, no distress calls. The Arm's working assumption was pirates. His puppeteer hunt was delayed until ship disappearances closer to home could be resolved. He had expected to be quite bored by the time Hobo Kelly completed its final outfitting. An open question in the piracy theory was whether ships were targeted or taken at random. Accomplices employed in shipyards could hide transmitters during a routine overhaul. Hidden beacons might explain why more ships had disappeared outbound from Sol than inbound. Or, the number of disappearances being small, the difference could be meaningless. Hobo Kelly needed a major refit for its new mission, and Jinx had some of the best shipyards in human space. Claiming that a refit in Sol System was too risky gave Sigmund an excuse to take out his ship. He had his reasons. He wanted Onder back on Jinx, despite the quarantine. Hobo Kelly needed a shakedown cruise. Sigmund wanted to practice his newly learned piloting skills. I can't really talk about it, Sigmund repeated. They'd been floating down the hall. They reached the last of the muscle-bound nudes. Have you seen the landscape gallery, Carlos?
Not yet.
Carlos floated under an arch into a new room. He stopped to admire a hollow of Crescent Primary hanging over East End.
I thought I was on the last ship from Sol System, Carlos commented suddenly. How'd you get here?
Some government ships are still flying. In fact, I'm headed back to Earth in a few days. Sigmund had a flash of inspiration. He didn't want to leave Carlos here unsupervised. If you wish, you can come back with me. Carlos looked surprised.
Is it safe?
I wouldn't go myself otherwise.
Don't push, Sigmund told himself.
Where are you staying? I'll get in touch when my business is done. You can give me your decision then. I'm at the Sirius Mater Hilton, by the way.
I'm at the Jinx Towers. Carlos took a deep breath. I would like to get home. I'll think about it.
Sounds good. Or give me a call sooner when your schedule permits, and we'll have a drink. Sigmund leaned forward in his travel chair and extended his hand. It's good to see a familiar face.
Same here, Sigmund. I may take you up on the drink.
They shook hands. If Carlos noticed the pinprick when Sigmund planted a microbug, he gave no sign. Carlos returned to the Institute the next 2 days. 2 hours into the first day, with little to hear but occasional footsteps, presumably those of Jinxian museum-goers, Sigmund delegated listening to Medusa. He split his time between the shipyard and his suite at the Hilton. At least in his room, Sigmund could pretend to be on Earth. He was having lunch in his room, surfing Jinxian 3V, when, with a chime, Medusa appeared.
Here's a surprise, she said. Do you recognize the second voice?
It was familiar, but Sigmund couldn't quite place it. Who is Carlos talking to? All the snakes stopped coiling to stare at Sigmund.
Beowulf Schaefer.
If only he could have placed a video bug. Alas, Carlos probably took out a new floater each day from his hotel lobby. Surely he changed his clothes. A bug planted on Carlos had to be subcutaneous, which limited it to audio.
Here's the interesting part,
Medusa continued.
They know each other really well.
Sigmund shivered. He had a bad feeling about this. How well?
Carlos fathered the children the fertility board denied Beowulf.
The Camelot was a sprawling, vaguely Escher-like jumble of boxes, and a landmark in downtown Sirius Mater. The hotel maintained 1G gravity throughout, not only in its guest rooms. That made the Camelot's bar the most popular watering hole among off-worlders. Sigmund claimed a booth. Carlos was meeting him here for a drink and to talk about the trip to Earth. And although Carlos didn't know Sigmund already knew, they would be talking about another passenger. Carlos had offered Bay a ride. The two men walked into the bar together, Schaefer towering over Wu. Sigmund stood. Beowulf Schaefer, how good to see you again. I believe it has been 8 years or thereabouts. How have you been? I lived, Schaefer snapped. Carlos rubbed his hands together briskly.
Sigmund, why did you bomb Bay's ship?
Sigmund blinked in feigned surprise. Did he tell you it was his ship? It wasn't. He was thinking of stealing it. I reasoned that he would not steal a ship with a hidden time bomb aboard.
But how did you come into it?
Carlos slid into the booth beside him.
You're not police. You're in the Extremely Foreign Relations Bureau.
It's called Alien Affairs, Sigmund thought, and I don't need to be told where I worked. Special Investigations wasn't officially part of Alien Affairs. Sigmund saw no advantage in volunteering information. A partial truth would suffice. The ship belonged to General Products Corporation, which is owned by puppeteers, not human beings. Carlos turned to his friend, ally, co-conspirator.
Bay, shame on you.
Damn it. They were trying to blackmail me into a suicide mission, and Ausfather let them get away with it.
Good thing they soundproofed these booths,
Carlos said.
Let's order.
Schaefer finally sat, looking flustered. No one offered to explain why Schaefer was here. Sigmund wasn't supposed to know, so he changed the subject. Well, Carlos, have you changed your mind about coming with me?
Yes, if I can take a friend,
Carlos answered. And so the dance began, Schaefer professing uncertainty. Something had brought these two to Jinx. Whatever they planned, Sigmund hoped to disrupt it. Least of all did he want to leave Schaefer behind, unsupervised or at risk of encountering Under. Either possibility had risks. A possible third chance encounter with Under after a second chance encounter with him? What suspicions would that raise? No, it was better that Schaefer come along so Sigmund could keep an eye on him. Schaefer had tried to steal a warship before. Perhaps another warship could serve as bait. It wasn't hard to steer the conversation to piracy. They would not take me so easily, Sigmund declared. Hobo Kelly is deceptive. It seems to be a cargo and passenger ship, but it is a warship, armed and capable of 30 G's acceleration. At least that was now true, its refitting finally complete. In normal space, we can run from anything we can't fight. We are assuming pirates, are we not? Pirates would insist on robbing a ship before they destroy it. Schaefer was intrigued. Why? Why a disguised warship? Are you hoping you'll be attacked? If there are actually pirates, yes, I hope to be attacked, but not when entering Sol System. We plan a substitution. A quite ordinary cargo craft will land on Earth, take on cargo of some value, and depart for Wunderland on a straight-line course. My ship will replace it before it has passed through the asteroids. Carlos hypothesized weird astrophysical phenomena that could precipitate ships from hyperspace. Schaefer hypothesized more wildly yet about hyperspace creatures eating the ships. Sigmund let them ramble before offering, I would be glad if you would change your mind and come with us, Mr. Schaefer. Schaefer responded in surprise. Are you sure you'll want me on the same ship with you? Oh, emphatically. How else may I be sure that you have not hidden a bomb aboard? Sigmund chuckled at his own joke. Also, we can use a qualified pilot. If Hobo Kelly was bait, there was no benefit to Beowulf's knowing Sigmund could fly his own ship. Let them think him dependent. Lying came easily, especially to these two. If he had to, Sigmund felt confident he could take either or both of his passengers. One bookish, the other a wee-mated scarecrow, even without the hidden armory he always carried. It was Sigmund's turn to prattle, flattering Schaefer for his past exploits. Schaefer left the bar, claiming he had to sleep on it. Sigmund wasn't at all surprised when Schaefer called later that evening to accept. Chapter 31. Schaefer circled Jinx on the way out. It wasn't necessary, and Sigmund started to object. Then Primary rose above the horizon. The sight took Sigmund's breath away. Schaefer broke the silence a moment later. Despite appearances, Primary is smaller than Jupiter. It looks bigger from here because Jinx orbits so close to it, but Primary is special. It masses more than Jupiter. In fact, Primary masses so much that gravity has compressed its core into degenerate matter. From the co-pilot's crash couch, Carlos stared out the viewport, grinning from ear to ear. Schaefer kept up his patter. 1 billion years ago, give or take, this moon we call Jinx orbited much closer to Primary. That was before tidal drag moved them apart. Jinx was tidally locked then, too, of course. Primary's gravity warped Jinx into the shape that will soon become apparent. The normal curvature of a receding world became anything but normal. From space, Schaefer went on, this world looks like God's own Easter egg. Note the ends, bone white, tinged with yellow, climbing above the atmosphere. Moving in from the poles, we see the brighter glare from rings of glittering ice fields at the limits of the atmosphere. Next come the blues of an Earth-like world, overlaid with more and more cloud as your eyes sweep inward. Finally, we reach the waste, girdled in pure white cloud. Beneath those unbroken clouds, forever hidden, lies the equatorial ocean on whose rocky shores the Bandersnatchy roam. Throughout his travelogue, Schaefer's eyes darted from instrument to instrument. His hands never left the controls. As Jinx shrank into the distance, Sigmund had an epiphany. With a great deal of computer assistance, he thought, I can get a ship from point A to point B. I'm competent. Schaefer was a pilot. For 5 days, allowing himself only occasional breaks, Schaefer guided Hobo Kelly through the clutter that was Sirius System. The autopilot could have accomplished the same task. It had inbound. Schaefer preferred to fly manually and get a feel for the controls. They still had long periods of time with nothing nearby and no piloting to be done. After they had passed the main asteroid belt, Sigmund took his shipmates for a tour. More than once their eyes widened in surprise. Hobo Kelly was a bellylander, 100 meters long and triangular in cross-section. Beneath its up-tilted nose were big clamshell doors for cargo. It had adequate belly jets, a big fusion motor at the tail, and a line of windows indicating cabins. It looked harmless, and that was the point. The passenger area was large enough for 40 or 50, but it held cabins for only 4. The cabin windows they'd seen outside before boarding were holograms. Weapons take room. Hobo Kelly was Sigmund's personal Trojan horse. The ship was richly strewn with tiny ARM sensors. Soon enough, when Sigmund was off shift and in his cabin, Schaefer went exploring. Medusa woke Sigmund when a hidden camera revealed Schaefer popping the access panel that covered the controls for the concealed weapons array. Sigmund hurried back to the bridge. Schaefer looked up. I thought you were asleep. I'm sure you did, Sigmund thought. I couldn't sleep. He pointed at the open panel. Let me walk you through what we've got. They had a lot. A big X-ray laser, small laser cannon set for different frequencies, 4 self-guided fusion bombs, a hidden telescope, so powerful that the ostensible ship's telescope was only a finder for it. None of it showed from outside. Schaefer lit a cigarette. I don't know whether to be comforted or terrified. What do you expect to fight? Sigmund smiled. Whatever is there, Schaefer. Whatever is there. They talked about art and literature, places they'd seen, and countless other topics. They speculated endlessly about what might make ships disappear. That was unproductive. They knew no more than before the trip started. Sigmund mentioned Carlos's spectacular undersea home, which made Carlos ask about Feather. That wound remained raw. Sigmund changed the subject. When Carlos and Bay thought themselves in private, they talked about Cheryl Yance and the little boy and girl Bay was so eager to get home to adopt. Sigmund had glimpsed hollows through his surveillance work. Louis and Tanya were cute kids. Bay, not Schaefer. Alone in his cabin, Sigmund acknowledged the truth. He was losing his detachment, and they had another 2 weeks together before Sol System. Bay could have children anywhere but Earth, but the woman he loved was purebred flatphobe. Cheryl couldn't leave Earth. Although Bay seemed not to realize it, his friend Carlos loved her too. Familiarity cut both ways. Bay alluded once to the one-time General Products had paid the warranty on a GP hull, then rushed to change the subject. Did I ever tell you about the time on Gummidgee that... Right, that was on your outing in 45 with Elephant, Sigmund interrupted. Interrogation 101. Pretend you know more than you do. The time your hull dissolved. His friends call him Elephant, Bay said coldly. I don't think you're in that category. Then he'd gone on with his Gummidgee story. Truth be told, that was an interesting tale. No one mentioned the riots, and for that Sigmund was grateful. The topic was too painful, for each of them in a different way. I'm as much a victim of the fertility laws as Bay. Sigmund thought of Feather and his own problems. Sometimes the universe sucks, especially when his new friends remained his chief suspects, at least of collaborating in secret with puppeteers. It wasn't long to his next shift. He gave up on sleep and headed for the bridge, where Carlos and Babe were again talking about the children. They fell silent at his appearance. Hi, Sigmund, Carlos said. Gentlemen? From habit, Sigmund checked the mass pointer. Nothing anywhere nearby. What's our topic this shift? Bay's stories, Carlos said. He's got 1 million of them. Certainly, Bay told the most stories. A funny thing, though, Sigmund felt no need to strangle the man. By this point, outbound from Earth, Sigmund had been ready to throttle Onder. A few of Sigmund's stories had actually happened. 2 had even happened to him. An only slightly censored version of how he'd become an ARM kept their attention. He also told them almost everything about the still unsolved theft of the Elgin marbles, omitting only speculations about Cerberus and puppeteers. The latter incident was a test. That neither of his passengers reacted, Sigmund decided, constituted an inconclusive pass. Carlos told stories too, only they mostly involved cosmological arcana or too many dimensions for anyone but Carlos to follow. Sometimes both. Carlos assured them his stories were funny. So Carlos's answer meant only that Bay was the glib one of the pair. Bay stalled by lighting a cigarette, which he held between 2 toes. Maybe everyone from We Made It was that limber. Sigmund didn't know, but never before this trip had he seen anyone smoke using his feet. It bugged the hell out of Sigmund. He guessed Bay enjoyed that more than the cigarette. Sigmund played along. Neutron star? Core explosion? Outsiders? Bay shot Carlos an annoyed glance.
Don't give me that, Bay, Carlos said. Sigmund and I talked about the outsiders before you and I ever met.
True, Sigmund agreed. When you and Gregory Pelton went barreling into Sirius System 6 years ago, it seemed pretty obvious you'd gotten a lift from the outsiders. I'd like to hear that story. I was crew on that trip. That makes it Elephant's story, not mine. Bay loved to tell stories, but his tone of voice made it clear this story was an exception. He brought a foot up to his face and took a long drag. That's not to admit or deny we encountered outsiders. Puff, puff. Speaking of the outsiders, a few months ago I saw a starseed open. That was truly amazing. And Beowulf was off, spinning tales of the galaxy's elder race. The outsiders were immensely fragile, looking something like large cat-o'-nine tails, with a metabolism based on liquid helium. They roamed the galaxy in city-sized ships, shunning the inner solar systems. Those amazing ships of theirs had the galaxy's least imaginative names. I had business with one once. It was called Ship 14. Their civilization was billions of years old, moving to a less-than-glacial tempo impossible for the warm world races to imagine. It had been an outsider, native to regions outside of solar singularities, in the dawn of time, who discovered hyperspace and perfected the hyperdrive shunt, by selling that technology to the human colony of We Made It. Not to a relative, though. The outsiders indirectly saved humanity from enslavement by the Kzinti. For reasons of their own, outsiders themselves traveled only in normal space. Sigmund thought, not for the first time, if Bay wrote half as well as he spoke, Onder would never have gotten his foot in the door.
Bay?
Carlos interrupted.
Starseeds?
I'm getting there. We don't know much about the outsiders. One of those few things we know is this. They spend their time in pursuit of starseeds. A great smile lit Beowulf's face. Giant creatures, about 2 kilometers across. They follow slow migratory patterns from the rim of the galaxy to and from the core. That's 2 clicks across, furled. Inbound to Gummidgee, our ship passed a starseed. A starseed is mostly gossamer-thin sail, tightly rolled. Imagine that sail, thousands of kilometers across, slowly unfurling. 4 muscular shrouds connect the sail to its tiny central kernel. Now picture that great, silvery, mirrored sail catching the sun. In his mind's eye, Sigmund did see the starseed. It was beautiful. Yes, if Bay could write half as well as he spoke, he'd never have needed Onder. Carlos and Bay had met by accident. Bay had been bound for Earth. The captain of the passenger ship had diverted to Jinx rather than face whatever was eating ships in Sol System. One coincidence explained. It was a start. Then again, Gregory Pelton could certainly bribe a cruise line captain. Pelton would scarcely notice the expense. It was almost time to drop out of hyperspace, their wide-ranging conversations abruptly focused. Pirates, ship-eaters, wandering uncharted planets. Theories suddenly ceased to be mere intellectual exercise. It boils down to 3 possibilities, Bay decided abruptly. Kzinti, puppeteers, and humans. Carlos guffawed.
Puppeteers? Puppeteers wouldn't have the guts.
I threw them in because they might have some interest in manipulating the interstellar stock market. Look, our hypothetical pirates have set up an embargo, cutting Sol System off from the outside world. The puppeteers have the capital to take advantage of what that does to the market, and they need money for their migration. It was the first theory Sigmund heard that made any sense. He'd had similar thoughts about the crash when the puppeteers vanished. Bay and Carlos had been involved then. Carlos wasn't buying it.
The puppeteers are philosophical cowards.
That's right, Bay agreed. They wouldn't risk robbing the ships or coming anywhere near them. Suppose they can make them disappear from a distance.
Carlos wasn't laughing now.
That's easier than dropping them out of hyperspace to rob them. It wouldn't take more than a great big gravity generator, and we've never known the limits of puppeteer technology.
So Schaefer suddenly had a plausible explanation, without any new information. Had he been holding back for the whole trip? Sigmund asked.
You think this is possible?
Bay nodded.
Just barely. The same goes for the Kzinti. The Kzinti are ferocious enough. Trouble is, if we ever learned they were preying on our ships, we'd raise pluperfect hell. The Kzinti know that, and they know we can beat them. Took them long enough, but they learned.
So you think it's humans?
Carlos said. Bay looked unhappy.
Yeah, if it's pirates.
In the mass pointer, the narrow line that marked Sol grew longer. Bay claimed the controls as his own. As tense as he looked, he found the energy to chain smoke with his feet. The three of them shared the bridge as Hobo Kelly penetrated the Oort cloud. Only 12 hours remained until they returned to normal space. Then it was 10, 5, 1. Bay asked suddenly,
Carlos, just how large a mass would it take to make us disappear?
Their resident genius didn't hesitate.
Planet size, Mars and up. Beyond that, it depends on how close you get and how dense it is. If it's dense enough, it can be less massive and still flip you out of the universe. But you'd see it in the mass sensor.
Only for an instant. And not then if it's turned off. What if someone turned on a giant gravity generator as we went past?
For what? They couldn't rob the ship. Where's their profit?
Stocks.
Sigmund shook his head. They'd talked all through this. Was Schaefer trying to divert them at a critical moment?
The expense of such an operation would be enormous. No group of pirates would have enough additional capital on hand to make it worthwhile. Of the puppeteers, I might believe it.
The long line marking Sol was almost touching the surface of the mass sensor. Bay said,
Break out in 10 minutes.
And the ship lurched savagely. Chapter 32.
Strap down,
Bay yelled. He stared wide-eyed at the hyperdrive controls. Sigmund stared just as incredulously. The hyperdrive motor was drawing no power. None of the instrument readings made any sense, unless... Bay had the same thought. He activated the viewports, kept inert in hyperspace. The displays came on, revealing stars. Somehow they were in normal space.
Futz! They got us anyway.
Carlos sounded neither frightened nor angry, but awed. The hidden access panel. Why was Bay reaching for it? Sigmund shouted,
Wait!
Bay threw the red switch anyway. The ship shuddered as explosive bolts blew. A monstrous blip appeared on the radar screen, slowly receding. That blip was most of the ship. The false hull, their disguise. Now anyone watching would see a GP No. 2 hull ringed with weapons. Sigmund cursed in every language he knew. Schaefer didn't know the old words, or he didn't care. He lit the main fusion drive and ran it up to full power. Sigmund squeezed the padded arms of his crash couch, his knuckles white.
Schaefer, you idiot, you coward!
Or traitor. That was a possibility, too. How could he have considered trusting this man?
We run without knowing what we run from. Now they know exactly what we are. What chance that they will follow us now? This ship was built for a specific purpose, and you have ruined it.
I've freed your special instruments, Schaefer said with aggravating calm.
Why don't you see what you can find?
There were ships out there. Sigmund got a close-up of them. 3 space tugs of the Belter type. They were shaped like thick saucers, equipped with oversized drives and powerful electromagnetic generators. Asteroid haulers. With those heavy drives, they could probably catch Hobo Kelly, assuming they had adequate cabin gravity. They weren't even trying. They continued on their course, 3 points of a slow-moving triangle. Carlos asked,
Bay? What happened?
How the futz would I know?
Their pilot snapped. It seemed a fair answer. Several hyperdrive indicators had gone wild. The rest looked completely dead.
And the drive's drawing no power at all. I've never heard of anything like this. Carlos, it's still theoretically impossible.
Carlos said,
I'm not so sure of that. I want to look at the drive.
Schaefer didn't look up from his console.
The access tubes don't have cabin gravity.
On radar, the three innocent-looking tugs receded. Of course, until moments ago, Hobo Kelly had also looked entirely innocent, not like the warship it was. Rather than scream, Sigmund said,
If there were an enemy, you frightened him away. Schaefer, this mission and this ship have cost my department an enormous sum, and we have learned nothing at all.
Not quite nothing, Carlos said. I still want to see the hyperdrive motor. Bay, would you run us down to 1G?
Yeah, but miracles make me nervous, Carlos.
Crawling one by one through the access tunnel, they encountered a miracle. Their hyperdrive motor had vanished from the ship. Carlos broke the stunned silence.
It takes an extremely high gravity gradient. The motor hit that, wrapped space around itself, and took off at some higher level of hyperdrive, one we can't reach. By now it could be well on its way to the edge of the universe.
He seemed very confident for someone without an opinion a few minutes ago. With some trepidation, they powered up the hyperwave radio. It neither disappeared like the hyperdrive nor exploded. Sigmund relayed a coded query through Southworth Station to get registry data on the three tugs. From the ship to the relay, comm was instantaneous. The link between the station and the inner solar system was another story. There, lightspeed crawl was the rule. They'd have a 10-hour round-trip delay for any answer. Carlos used the comm gear next. He wanted data about cosmology and cosmologists, astronomy and astronomers. There was also something in his request about a meteor strike in Siberia in 1908. What Sigmund found most significant was who Carlos asked. The call went to one of Gregory Pelton's unlisted numbers. Schaefer didn't understand either.
I haven't the remotest idea what you're after.
Smiling enigmatically, Carlos went to his cabin. Sigmund needed urgently to shake answers out of someone, and couldn't, not without hard proof of a crime. Wu was among Earth's chosen. Schaefer was under the protection of Gregory Pelton. Futz. They took turns on watch before the answer to Sigmund's message arrived via Southworth Station. The registration check on the tugs was worthless. All were supposedly owned by the Sixth Congregational Church of Rodney. Libertarian belter nonsense. The United Nations would never tolerate such evasions. Soon after, information began pouring in for Carlos. The physicist refused to share his thinking. The fool would rather be dead than proven wrong. As for the data stream itself, for all the sense it made to Sigmund, it might as well have been in hieroglyphics. Sigmund concentrated on the bit he could understand, the list of Sol System's leading experts in gravity theory. Name after name was paired with the Southworth Station hyperwave comm ID. That put all of them here in the Oort cloud, here where ships disappeared. Where in the cloud hardly mattered. The fringes of the solar system were practically next door to any hyperdrive-equipped ship.
These people, Sigmund said. You wish to discuss your theory with one of them?
Carlos seemed surprised by the question.
That's right, Sigmund.
Carlos, has it occurred to you that one of these people may have built the ship-eating device?
What? You're right. It would take someone who knew something about gravity. But I'd say the Quicksilver Group,
and Carlos gestured at the long block of names that shared a comm ID,
was beyond suspicion. With upwards of 10,000 people at work, how could anyone hide anything?
One name on the list looked familiar. He knew a gravity theorist? Sigmund couldn't imagine why. Whoever he was, the comm ID showed he wasn't with Quicksilver.
What about this Julian Forward?
Carlos looked thoughtful.
Forward? Yeah, I've always wanted to meet him.
You know of him? Who is he?
Schaefer asked.
He used to be with the Institute of Knowledge on Jinx. I haven't heard of him in years. He did some work on the gravity waves from the galactic core, work that turned out to be wrong. Sigmund, let's give him a call.
Jinx. Sigmund suppressed a shiver. Now he placed the name. Forward was one of the experts who had vouched for the integrity of Schaefer's galactic core explosion data. Ander had spoken to him 6 years earlier. And now Forward turns up here?
And ask him what?
Schaefer said pointedly.
Why...
Then Carlos remembered the situation.
Oh, you think he might... Yeah.
How well do you know this man?
Sigmund asked.
I know him by reputation. He's quite famous. I don't see how such a man could go in for mass murder.
Sigmund wondered. How can someone so brilliant be so innocent?
Earlier you said that we were looking for a man skilled in the study of gravitational phenomena.
Granted.
That was rather grudging, Sigmund thought. Perhaps we can do no more than talk to him. He could be on the other side of the sun and still head a pirate fleet. Carlos shook his head.
No, that he could not.
Think again, Sigmund said. We are outside the singularity of soul. A pirate fleet would surely include hyperdrive ships.
If Julian Forward is the ship-eater, he'll have to be nearby. The device won't move in hyperspace.
Schaefer had begun to look testy. He said, Carlos, what we don't know can kill us. Will you quit playing games? But Carlos kept smiling, shaking his head. All right, we can still check on Forward. Call him up and ask where he is. Is he likely to know you by reputation?
Sure, I'm famous too.
Okay, Schaefer said. If he's close enough, we might even beg him for a ride home. The way things stand, we'll be at the mercy of any hyperdrive ship for as long as we're out here. I hope we are attacked, Sigmund said. We can outfight, but we can't outrun, Schaefer interrupted. They can dodge. We can't.
Peace, you two. First things first.
Carlos sat down at the hyperwave controls and keyed in a comm ID. One shipmate a foolish genius, the other a coward or a traitor. He couldn't rely on either of them. He didn't trust Forward. Sigmund backed into a corner that the comm gear did not see. Can you contrive to keep my name out of this exchange? If necessary, you can be the ship's owner. Before Carlos could answer, the comm display lit. They saw ash-blonde hair cut in a belter crest over a lean white face and an insincere smile. Forward station. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Carlos Wu of Earth calling. May I speak to Dr. Julian Forward, please?
I'll see if he's available. The video froze. Carlos shouted, What kind of game are you playing now? How can I explain owning a warship? Before anyone could comment, the video unfroze. They saw someone massively muscled, undeniably a Jinxian. Carlos Wu, Forward said with unctuous enthusiasm. Are you the same Carlos Wu who solved the Celihum limits problem? They babbled in tongues. Well, Forward finally said, what can I do for you?
Julian Forward, meet Beowulf Schaefer. Bay was giving me a lift home when our hyperdrive motor disappeared.
Schaefer jumped right in. Disappeared, Futzy, right? The hyperdrive motor casing is empty. The motor supports are sheared off. We're stuck out here with no hyperdrive and no idea how it happened.
Almost true, Carlos said cheerfully. Dr. Forward, I do have some ideas as to what happened here. I'd like to discuss them with you.
Where are you now? Schaefer sent Forward their position. Forward glanced at the coordinates. You can get here a lot faster than you can get to Earth. Forward station is ahead of you, within 20 AU of your position. You can wait here for the next ferry. Better than going on in a crippled ship. An icy calm came over Sigmund. Forward was that near? The Jinxian must be involved.
Good,
Carlos said.
We'll work out a course and let you know when to expect us.
I welcome the chance to meet Carlos Wu. Forward sent his coordinates and dropped the link. Carlos turned.
All right, Bay. Now you own an armed and disguised warship. You figure out where you got it.
Schaefer had the sense to look worried. We've got worse problems than that. Forward station is exactly where the ship-eater ought to be. Carlos nodded, but he remained amused with something he still would not share. So what's our next move? Schaefer persisted. We can't run from hyperdrive ships. Not now. Is Forward likely to try to kill us?
If we don't reach Forward station on schedule, he might send ships after us. We know too much. We've told him so, Carlos said. The hyperdrive motor disappeared completely. I know half a dozen people who could figure out how it happened, knowing just that.
He smiled suddenly.
That's assuming Forward's the ship-eater. We don't know that. I think we have a splendid chance to find out one way or the other.
How? Just walk in? Schaefer asked. Ideas started to percolate in Sigmund's mind. Dr. Forward expects you and Carlos to enter his web unsuspecting, leaving an empty ship. I think we can prepare a few surprises for him. For example, he may not have guessed that this is a General Products hull, and I will be aboard to fight. So you'll be in the indestructible hull, Schaefer said cynically, and we'll be helpless in the base. Very clever.
I'd rather run for it myself. But then you have your career to consider.
Something had reached through Hobo Kelly's hull to remove its hyperdrive motor. A few years ago, tidal forces had reached through Skydiver, another GP No. 2 hull, as it happened, like this ship, and almost splatted Schaefer across the inside of the bow. And between, Schaefer had almost certainly experienced the complete destruction of a GP hull. Maybe I should be a little more sympathetic to Beowulf's caution.
I will not deny it, Sigmund said, but there are ways in which I can prepare you.
Chapter 33. A lopsided stony mass flecked with ice hung in Hobo Kelly's main viewport. On magnification, signs of human presence dotted the rock's mottled surface. Sigmund recognized airlocks, flush-mounted windows, and antennae. The long, many-jointed metal arm with a bowl at its end? He hadn't a clue. He returned his attention to the tiny open vehicle crossing the short distance to forward station. Two space-suited figures straddled a device that was little more than a rocket motor and fuel tanks. Someone in a skin-tight suit and a bubble helmet waited for them. They moored the taxi to a spur of rock and went inside.
I'm Harry Moskowitz, their greeter said. They call me Angel. Dr. Forward is waiting in the laboratory.
Angel's voice was as clear as if Sigmund were on the rock. Sigmund had equipped Bay and Wu with arm gear. Sigmund had explained about their borrowed arm earplugs.
Transmitter and hearing aid with sonic padding between. If you are blasted with sound, as by an explosion or a sonic stunner, the hearing aid will stop transmitting. If you go suddenly deaf, you will know you are under attack.
He had seen no need to volunteer that transmit also meant broadcast. They might fail to act naturally if they knew he was listening. The earplugs transmitted at very low power across a very broad spectrum. The devices wouldn't reveal themselves by interfering with forward's equipment. Floating a few hundred meters away, Hobo Kelly's long-range comm gear picked up the signals easily. Carlos and Bay followed Angel inside. As soon as they removed their spacesuits, Sigmund had video. One button on each of their jumpers contained a camera, another detail he had seen no reason to mention. Angel's station tour was anticlimactic. Long, boring tunnels, such have laced 1,000 asteroid mines, which, supposedly, this rock had once been. Tool rooms, storerooms, fusion generators, a space taxi hangar. Schaefer was also getting bored. Admirably casual, he asked,
You use mining tugs?
Sure, Angel said. He seemed to think nothing of the question.
We can ship water and metals up from the inner system, but it's cheaper to hunt them down ourselves. In an emergency, the tugs could probably get us back to the inner system.
The Belter continued his tour before slipping in his own offhanded question.
Speaking of ships, I don't think I've ever seen one like yours. Were those bombs lined up along the ventral surface?
Some of them, Bay said. Carlos laughed.
Bay won't tell me how he got it.
Pick, pick, pick. All right, I stole it. I don't think anyone is going to complain.
Bay spun a yarn, as only he could, about being hired to pilot a cargo ship to Wunderland. Only it had turned out to be a warship hidden inside a fake shell.
By then I was already afraid that if I tried to back out, I'd be made to disappear.
Angel frowned. Strange they left you with a working hyperdrive.
Man, they didn't. They'd ripped out the relays. I had to fix them myself. It's lucky I looked, because they had the relays wired to a little bomb under the control chair.
Schaefer paused thoughtfully. The man was a born actor.
Maybe I fixed it wrong. You heard what happened. My hyperdrive motor just plain vanished. It must have set off some explosive bolts, because the belly of the ship blew off. It was a dummy. What's left looks to be a pocket bomber.
That's what I thought, Angel said.
Bay shrugged. I guess I'll have to turn it in to the gold-skinned cops when we reach the inner system. Pity.
And then the tour took an interesting turn. The next tunnel ended in a great hemispherical chamber. A massive column stood at the center of the room, rising through a seal in the curved dome into the enigmatic multi-jointed arm, whose purpose Bay, Carlos, and Sigmund had all tried and failed to guess. Julian Forward sat at the horseshoe-shaped control console near the pillar. "The grabber," he intoned with mock portentousness. "Pleased to meet you, Carlos Wu, Beowulf Schaefer." Forward bounded from his seat, beaming. "The grabber is our main exhibit here. After the grabber, there's nothing to see." Bay asked, "What does it do?" Carlos laughed. "It's beautiful. Why does it have to do anything?" Forward said, "I've been thinking of entering it in a junk sculpture show. What it does is manipulate large, dense masses. The cradle at the end of the arm is a complex of electromagnets. I can actually vibrate masses in there to produce polarized gravity waves." Carlos and Bay leaned back to admire the grabber. It was huge. Sigmund took in views from their hidden cameras and the telescopic overhead perspective of Hobo Kelly. Massive curved girders cut the dome into pie sections. Like the seal, the girders gleamed like mirrors. Carlos mumbled something about reinforcement by stasis fields. Then he spoke to Forward.
"What do you vibrate in there? A megaton of lead?"
"Lead, sheathed in soft iron, was the test mass, but that was years ago. I haven't worked with the grabber lately, but we had some satisfactory runs with a sphere of neutronium enclosed in a stasis field. 10 billion metric tons. Sigmund twitched. Neutronium? It didn't exist outside of neutron stars, did it? He was sure he remembered that from the BVS-1 affair. Maybe Carlos would have commented, but Bay spoke first. "What's the point?" "Communication, for one thing," Forward said. "There must be intelligent species all through the galaxy, most of them too far away for our ships. Gravity waves are probably the best way to reach them." "Gravity waves travel at light speed, don't they? Wouldn't hyperwave be better?" "We can't count on them having it. Who but the outsiders would think to do their experimenting this far from a sun? If we want to reach beings who haven't dealt with the outsiders, we'll have to use gravity waves once we know how." The conversation lapsed further into technobabble. Sigmund hadn't a clue what any of it meant. It didn't seem threatening. And it didn't explain why an expert on gravitational theory was here in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every few sentences, the name of a mutual acquaintance bubbled out of the babble. Many were in the Quicksilver group. Others were outsystem, especially on Jinx, mostly seeking funding from the Institute of Knowledge.
"Are you still with the Institute, Doctor?"
Carlos asked. Forward shook his head. "They stopped backing me. Not enough results. But I can continue to use this station, which is Institute property. One day they'll sell it and we'll have to move." This operation couldn't be cheap. If the Institute wasn't supporting Forward, Sigmund wondered who was. Or was the Jinxian lying? The conversation on Forward Station eventually turned to the matter of the mysterious hyperdrive disappearance. Forward dismissed Bay's space monster theory. Then the physicists were at it again. Gravity, hyperspace physics, and cosmology all tangled in an enigmatic mess. Sigmund sipped a bulb of coffee, waiting for the conversation to turn comprehensible. He decided he knew 3 things about cosmology. It attempted to answer questions about the formation of the universe. Theories went in and out of vogue, hardly surprising since those origins could never be observed. It could not possibly affect him. That 3rd cosmological fact was wrong. Sigmund couldn't parse the questions, let alone the answers, but he understood people. Carlos was trying to lead the conversation somewhere. Had Wu forgotten he was in a possible pirate's lair, not a graduate colloquium? Bay shifted in his seat. The tenor of the conversation made him uneasy. Carlos, oblivious, was speculating again about the ship-eater.
"That 10 billion metric tons of neutronium, now, that you were using for a test mass? That wouldn't be big enough or dense enough to give us enough of a gravity gradient."
Enough to precipitate ships from hyperspace, Sigmund guessed that meant. "It might, right near the surface." Forward grinned and held his hands close together. "It was about that big."
"And that's as dense as matter gets in this universe. Too bad."
Forward nodded. "Have you ever heard of quantum black holes?"
"Yeah,"
Carlos said brightly. "Wrong answer." Forward spoke mid-leap, casually backhanding Carlos across the face as he passed, and grabbed Bay. Forward was used to the minuscule local gravity, and he likely masked twice what Bay did. Schaefer thrashed without effect. Carlos slumped to the floor. So much for the disguised weapons, like stun grenades disguised as other buttons, with which Sigmund had equipped them. Within seconds, Carlos and Bay were prisoners, their backs against that central column, and their arms tied behind them. Sigmund paced the bridge. Hobo Kelly had the armaments to destroy Forward Station easily enough, but that would not help Carlos and Bay. He could hardly storm the place. even if miraculously no one spotted him crossing the gap between ship and station. And now, except for what could be glimpsed through the dome, he was deaf and dumb. The massive column to which Carlos and Bay were lashed, or the immense metal arm above it, absorbed the signals from the earplug transmitters and button cameras. Sigmund's mind raced as, incredibly, nothing happened. The only motion in the dome was forward, wandering about as though in conversation. Then the blat of the proximity alarm gave Sigmund something new to worry about. 3 objects were approaching in formation. He checked the radar and wasn't surprised. Space tugs. As before, his instruments showed no weapons. 3 tugs in formation when something precipitated Hobo Kelly from hyperspace. 3 tugs now, in the same equilateral triangle formation, minutes after Carlos said too much. The 3 ships were heading straight toward Sigmund. Weapons ringed Hobo Kelly. Whoever flew those tugs had to know he was armed. Logic insisted they were also armed, even though no weapons registered on his instruments. Sigmund maneuvered Hobo Kelly directly between the tugs and the station. He was stalling for time, searching for an option that did not involve abandoning his shipmates, his friends. The tugs couldn't shoot at him without blowing up their base. The tugs changed course and kept coming. They must be gambling he would not fire on unarmed ships. On apparently unarmed ships. Would he? "Unidentified ships. This is an ARM patrol vessel. Break off your approach," Sigmund radioed. No response. No deviation. "Unidentified ships. Break off or I will fire." Nothing. At a minimum, the tug crews were reinforcements if he figured out a way to attempt a rescue. And they'd been warned. Sigmund fired the main X-ray laser. 1 ship burst open, spouting gases. Then a 2nd ship. The 3rd ship fled. He slewed Hobo Kelly until its bridge once more faced the station. The grabber was flailing around. That was presumably Forward's doing, as he was again seated at his horseshoe-shaped console. Angel stood behind Forward. "I'll never have a better chance to rescue them." The grabber kept up its writhing as Sigmund struggled into his spacesuit. What did the grabber grab? The drifting wreckage of one of the disabled tugs flashed blue-white. Its disappearance lasted just long enough to give an impression of motion in Sigmund's direction. He lunged for a crash console, half into his spacesuit, and jetted out of the way of... what? The grabber compressed suddenly, then recoiled. The bowl at its end still looked empty. It had caught something very massive and very small. Things happened too quickly to fully take in. Lightning flashed under the dome. A chunk of the grabber vanished. The dome ruptured. A painfully bright blue-white dot appeared near the break. An Angel fell up into it. The scintillating spot of light drifted toward the floor. Forward fell, shot into it, and vanished. The glowing dot sank into the floor. There was no time to speculate. For the next minute or two, no more, everyone in the base would be busy getting into pressure suits, and in another minute or two, there would be no one left for Sigmund to rescue. This would be his only chance. Sigmund put Hobo Kelly on autopilot and sealed his helmet. He hit the airlock emergency override. Cabin pressure blew him out. He dove into the wrecked dome, his rocket pack on full power. Somehow he managed not to crash. He whirled in a circle, sighting over a handgun. He found no one but Carlos and Bay, their arms still tied behind them around the central column, bleeding from the ears and nose. Their mouths gaped, screaming silently as the final gas traces burst from their lungs. Sigmund cut Carlos loose with a hand torch and helped him into a rescue bag. Once it was zipped and its small oxygen tank began to inflate it, Sigmund did the same for Bay. Sigmund felt heavier than he expected, and the floor wobbled beneath them. They needed to be someplace else, fast. The breach in the dome was too small for him to carry out even one inflated rescue bag. Sigmund set his gun to explosive rounds and blasted a bigger opening. By then, Hobo Kelly had landed on autopilot. He dragged the rescue bags to it and then pointed at the gaping airlock. Inflated rescue bags wouldn't fit through. He opened his mouth wide as a signal. Bay and Carlos unzipped and crawled into the ship. Air gushed in as the airlock closed behind Sigmund. Bay and Carlos looked just barely alive. Carlos rasped,
"Please don't do that anymore."
Sigmund popped off his helmet and tried to smile reassuringly. "It should not be necessary anymore. Whatever it was you did, well done. I have 2 well-equipped autodocs to repair you. While you are healing, I will see about recovering the treasures within the asteroid."
"Forget it,"
Carlos croaked.
"Get us out of here, now."
He didn't understand. "What?"
"No time. Get us out."
"Very well. First the autodocs." Sigmund turned, but Carlos's hand plucked feebly at his sleeve.
"What? No. I want to see this,"
Carlos whispered. Sigmund went to the bridge, Carlos and Bay tottering after him. They strapped down. Sigmund fired the main thruster and took Hobo Kelly away from the rock. And from something else. What?
Far enough,
Carlos whispered presently.
Turn us around.
Sigmund nudged the ship around. What are we looking for?
You'll know.
Looking half dead, Carlos somehow managed to smile. Carlos, was I right to fire on the tugs?
Oh, yes.
As they watched, a part of the asteroid collapsed into itself, leaving a deep crater.
It moves slower at apogee, picks up more matter,
Carlos said. He seemed indifferent to the blood still dribbling from his nose. What are you talking about? A black hole, Sigmund guessed. Mention of one had set forward off.
Later, Sigmund, when my throat grows back.
Forward had a hole in his pocket,
Bay said helpfully. Now the other side of the asteroid collapsed. Lightning briefly flared there. Then the whole ball of rock and ice began to shrink. Bay coughed.
Sigmund, has this ship got automatic sunscreens?
Of course we've got... There was a blinding flash. By the time the tears slowed and Sigmund could focus again, nothing showed on his instruments but stars. Chapter 34. With much assistance, Carlos lowered himself into the autodock.
Thanks, Sigmund,
he said. Breath gurgled in and out of his vacuum-ruined lungs.
I may not want to ride with you after this.
Don't blame me.
Sigmund pushed the close button. The lid started down. He timed his rebuttal to have the last word.
I think it's Bay who's unlucky to fly with.
Lights began blinking on the dock. Text scrolled across the display. Schaefer had toppled into the remaining autodock on his own. He had a height advantage.
It's hard to imagine that I used to fly people safely for a living.
Given his recent history, Sigmund agreed.
Now it's my turn to fly.
Bay turned his head. The slight motion seemed to hurt.
You don't know what we narrowly escaped.
It wasn't unkind, and it wasn't a question.
I'm not sure, Sigmund admitted. A black hole?
Yeah.
A quantum black hole? Sigmund suggested. Never mind. Tell me after you get out.
At one time, Bay said. There was no stopping the man mid-story.
Did you know quantum black holes can only be created in a Big Bang? True. Forward found it in orbiting inside an asteroid. It's a long explanation how, but trust me, he told Carlos and me.
Told them when? Sigmund wondered. Then he remembered losing reception when Bay and Carlos were tied to the base of the grabber. Bay hawked a ball of bloody goo into his hand.
Ugh. Quantum black holes are tiny, much smaller than an atom. Since atoms are mostly empty space, a quantum black hole isn't much of a threat. It takes too long for one to eat anything. So he fed his.
Neutronium. Sigmund appreciated the look of surprise his comment drew.
Yeah. After that, it was large enough to swallow a big asteroid, followed by all the ships he pirated. It's still microscopic. Oh yeah, early on, also the exhaust from an old ion drive ship for about a month.
Drive exhaust? Ah, Sigmund said, to give it an electrical charge. That's how the tugs could maneuver it into the shipping lanes, and how the grabber could grab it. Nothing had somehow compressed the grabber like a toy spring. Sigmund shivered. The tugs dropped their black hole after my attack, but Forward caught it. He was going to throw it at Hobo Kelly. In a vacuum, it must be invisible. I would never have seen it coming. Bay coughed again. This time he couldn't stop. It sounded like he was trying to cough up a lung, and perhaps he was.
Right, he managed to get out. Until his fussy big electromagnet went pfft.
When the racking coughs finally trailed off, Bay donned that ironic half-smile that meant, there's more to this story that maybe I'll tell you sometime. That presumed he lived to talk about it. Bay, we need to start the dock, now.
You know that you want to know how. You found me still tied up. Did you notice that I'd kicked off my shoes?
His shoes? Flat on his back in the open autodock, Bay raised a foot to his mouth and pantomimed taking a puff.
You disabled the grabber with your toes?
This time it was the patient who hit the autodock control. A devil-may-care smile served Schaefer as his last word. Nothing but an occasional rock for millions of kilometers, and the last rock Sigmund saw had vanished down a black hole. No company, days away from sunlight and fluffy white clouds and air that didn't taste of recycling. The autodocks were in use, but Sigmund would have avoided them anyway. He knew how restful it could be to let the dock fill his arteries with drugs and let all Earth's enemies fade away into fantasy. It would be like waking from a series of bad dreams. He wanted the rest, but he needed to think, and he needed the distrustful mind nature had given him. Days alone, with nothing to do but brood. About the Jinxian menace. Only a few years ago, the Institute of Knowledge, meaning the Jinxian government, had sponsored that neutron star mission. He had been so naive as to convince himself that the Laskin's messy deaths through a GP hull weren't a danger to Earth. He remembered thinking Jinx could hardly threaten Earth's fleet with a neutron star. Well, a Jinxian had, almost single-handedly, besieged Sol System with a black hole bulked up with neutronium, operating from a facility owned by the Institute of Knowledge. About Gregory Pelton. Pelton had encountered something that destroyed GP hulls. Beowulf had as much as admitted it. And now Pelton poured his wealth into research on Jinx. Was he developing the technology? And about the puppeteers. They had enabled the BVS-1 expedition. They knew as much about its findings as the Institute of Knowledge. If puppeteers had once favored a Pelton with the technology for teleportation, might they not also support this generation? Puppeteers were behind the fertility law unrest, surely to deflect Sigmund from his quest. The physics aspects made his head spin. What I do understand, Sigmund thought, is money. He must dig even deeper. If Julian Forward had told the truth about losing his institute funding, who funded him at the end? Jinx, merely with more subtlety? Pelton? Puppeteers? Days alone, with nothing to do but brood. Sigmund's thoughts swirled, turbulent and inchoate, like water circling and gurgling down a drain, like 8 innocent crews, and the guilty crews of those space tugs, and Angel and Julian Forward and anyone else who had been on that rock, all sucked down a black hole to oblivion. Days alone, with nothing to do but brood. They said Sigmund was gibbering and staring at nothing, dehydrated and malnourished, when an armed cruiser matched courses with and boarded Hobo Kelly. They said only occasional words and short phrases were intelligible. Neutronium, Jinx, conspiracy, conniving puppeteers, something about mysteries to the north, and one recurring phrase, no more spaceships. Becalmed. Earth dates 2652 to 2653. Chapter 35. The hospital felt unearthly. Sigmund strode down the corridor. Unfamiliar stimuli assailed him. Medicinal odors, hushed tones, pale walls and floor, the better to spot traces of dirt, or he chose not to think what else. His skin crawled. I've almost died a couple of times, Sigmund thought. Both times an autodoc handled it. People didn't end up in hospitals unless they were seriously ill, like Carlos. There was conversation coming from Carlos's room. Laughter. That sounded encouraging. Sigmund tapped on the doorframe. "Good of you to join us," Feather said. She'd been pricklier than ever since his interstellar adventure. She knew Tange well why Sigmund refused to use transfer booths, and that he wouldn't discuss Cerberus in front of Carlos. Her dig was just one more way to hassle Sigmund. He ignored it, as he tried to ignore the many tubes and instruments connected to Carlos, afloat in a sleeper field. "You're looking much better."
"An attentive guardian helps."
Carlos's voice rasped, and fluid gurgled in his lungs.
"I'm glad that Feather is here."
She'd arrived only a few hours before Sigmund. The hospital was in Melbourne, and teleporting beat suborbital hops every time. Carlos had been asleep in a hospital dock, under round-the-clock specialist supervision for months. Cloning custom lungs took time. "What's the prognosis?" Sigmund asked.
"Good, I'm told. My own damn fault I'm so sick."
"It's Julian Forward's fault," Feather said protectively. That was true enough, and everyone knew it. Never mind, this wasn't the place to be discussing forward. Carlos knew that, too. What do you mean, Carlos?
For starters, my so-called perfect genes didn't do much for me. Orthodox spares are supposed to work.
They did, for most people. Carlos had nearly died in the autodock on Hobo Kelly. His body had massively rejected the replacement lungs on board, and he'd burned through all the immunosuppressant meds before they had crossed Neptune's orbit. Only drugging him into near hibernation, his vacuum-seared lungs scarcely working, had kept Carlos alive.
Such a modest genius.
Feather patted Carlos's arm.
Your genes are perfect for my taste.
Had Feather set her sights on Carlos now? Sigmund wished him luck. For starters, you said.
Geniuses should know how to prioritize.
Carlos ran splayed fingers through his thick black hair. Carlos, at a loss for words.
Medical science hasn't improved much in my lifetime. I've had ideas for years how orthodox could be made much better.
And had you concentrated on those, rather than cosmological esoterica, Hobo Kelly might have carried an autodock that could have healed you. What kind of ideas? Carlos smiled wanly.
I'm not ready.
Right, Sigmund said. You're not ready to talk about it. Now Carlos could keep his secrets. They wouldn't get anyone killed. It's something you can work on once you're out of here. Have you heard when that will be?
Several more days.
Carlos shut his eyes, looking weary.
They're going to pop me into a standard dock soon, now that the new lungs are grown.
We should let you rest, Sigmund decided. Come on, Feather. Feather nodded.
Take care of yourself. We'll be back to check on you.
Leaving Carlos snoring softly, Sigmund and Feather went to the hospital cafeteria. Sigmund bought 2 coffees. He had a close call, Sigmund said.
Too close.
Feather took a sip and grimaced.
You still don't know how I take coffee? No cream. Earth needs to take better care of him. There aren't enough geniuses to go around.
Sigmund liked and respected Carlos, but he couldn't yet trust him. Medusa had been busy since Carlos popped up on Jinx. She'd sieved through decades of emails, comm calls, transfer booth records, research queries, financial transactions of Carlos and his closest colleagues and their closest colleagues, and... Sigmund's aide had examined and organized millions of records, terabytes of data. The result was an affinity web of enormous scope. Associates and affiliations, friends and relatives and long-ago classmates, fellow investors and former lovers, with ample room for speculation about what the connections, at various removes of varying types, might mean. The data neither condemned nor exonerated Carlos. At the apex of Earth's aristocracy, it seemed everyone of significance knew everyone else. Then, as Sigmund was looking at Feather, all the pieces came together for him. Carlos had almost died, taking his precious genes with him. He needed a bodyguard. Feather was drawn to Carlos, and Carlos seemed receptive enough to Feather's flirting. Sigmund had a natural spy, and an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. First, General Products' abrupt withdrawal, and then the fertility law unrest. Nessus had left behind an economy in serious trouble. He had returned, it seemed, to worse. Tumbleweeds blew across the tarmac of Mojave Spaceport, between long rows of idled spacecraft. In the days since Aegis's return, very few ships had taken off or landed. The public databases tantalized more than they revealed. UN censors had clamped down on something big. He had to know what. Not to mention, he needed to distract himself. The good news was, transfer booth abduction still worked. 2 years, Sangita Kudrin said. She was newly dyed and coiffed, wearing a slinky black dress. Abduction had not been in her thoughts. I had dared to hope you were gone for good. It's Nessus, isn't it? Correct. 2 tumultuous years. Nessus wasn't certain, or could not yet be honest with himself, what had brought him back to human space. He was afraid to know why Nike had been so quick to approve his departure. Nessus told himself his return was about duty. He worried endlessly whether it was about guilty secrets, his and Nike's. On the slender reed of such ambiguity rested any hopes of a future with Nike. Unseen behind his one-way mirror, Nessus plucked at his mane. He needed to concentrate on whatever new misfortunes had befallen Earth.
I hope to make this brief.
Sengita said nothing.
You prospered during my absence,
Nessus went on. Public databases now gave her title as a UN Undersecretary, no longer a mere deputy.
You kidnapped me before for information. Is that why you have taken me now?
It is.
Nessus squirmed in his nest of cushions.
Information about Sigmund Ausfaller.
However reluctantly, she complied. Once he ascertained what a pirate was, the pieces began to fall into place. The seedy and idle spaceport, Julian Forward's failure to respond to hyperwave messages as Nessus approached Sol System, Ausfaller's failure to follow the clues that 2 years ago had drawn his attention toward the galactic north. Once Sengita began, the words tumbled out.
And the Jinx government is still demanding answers about Julian Forward, information Ausfaller refuses to give.
She leaned forward to whisper,
I believe Forward is dead, and that Ausfaller killed him.
So Ausfaller is obsessed now, wondering how Forward made neutronium,
Nessus concluded.
Yes, damn you. Haven't you been listening? No one knows much more. Ausfaller simply won't talk. After he ended the pirate attacks, no one, not even the armed director, would dare challenge Ausfaller to reveal more than he chooses.
Nessus pawed thoughtfully at the deck. Julian's piracy had diverted Ausfaller from his hunt. Ausfaller had stopped Julian. Julian, the citizen technology Nessus had provided, the neutronium Julian had made with it, all the evidence had vanished irretrievably down a black hole.
Very good. You may go.
Nessus transferred Sengita to a remote booth. Forward's death did not bother Nessus much. The Jinxian had made his own choice to turn renegade. But the innocent crews of 8 ships, those lay heavily on Nessus's conscience. A soft chime eventually announced mealtime. Nessus climbed from his nest of pillows and synthed a small bowl of chopped mixed grasses. He nibbled at the greens without interest, his emotions roiling. Relief that Hearth was safe from ARM pursuit. Terror at being alone, so very far from home. Guilt at more deaths. Worry whether the apparent lifting of the siege of Earth would suffice to undo the economic damage. An enervating miasma of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But among the many familiar apprehensions, Nessus sensed an intriguing new idea. Another human community also weighed on his mind. Someone like Sigmund Ausfaller could be extremely valuable to it. Chapter 36. A bit of computational legerdemain morphed Medusa's snake-wreathed head. Now a spider with oddly serpentine legs, she scuttled along the impossibly dense fabric of the affinity network that represented Sigmund's ongoing investigations.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave,
she concluded. Cute. Feather also participated by hologram, netting from the guest room in Carlos Wu's house. It was night on that side of the world. Carlos was supposedly asleep. She shambled about the room, yawning.
I'm tired, Sigmund. Let's get on with it.
Fair enough. It was late for her. Here's the bottom line. For a long time, general products funds have driven much of the unrest. Well, we can't prove it. The laundering was very good. But the correlations between assets transfers from GP, unusual income patterns, tax avoidance, and advocacy for reform are too good not to be meaningful.
Carlos likes to say correlation isn't causation.
She waved off Sigmund's protest.
No, we don't discuss your investigation. He was explaining something about his medical research for a new autodoc.
Your investigation. Feather's current dye job suddenly registered. Sigmund couldn't remember ever seeing her skin red. On Hobo Kelly, hadn't Carlos mentioned red was his favorite color? Feather, the transfers attributable to GP tapered off suddenly. Why?
I don't know why.
This time Feather made no effort to cover her yawn.
Frankly, Sigmund, I don't know why you care. The puppeteers are long gone. The criminals didn't just launder that money. By now they must control it.
The unrest continues without their money,
Medusa pointed out.
Why keep subsidizing the cause once it became self-sustaining?
The aide began enumerating non-monetary connections in her network.
This is ridiculous, Sigmund, Feather interrupted. We're supposed to be paranoid, but there are limits. Here's the theory for you. A crime syndicate, not the puppeteers, triggered the protests. It's all been a distraction, so the ARM wouldn't notice their real plot until it was completed.
Bad attitude, red dye, and something else. What else was setting off his alarm bells? Their real plot? He echoed.
Futz, Sigmund. Are you really so dense?
Feather stopped pacing to glare directly into her comm unit.
Pressure a few bankers to cede control of abandoned GP accounts. Everything else is a smokescreen.
He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Subverting the transfer booths? Stealing the Elgin Futzy marbles?
That's so you, Sigmund. Invent alien involvement so you can ignore the injustice half the world now protests. It's a handy excuse for not doing anything about us.
Her eyes blazed.
Not that there is an us anymore.
The dye job, the attitude, and now Sigmund realized what had been eluding him. The emptiness of the room. Feather was a slob, yet the guest room was tidy. No, barren. He knew without accessing the sensors. Her clutter had moved to Carlos's bedroom. Despite the bright morning sun streaming into his office windows, Sigmund suddenly felt ineffably weary. We're done here. Get some sleep. He broke the connection.
You didn't give Feather our other news,
Medusa said. She was once more a conventional Gorgon. The elaborate affinity web had dissolved into the cyberspace from which it had come. Consider Feather's only tasking to be protection of Carlos. Sigmund massaged his temples. He told himself he wished them happiness. But, given Feather's attitude, he saw no reason to share Medusa's other progress tracing laundered funds. To be reminded condescendingly that correlation isn't causation? The Institute of Knowledge had accepted a large endowment of laundered GP funds just before it cut direct funding to Julian Forward. Julian Forward had taken other laundered GP funds, then laid siege to Sol System. In his bones, Sigmund knew. Hidden puppeteers were still at work. Chapter 37. Nature Preserve 1 was a thoroughly citizen world. There was no real danger here, only shame and misery. Baedeker shivered in the cab of his hovering combine. The sounds of howling wind and the unhappy grinding of jammed machinery entered through the open window. Eventually he raised the window, colder but no wiser than when he had lowered it. It would be easy enough to float back to town. The looming wall of black cloud, riven intermittently with great jagged strokes of lightning, was ample justification. Then, when morning came and the storm had passed, when much of the crop lay in ruin, he would be that much further behind in his quota. Twittering unhappily, he raised the heat setting in his coveralls. The garment was bright orange, Rehabilitation Corps orange, except for the clear, permeable portions that protected his heads. He climbed down from the cab's right side door to the side he had already harvested. He walked leaning into the wind, crop stubble crunching beneath his booted hooves. Even the lightest expanses of sky overhead were a sullen, featureless gray. A bloody mass clogged the intake, the burrower he had glimpsed in his path. Cursing in minor chords, he popped open an access panel. He disconnected power to the mechanism and began hacking out the carcass with a pry bar from the combine's toolbox. If the storm held off, he might still get the field harvested today. In this, his new station in life, he had only such tiny successes to appreciate, and them but rarely. The animal remains had lodged deep inside. He chopped and slashed, gore spattering his coveralls, brooding how far in life he had fallen. There was a time, not that long ago, when he had been respected and well rewarded, deservedly so. He had skills and expertise of vital importance to the Concordance. He had held a position of honor and great responsibility within the General Products Corporation. He ate natural foods from the farm planets, instead of slaving on one and living on synthesized gruel. He wasn't Baedeker then, not until the end of that halcyon era. He called himself Baedeker now, the better to remind himself every day exactly how, and by whose doing, he had been humiliated and banished, the better to concentrate on finding a way back. It began with a scruffy scout named Nessus. Nessus docked an interstellar scout ship due for overhaul and upgrades at the General Products hull factory that orbited Hearth. He teleported aboard with 3 intruders. Scouts, these 3 were also to be considered. That was ludicrous. The important work of scouting belonged only in the jaws of citizens. Other species should not be allowed to enter, let alone tour, this factory. Baedeker had protested, but Nessus, for all his unkempt disreputability, had powerful friends.
My name is...
Baedeker began reluctantly. The translator choked on his mellifluous name.
I will be showing you, under protest, around the facility.
My facility.
For today we'll call you Baedeker,
Nessus interrupted. That didn't translate back to citizen. Baedeker tried to distract these guests with talk of coming in-cabin upgrades, trivia like adjustable crash couches and finger-friendly keyboards. He offered only vague generalities about the facility's main purpose, the construction of impregnable hulls. The scout, named Eric, would not be dissuaded. He kept pressing for a tour of the fabrication volume.
It is not allowed,
Baedeker said.
That region is a controlled vacuum.
Eric said, I'll wear my pressure suit. It's aboard.
It is not allowed,
Baedeker repeated, his heads pivoting emphatically left, right on their neck hinges. In the facility's microgravity conditions, only hoof claws hooked through fabric loops kept him on the deck.
The traces of gas and dust that cling to the outside of your suit would contaminate the process.
I don't understand, another said. Omar? Nessus, you told us only large quantities of antimatter could harm Explorer's hull. How can a bit of dust harm anything?
What I told you is correct,
Nessus answered.
I was speaking of completed hulls. During construction, hulls are fragile.
Eric had been attentive, and he was not without a certain cunning. Extreme sensitivity to gravitational variations, extreme sensitivity to trace contaminants. It sounds like a very large-scale nanotech process. Baedeker shrieked like a slow-motion boiler explosion. His howl did not translate. Nessus responded in like manner, but longer and even louder, threatening to call Nike himself. In normal tones, as though Baedeker had not spoken, Nessus went on.
General Products Corporation does not often disclose this information. Given what you now know, it is best that you hear the rest. It would be unfortunate if you lost trust in your ship.
Then the dining hall rumors were true. The Concordance was turning over a fully equipped interstellar scout ship to such as these, unsupervised. Baedeker was appalled. He resolved, during the upcoming overhaul, to integrate monitoring devices into Explorer's telemetry. He would know what these scouts did and where they went, and he would control explosives inside their indestructible hull lest they stray. Nessus had not stopped.
Explorer's hull is impervious to damage. If not, would I have ventured out in it? Still, there is a fact I had not shared. The hull takes its strength from its unique form. It is a single supermolecule grown atom by nanotechnology. During construction, the incomplete hull is unstable. The slightest chemical contamination or unbalanced force can tear it to pieces. That's why there is no artificial gravity here, and why communication here, and his sweeping head gestures suggested the totality of the enormous orbital factory, uses optical fibers. Caterwauling in outrage, Baedeker stormed out. None but citizens, and few of them, needed to know such details. Nothing good could come of this. He seethed until Nessus and companions took a shuttle to Hearth. He did not calm down until sensors and remote-controlled explosives were hidden aboard Explorer. With a grunt, Baedeker pried loose the last chunk of burrow or rib cage. Blood and gobbets of flesh speckled his coveralls. Wind wailed, and he further raised the temperature of the garment before reconnecting power to the intake. Explorer had gone out without citizen supervision, and Baedeker prided himself on his foresight. He monitored its telemetry. He ran samples of surreptitiously reported conversations through a translator. He took comfort in what he overheard. While Nessus's scouts bypassed Baedeker's sensors, relayed their communications through a hyperwave buoy, and disabled the detonators. Unwatched, they penetrated one of the most secret and secure facilities of the Concordance, located a weapon of great potency, and, dooming Baedeker to this place, destroyed a General Products hull to get the weapon out. And with that weapon, Nessus's scouts had extorted a prize of inestimable value from the Concordance. The cab was still warm, and the storm front had stalled. Baedeker resumed harvesting, the combine spewing a steady stream of grains through its towed stepping disc into a distant warehouse. All the chaff, dirt, bits of stalk and leaves, and burrower bits fell back to the ground. The clatter of hailstones finally started Baedeker on the long way back to the barn. Hail could not harm him inside the cab. He twitched nonetheless, while the sturdy fabric of his coveralls frustrated his efforts to pluck at his mane. Turning over a Concordance ship was the fundamental error, Nessus's error.
The safeguards Baedeker had undertaken to install on his own initiative had been circumvented. But was that his fault? And how could he be blamed because 3 unsupervised scouts had discovered antimatter somewhere out among the stars? But he was blamed. Scouts were too few to hold accountable, and someone must pay. He could not alter the past. He could not say where no one could vast quantities of antimatter could be found. He couldn't be expected to... Baedeker cut through the self-pity with a strident, double-throated blat of disgust. What can you do? Can anyone disintegrate a general product's hull without using antimatter? To his sudden, utter amazement, Baedeker realized that, just possibly, he could. Chapter 38.
Your money has been well spent,
Under said. He was newly returned from Jinx, and still feeding his bulked-up weight.
Including the generous bonus.
I don't remember offering a bonus. Sigmund didn't bother adding that 2 kilos of Kobe beef was a bonus. Onder merely smiled and crooked a finger at the woman pushing the dessert cart. The more arrogant, the better the news, Sigmund reminded himself. Once 2 cannolis and a slice of baklava found their way to Ander's end of the table, Sigmund took out his comm unit.
Protocol Gamma,
he said. Sound suppression, bug suppression, and a translucent holographic screen around the table to stymie lip readers. Red, yellow, and green dots slowly chased one another around its screen.
We can talk freely. Free, except for that matter of my bonus.
Onder blotted his lips with his napkin.
I leave that entirely to your discretion.
Sigmund waited.
Very well. You'll be amused to learn that I caroused our way to success.
Onder tipped his head, smiling in fond memory of something.
Once one has been accepted, there's pleasure to be had even on West End. You should come back to Jinx with me.
Sigmund flinched. Since he had limped home from forward station, near catatonic with a flatlander phobia, the idea of leaving Earth terrified him. He'd been unable to face even the short trip to the Oort cloud, where instantaneous hyperwave radio worked, to spare Onder a far longer voyage.
It sounds like you've already gotten your bonus,
Sigmund said. A cannoli disappeared, pastry flakes raining onto the tablecloth.
As directed, I befriended workers employed by Gregory Pelton's project. I concede the process was not without its amusements.
And?
You suck all the fun out of a story, Sigmund. I was eventually hired, of course. A drinking buddy recommended me. It didn't get me into the inner circle, of course, but I hold a responsible position in the back office, close enough to the action to know, I think, who the inner circle is.
Onder waved his fork.
Yes, I know. You're asking yourself why, if I have a responsible position, I could get away.
Murmurs penetrated the sound suppressors, no more intelligible than the snippets that might leak out. Sigmund said,
Stat, how? That's the good thing about being middle management. Just one transistor into machine. No one thought anything of it when I said I needed some time off. It's my sister, you see. She got herself arrested in the Flatlander riots.
Onder dropped the sudden theatrical voice.
I told him I thought I could get Sis's charges dismissed, but those are the kind of favors one calls in only face-to-face.
A waitress came by with fresh coffee. Sigmund waited for her to leave before asking,
So what did you learn that couldn't be put into an encrypted recording? Pelton's lit a secret. The reason he's been planning a big expedition, although, alas, not the coordinates of its destination.
Onder leaned forward conspiratorially.
And that secret is? Sigmund prompted. Antimatter.
A smug grin lit Onder's face.
He found a futsy whole world of the stuff.
The most unusual world. That I know something you don't know smirk on Pelton's face had galled Sigmund for years. Some day soon that smirk would come off.
Onder, you've earned that bonus after all. Excellent. A bit of celebratory brandy, then.
Onder gestured to the waitress.
Some Sebois Armagnac. The 2588, I think. Sigmund?
He had no one to leave his money to, as Feather was once apt to remind him. The ache when he thought about her and Carlos was another reason to drink.
Why not?
Onder continued his report, and the challenges of Pelton's hoped-for expedition slowly became clear. No normal ship had the fuel capacity to rendezvous with the fast-moving antimatter system.